Part 1. Fate's arrow, when expected, travels slow. Dante Alighieri, Paradiso. Chapter 1. A Touch of Doubt. Persephone walked along the bank of the river Styx. Jagged waves broke the dark surface, and her skin tightened as she recalled her first visit to the underworld. She'd attempted to traverse the wide body of water, unaware of the dead inhabiting the depths below. They'd taken her under, their fleshless fingers cutting into her skin, their wish to destroy life provoking their attack. She thought she would drown, and then Hermes had come to her rescue. Hades had not been pleased about any of it, but he'd taken her to his palace and healed her wounds. Later, she would learn the dead in the river were ancient corpses who had come to the underworld without coin to pay Charon's toll. Sentenced to an eternity in the river, they were just one of many ways Hades protected the borders of his realm from the living who wished to enter and the dead who wished to escape. Despite Persephone's unease near the waterway, the landscape was beautiful. The Styx stretched for miles, soldering to a horizon shadowed by sable mountains. White narcissus grew in clusters along its banks, ignited like white fire against the dark surface. Opposite the mountains, Hades' palace haunted the horizon, rising like the jagged edges of his obsidian crown. Yuri, a young soul with a thick mane of cascading curls and olive skin, walked beside her. She wore pink robes and leather sandals, an ensemble that stood out against the shadowy mountains and black water. The soul and Persephone had become fast friends and often went on walks together in the Asphodel Valley, but today Persephone had convinced Yuri to stray from their usual path. She glanced at her companion now, whose arm was looped through hers, and asked, "How long have you been here, Yuri?" Persephone guessed that the soul had been in the underworld for a while based on the traditional peplos she wore. Yuri's delicate brows drew together over her gray eyes. "I do not know. A long time. Do you remember what the underworld was like when you arrived?" Persephone had a lot of questions about the underworld from antiquity. It was that version that still had its claws in Hades, that version which made him feel ashamed. That version which made him feel unworthy of his people's worship and praise. "Yes, I don't know that I'll ever forget," she offered an awkward laugh. "It was not as it is now." "Tell me more," Persephone encouraged. Despite being curious about Hades' past and the history of the underworld, she couldn't deny that part of her feared uncovering the truth. What if she didn't like what she found? "The underworld was bleak. There was nothing. We were all colorless and crowded. There were no days and no nights, just a monotone of gray, and we existed in it." So they really had been shades, shadows of themselves. Persephone recalled when she'd first visited the underworld. Hades had taken her into his garden. She'd been so angry with him. He had challenged her to create life, but his realm was beautiful and lush, full of colorful flowers and lively willows. Then he had revealed it was all an illusion. Beneath the glamour, he maintained, was a land of ash and fire. "That sounds like punishment," Persephone said, thinking it terrifying to exist without purpose. Yuri offered a faint smile, and she shrugged. "It was our sentence for living mundane lives." Persephone frowned. She knew that in ancient times, heroes were usually the only ones who could expect a euphoric existence in the underworld. "What changed?" "I do not know for sure. There were rumors, of course. Some said that a mortal Lord Hades loved died and came to exist here." Persephone knit her brows. She wondered if there was some truth to that, considering Hades had a similar change in perspective after she'd written about his ineffective bargains with mortals. He'd been so motivated by her critique, he'd started the Halcyon Project, a plan that included the construction of a state-of-the-art rehabilitation center that specialized in free care to mortals. An ugly feeling crept up her spine and through her body, spreading like a plague. Maybe she hadn't been the only lover who'd inspired Hades. Yuri continued. Of course, I tend to think he just decided to change. Lord Hades watches the world. As it became less chaotic, so did the underworld. Persephone didn't think it was that simple. She had tried to make Hades talk about this, but he avoided the subject. Now she wondered if his silence was less about shame and more about keeping the details of his past lovers a secret. She spiraled quickly. Her thoughts became turbulent, a whirlwind picking up uncertainty and doubt. How many women had Hades loved? Did he still have feelings for any of them? Had he brought them to the bed he now shared with her? The thought made her stomach feel sour. Luckily, she was pulled from her thoughts when she spotted a group of souls standing on a pier near the river. Persephone halted and nodded toward the crowd. Who are they, Yuri? New souls. Why do they cower on the banks of the Styx? Of all the souls Persephone had encountered, these looked the most dead. Their faces were drawn and their skin ashy and pale. They clustered together, backs bent, arms crossed over their chests, shivering. Because they are afraid, Yuri said, her tone implying that their fear should be obvious. I don't understand. Most have been told the underworld and its king are dreadful, so when they die, they do so in fear. Persephone hated that for a lot of reasons, mainly because the underworld wasn't a place to be feared. But she also found that she was frustrated with Hades, who did nothing to change the perception of his realm or himself. No one comforts them once they reach the gates? Yuri gave her a strange look, as if she didn't understand why someone would attempt to ease or welcome newly arrived souls. Charon takes them across the Styx, and now they must walk the road to judgment, Yuri said. After that, they are deposited in a place of rest or eternal torture. It is how it has always been. Persephone pressed her lips together, her jaw tightening with irritation. It amazed her that in one breath they could talk about how much the underworld had evolved and yet still implement archaic practices. There was no reason to leave these souls without welcome or comfort. She broke free of Yuri's hold and strolled toward the waiting group, hesitating when they continued to tremble and shrink away from her. She smiled, hoping it might ease their anxiety. Hello, my name is Persephone. Still, the souls quaked. She should have known her name would bring no comfort. Her mother, Demeter, the Olympian goddess of harvest, had ensured that. Out of fear, she had kept Persephone locked in a glass prison most of her life, barring her from worship and, inevitably, from her powers. A jumble of emotions tangled in her stomach. Frustration that she could not help, sadness that she was weak, and anger that her mother had tried defying fate. You should show them your divinity, Yuri suggested. She had followed Persephone as she approached the souls. Why? It would comfort them. Right now, you are no different than any soul in the underworld. As a goddess, you are someone they hold in high regard. Persephone started to protest. These people did not know her name. How would her divine form ease their fears? Then Yuri added, We worship the divine. You will bring them hope. Persephone did not like her divine form. She had a hard time feeling like a goddess before she had powers, and that hadn't changed even when her magic flared to life, encouraged by Hades' worship. She quickly learned it was one thing to have magic, another to use it properly. Still, it was important to her that these new souls felt welcomed in the underworld, that they see Hades' realm as another beginning, and most of all, she wanted to ensure they knew their king cared. Persephone released the hold she had on her human glamour. The magic felt like silk slipping from her skin, and she stood in an ethereal glow before the souls. The weight of her white kudu horns somehow felt heavier now that she was exposed in her true form. Her curly hair was brightened from a brassy gold to a pale yellow, and her eyes burned an unearthly bottle green. She smiled at the souls again. "I am Persephone, goddess of spring. I am so pleased you are here." Their reaction to her radiance was immediate. They moved from trembling to worshipping on their knees at her feet. Persephone's stomach hardened, and her heartbeat quickened as she shot forward. "Oh, no, please." She knelt before one of the souls, an older woman with short white hair and paper-thin skin. She touched her cheek, and watery blue eyes met hers. "Please, stand with me," she said, and helped the woman to her feet. The other souls remained on the ground, heads lifted, eyes transfixed. "What is your name?" "Eleanor," she rasped. "Eleanor," Persephone said the name with a smile on her lips. "I hope you will find the underworld as peaceful as I do." Her words were like a string, straightening the woman's sagging shoulders. Persephone moved to the next soul and the next until she had spoken to each one, and they all stood on their feet again. "Perhaps we should all walk to the field of judgment," she suggested. "Oh, that won't be necessary," Yuri interrupted. "Thanatos!" The winged god of death appeared instantly. He was beautiful in a dark way, with pale skin, blood-red lips, and white blonde hair that fell over his shoulders. His blue eyes were as striking as a flash of lightning in the night sky. His presence inspired a sense of calm that Persephone felt deep in her chest. It was almost as if she were weightless. "My lady," he bowed, his voice melodic and rich. "Thanatos." Persephone couldn't help the wide smile that crossed her face. Thanatos had been the first to offer her insight into Hades' precarious role as the god of the dead during a tour of Elysium. It was his perspective that helped her understand the underworld a little better, and, if she were being honest, provided what she needed to fully give herself to Hades. She gestured to the souls gathered and introduced them to the god. His smile was slight but sincere as he said, "We've met." "Oh," her cheeks flushed. "I'm so sorry. I forgot." As the Reaper of Souls, Thanatos was the last face mortals saw before they landed on the shores of the Styx. "I was just about to escort the new souls to the field of judgment." She noted that Thanatos' eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Yuri, who spoke quickly. "Lady Persephone is needed back at the palace. Could you take them for her, Thanatos?"
"Of course," he replied, bringing his hand to his chest. "I would be delighted."
Persephone waved goodbye to the souls as Thanatos turned toward the crowd, stretched his wings wide, and vanished. Yuri wound her arm through Persephone's, tugging her away from the banks of the Styx, but Persephone didn't budge. "Why did you do that?" she asked. "Do what?" "I am not needed at the palace, Yuri. I could have taken the souls to the field." "I am sorry, Persephone. I feared they would make requests." "Requests?" Her brows drew together. "What might they request?" "Favors," she explained. Persephone giggled at the thought. "I am hardly in a position to grant favors." "They don't know that," she said. "All they see is a goddess who might help them get an audience with Hades or return to the living world." Persephone frowned. "Why do you think that?" "Because I was one of them." Yuri tugged on her arm again, and this time Persephone followed. Strained silence filled the space between them, and Persephone frowned. "I'm sorry, Yuri. Sometimes I forget that I'm dead." She smiled, but Persephone felt small and silly. "It's okay. That's one of the reasons I like you so much." She paused a moment and added, "Hades chose his consort well." "His consort?" Persephone's brows rose. Isn't it obvious that Hades intends to marry you? Persephone laughed. You are being very presumptive, Yuri. Except that Hades had made his intentions clear.
You will be my queen. I do not need the fates to tell me that.
Her chest tightened, the words forming knots in her stomach. Those words should have made her heart melt, and the fact that they didn't disturbed her. Maybe it had something to do with their recent breakup. Why did she feel such apprehension when Hades seemed so certain about their future? Yuri, oblivious to Persephone's internal war, said, Why wouldn't Lord Hades choose you as queen? You are an unwed goddess, and you haven't taken a vow of chastity. The soul gave her a knowing look that made Persephone blush. Being a goddess does not qualify me to be queen of the underworld. No, but it's a start. Hades would never choose a mortal or a nymph as his queen. Trust me, he has had plenty of opportunities. A shock of jealousy shot down Persephone's spine. It was like a match landing in a pool of kerosene. Her magic surged, demanding an exit. It was a defense mechanism, and it took her a moment to tamp it down. Get a hold of yourself, she commanded. She wasn't ignorant to the fact that Hades had other lovers throughout his lifetime, one being the red-headed nymph Minthe, who she'd transformed into a mint plant. Still, she had never considered that Hades' interest in her might be, in part, due to her divine blood. Something dark wound its way around her heart. How could she let herself think this way about Hades? He encouraged her to embrace her divinity, worshipped her so that she might claim her freedom and power, and he'd told her he loved her. If he was to make her his queen, it would be because he cared for her, not because she was a goddess. Right? Persephone soon distracted from her thoughts as she and Yuri returned to the Asphodel Valley, where she was swarmed by children who begged her to play. After a short game of hide-and-seek, she was dragged away by Ophelia, Ilara, and Anastasia, who wanted her opinion on wines, cakes, and flowers for the upcoming summer solstice celebration. The solstice marked the beginning of the new year and signified the 1-month countdown to the Panhellenic Games, something even death couldn't quell the soul's excitement for. With such an important celebration at hand, Persephone had asked Hades if they could host a party at the palace, to which he had agreed. She was looking forward to having the souls in the halls again, just as much as they were looking forward to being there. By the time Persephone returned to the palace, she still felt unsettled. The darkness of her doubt swelled, pressing against her skull, and her magic pulsed beneath her skin, making her feel achy and exhausted. She rang for tea and wandered into the library, hoping that reading would take her mind off her conversation with Yuri. Curling into one of the large chairs near the fireplace, Persephone leafed through Hecate's copy of Witchcraft and Mayhem. It was one of several assignments from the goddess of magic, who was helping her learn to control her erratic power. It wasn't working as fast as she hoped. Persephone had waited a long time for her powers to manifest, and when they did, it had been during a heated argument with Hades. Since then, she had managed to make flowers bloom, but had trouble channeling the appropriate amount of magic. She had also discovered her ability to teleport was glitchy, which meant she didn't always end up where she intended. Hecate said it was just a matter of practice, but it still made her feel like a failure. And it was for these reasons she'd decided not to use magic in the upper world. Not until she got it under control. So, in preparation for her first lesson with Hecate, she studied, learning the history of magic, alchemy, and the diverse and terrifying powers of the gods, yearning for the day when she could use her power as easily as she breathed. Suddenly, warmth spread across her skin, raising the hair on the back of her neck and arms. Despite the heat, she shivered, her breath growing shallow. Hades was near, and her body knew it. She wanted to groan as an ache began low in her stomach. Gods, she was insatiable.
I thought I would find you here.
Hades' voice came from above, and she looked up to find him standing behind her. His smoky eyes met hers as he bent to kiss her, his hand cupping her jaw. It was a possessive hold and a passionate kiss that left her lips raw when he pulled away.
"How was your day, darling?"
His endearment stole her breath. "Good." The corners of Hades' mouth lifted, and as he spoke, his eyes dropped to her lips.
"I hope I'm not disturbing you. You appeared quite entranced by your book."
"No," she said quickly, then cleared her throat. "I mean, it's just something Hecate assigned."
"May I?"
he asked, releasing her from his grip and holding his hand out for the book. Wordlessly, she gave it to him, and watched as the god of the dead rounded her chair and leafed through the book. There was something incredibly devilish about the way he looked, a storm of darkness dressed head to toe in black.
"When do you begin training with Hecate?"
he asked. "This week," she said. "She gave me homework." He was silent, keeping his eyes on the book as he spoke.
"I heard you greeted new souls today."
Persephone straightened, unable to tell if he was irritated with her. "I was walking with Yuri when I saw them waiting on the bank of the Styx." Hades looked up, eyes like firelight.
"You took a soul outside Asphodel?"
There was a hint of surprise in his voice. "It's Yuri, Hades. Besides, I do not know why you keep them isolated."
"So they do not cause trouble."
Persephone giggled, but stopped when she saw the look in Hades' eyes. He stood between her and the fireplace, ignited like an angel. He really was magnificent, with his high cheekbones, well-manicured beard, and full lips. His long hair was pulled into a knot at the back of his head. She liked it that way because she liked taking it down, liked running her fingers through it, liked seizing it when he was inside her. At that thought, the air became heavier, and she noticed Hades' chest rose with a sharp inhale, as if he could sense the change in her thoughts. She licked her lips and forced herself to focus on the conversation at hand. "The souls in Asphodel never cause trouble."
"You think I am wrong?"
It wasn't a question, but a statement, and he didn't seem at all surprised. Their whole relationship had started because Persephone thought he was wrong. "I think you do not give yourself enough credit for having changed, and therefore do not give the souls enough credit for recognizing it." The god was silent for a long moment.
"Why did you greet the souls?"
"Because they were afraid, and I didn't like it." Hades' mouth twitched.
"Some of them should be afraid, Persephone."
"Those who should will be, no matter the greeting they have from me." Mortals know what led to eternal imprisonment in Tartarus, she thought. "The underworld is beautiful, and you care about your people's existence, Hades. Why should the good fear such a place? Why should they fear you?"
"As it were, they still fear me. You were the one who greeted them."
"You could greet them with me," she offered. Hades' smirk remained, and his expression softened.
"As much as you find disfavor with the title of queen, you are quick to act as one."
Persephone froze for a moment, caught between the fear of Hades' anger and the anxiety of being called queen. "Does that displease you?"
"Why would it displease me?"
"I am not queen," she said, rising from her seat and approaching him, plucking the book from his hands. "I also cannot figure out how you feel about my actions."
"You will be my queen,"
Hades said fiercely, almost like he was trying to convince himself it was true.
"The fates have declared it."
Persephone bristled, her earlier thoughts returning in a rush. How was she supposed to ask Hades why he wanted her as his queen? Worse, why did she feel like she needed him to answer that question? She turned and disappeared into the stack to hide her reaction.
"Does that displease you?"
Hades asked, appearing in front of her, blocking her path like a mountain. Persephone startled, but recovered quickly. "No," she replied, pushing past him. Hades followed close. As she returned the book to its place on the shelf, she spoke. "Although, I would rather you want me as queen because you love me, not because the fates have decreed it." Hades waited until she faced him to speak. He was frowning.
"You doubt my love?"
"No!" Her eyes widened at the conclusion he'd come to. Then her shoulders fell. "But I suppose we cannot avoid what others may perceive about our relationship."
"And what do others say exactly?"
He stood so close she could smell spice and smoke and a touch of winter air. It was the scent of his magic. A shoulder rose and fell as she said, "That we are only together because of the fates. That you have only chosen me because I am a goddess."
"Have I given you reason to think such things?"
She stared, unable to answer. She didn't want to say that Yuri had planted the idea in her head. The thought had been there before, a seed planted early on. Yuri had merely watered it, and now it was growing, as wild as the black vines that sprouted from her magic. Hades spoke faster, demanding,
"Who has given you doubts?"
"I have only just started to consider—"
"My motives?"
"No," he narrowed his eyes.
"It seems that way."
Persephone took a step away, the bookcase pressing into her back. "I am sorry I said anything."
"It is too late for that."
Persephone glared. "Will you punish me for speaking my mind?"
"Punish?"
Hades tilted his head to the side, and he moved closer, hips leaning into hips, leaving no space between them.
"I am interested to hear how you think I might punish you."
Those words wound her tight, and despite the heat they inspired, she managed to glare at him. "I am interested in having my questions answered." Hades' jaw tightened.
"Remind me again of your question."
She blinked. Was she asking him if he had only chosen her because she was a goddess? Was she asking him if he loved her? She took a deep breath and peered up at him through her lashes. "If there were no fates, would you still want me?" She couldn't place the look on Hades' face. His eyes were a laser, melting her chest and her heart and her lungs. She couldn't breathe as she waited for him to speak. And he didn't. Instead, he reached for her with one hand and clasped her jaw. His body vibrated. She could feel the violence beneath. And for a moment, she wondered what the king of the underworld intended to unleash. Then his grip softened, and his fingers splayed across her cheek, eyes lowering to her lips.
"Do you know how I knew the fates made you for me?"
His voice was a hoarse whisper, a tone he used in the darkness of their room after they made love. Persephone shook her head slowly, ensnared by his gaze.
"I could taste it on your skin, and the only thing I regret is that I have lived so long without you."
His lips trailed along her jaw and across her cheek. She held her breath, leaning into his touch, seeking his mouth. But instead of kissing her, he stepped away. His sudden distance left her unsteady, and she leaned against the bookshelf for support. "What was that?" she demanded, glaring at him. He offered a dark chuckle, the corners of his mouth lifting.
"Foreplay."
Then he reached forward, swept her into his arms and over his shoulder. Persephone gave a small yelp of surprise and demanded, "What are you doing?"
"Proving that I want you."
He strolled out of the library and into the hall. "Put me down, Hades."
"No."
She had a feeling he was grinning. His hand crept up between her thighs, parting her flesh and diving inside of her. She gripped the fabric of his jacket so she wouldn't fall off his shoulder. "Hades," she moaned. He chuckled, and she hated him for it. She released his long locks and yanked on the strands, pulling his head back, seeking his lips. Hades was obliging and braced her against the nearest wall, offering a vicious kiss before pulling away to growl in her ear.
I will punish you until you scream, until you come so hard around my cock you are left in no doubt of my affection.
His words stole her breath, and her magic awakened, warming her skin. Make good on your promises, Lord Hades, she said against his mouth. Then the wall beneath Persephone gave way, and she yelped as Hades stumbled forward. He managed to prevent them both from landing on the floor, and once they were steady, he guided her to her feet. She recognized the way he held her, protectively, an arm wrapped high on her shoulders. She craned her neck and discovered they were in the dining room. The banquet table was crowded with Hades' staff, including Thanatos, Hecate, and Charon. The wall they'd been pressed against was a door. Hades cleared his throat, and Persephone buried her head into Hades' chest.
"Good evening,"
Hades said. She was surprised by how calm he sounded when he spoke. He wasn't even breathless, though she could feel his heart beating hard against her ear. She thought Hades would excuse himself and vanish, but instead he said,
"The Lady Persephone and I are famished, and we wish to be alone."
She froze and jabbed him in the side. What was he doing? All at once, people started to move, clearing away plates, silverware, and huge platters of untouched food.
"Good evening, my lady, my lord."
They filed out of the dining room with glittering eyes and wide smiles. Persephone kept her gaze lowered, a perpetual blush on her cheeks as Hades' residents paraded into the hall to dine elsewhere in the palace. When they were alone, Hades wasted no time leaning into her, guiding her back until her legs hit the table. "You cannot be serious."
"As the dead,"
he answered. "The dining room?"
"I'm quite hungry, aren't you?"
Yes, but she had no time to respond. Hades lifted her onto the table, stepped between her legs, and knelt as a servant would kneel to their queen. Her dress rose as his hands trailed up her calves. He teased, lips skimming the inside of her thighs before his mouth found her core. Persephone arched off the table, and her breath hitched as Hades worked, his tongue ruthless in its assault, his short beard creating a delicious friction against her sensitive flesh. She reached for him, tangling her fingers into his hair, writhing beneath his touch. Hades held her tighter, his fingers digging into her flesh to hold her in place. A guttural sound escaped her when his lips fastening around her cleft, and his fingers replaced his thrusting tongue, filling and stretching until pleasure exploded throughout her body. She was sure she was glowing. This was rapture, euphoria, ecstasy. And it was all interrupted by a knock at the door. Persephone froze and tried to sit up, but Hades held her in place and growled, looking up at her from his place between her legs.
"Ignore it."
It was spoken like a command, his eyes ignited like embers. He continued ruthlessly, moving deeper, harder, faster. Persephone could barely stay on the table. She could barely breathe, feeling as though she were clawing her way to the surface of the Styx again, desperate for air, but content in the knowledge that this death would be a happy one. But the knock continued, and a hesitant voice called out, "Lord Hades?" Persephone couldn't tell who was on the other side of the door, but they sounded nervous. And they had reason to be, because the look on Hades' face was murderous. This is how he looks when he faces souls in Tartarus, she thought. Hades sat back on his heels.
"Go away,"
he snapped. There was a beat of silence. Then the voice said,
"It's important, Hades."
Even Persephone noted heightened alarm in the person's tone. Hades sighed and stood, taking her face between his hands.
"A moment, my darling."
"You won't hurt him, will you?"
Not too terribly.
He didn't smile as he stepped into the hallway. Persephone felt ridiculous sitting on the edge of the table, so she slipped off, adjusted her skirts, and started to pace the extravagant dining room. Her first impression of this room had been that it was over the top. The ceiling boasted several unnecessary crystal chandeliers, the walls were adorned in gold, and Hades' chair looked like a throne at the head of the table. To top it off, he rarely dined in this room, often preferring to take his meals elsewhere in the palace. That was one reason she'd decided to use it during the solstice celebration. All this beauty would not go to waste. Hades returned. He seemed frustrated, his jaw flexed, and his eyes glittered with a different kind of intensity. He stopped a few inches from her, hands in his pockets. "Is everything okay?" she asked.
"Yes," he said. "And no. Ilias has made me aware of a problem better dealt with sooner than later."
She stared at him, waiting, but he didn't explain. "When will you be back?"
"An hour, maybe 2.
She frowned, and Hades touched her chin so that her eyes were level with his.
"Trust, my darling. Leaving you is the hardest decision I make each day."
"Then don't," she said, placing her hands around his waist. "I'll go with you."
"That is not wise."
His voice was gruff, and Persephone's brows knit together. "Why not?"
"Persephone..."
"It's a simple question," she interrupted.
"It isn't,"
he snapped, and then sighed, running his fingers through his loose hair. She stared. He had never lost his temper quite like this. What had him so agitated? She thought about pushing for an answer, but knew she would get nowhere, so instead she relented. "Fine." She took a step away, creating distance between them. "I'll be here when you return." Hades frowned.
"I will make it up to you."
She arched a brow and commanded, "Swear it." Hades' eyes simmered beneath the glow of the crystal lights.
"Oh, darling, you don't need to extract an oath. Nothing will keep me from fucking you."
Chapter 2. A Touch of Duplicity. Persephone's body vibrated, warmed from the spark Hades had ignited. Without supervision, the flame had spread, consuming her whole body. She sought a distraction and wandered outside, where she walked through the garden, consumed by the smell of damp soil and sweet blossoms. She caressed petals and leaves as she passed, until she came to the edge of the plot where a wild field of yellowing grass danced, encouraged by a whispered breeze. She took off at a run, orange flowers blooming at her feet as she sailed across the field. She didn't have to focus on using her magic. It radiated from her, unfiltered and uncontrolled. Hades' Dobermans joined her, chasing each other until she came to a halt at the edge of Hecate's meadow. The goddess sat cross-legged outside her cottage with her eyes closed. Persephone wasn't sure if she was meditating or casting a spell. If Persephone had to guess, she'd say the goddess of witchcraft was probably cursing some mortal in the upper world for some heinous deed against women. Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus did not follow Persephone as she approached the goddess.
"Sated already?"
Hecate asked, her eyes still closed. Persephone would never forgive Hades for what had gone down in front of his staff. "Does it look like it?" she grumbled. Sexual frustration was making her grumpy. Hecate opened one eye and then the other.
"Ah,"
she said.
"Care to train instead?"
"Only if I get to blow something up." A small smile tugged at Hecate's berry lips.
"You get to meditate."
Meditate? The last thing Persephone wanted to do was be alone with her raging thoughts. Hecate patted the ground beside her, and Persephone sighed, taking a seat. Her body felt rigid, her hands warm and sweaty.
"Your first lesson, goddess. Control your emotions.
How is that a lesson? Persephone asked. Hecate gave her a knowing look.
Do you want to talk about earlier? Those doors came down because of your magic. They weren't opened by anyone on the inside.
Persephone looked away.
Don't be embarrassed, my dear. It happens to the best of us.
Persephone knew her emotions were tied to her powers. Flowers sprouted when she was angry, and vines curled around Hades in moments of passion without warning. Then there was Minthy, whose insulting words had resulted in her transformation into a mint plant, and Adonis, who she'd threatened in the Garden of the Gods by turning his limbs into vines, not to mention the destruction of her mother's greenhouse. Okay, so I have a problem, Persephone admitted. How do I control it?
With practice,
Hecate said.
And lots of meditation. The more often you do it, the more you and your magic will benefit.
Persephone frowned. I hate meditating.
Have you ever tried it?
Yes, and it's boring. All you do is sit. The corner of Hecate's mouth lifted.
Your perspective is wrong. The point of meditation is to gain control. Are you not hungry for control, Persephone?
Hecate's voice dipped low, tinged with seduction. Persephone couldn't deny that she was eager for what the goddess was offering. She wanted control over everything. Her magic, her life, her future. I'm listening, Persephone said. Hecate's smile was impish, and she continued.
Meditation means focusing your attention moment by moment, rather than getting caught up in the things that plague you, the things that drown you, the things that cause your magic to create a shield around you.
Hecate led Persephone through several meditations, guiding her to focus on her breathing. She imagined this might be peaceful if she could keep her mind from wandering to Hades. She swore on 2 occasions he was behind her. She could feel his breath on her neck, the soft scrape of his beard against her cheek as he whispered words against her skin.
I have thought of you all day.
A thrill shivered through her, and her core tightened.
The way you taste, the feel of my cock slipping inside you, the way you moan when I fuck you.
Persephone bit her lip, and heat gushed between her legs.
I want to fuck you so hard your screams reach the ears of the living.
Her breath escaped in a harsh gasp, and she opened her eyes. When she looked at Hecate, the goddess arched a knowing brow.
On second thought, let's blow some things up.
I'm going to be late! Persephone threw off her covers and jumped from bed. Hades groaned, stretching his arm across the sheets, reaching for her.
Come back to bed,
he said sleepily. She ignored him, running around his bedroom in search of her things. She found her purse on a chair, her shoes under the bed, and her clothes were wrapped up in the bed sheets. She untangled them, and once they were free, Hades snatched them from her hands. Hades, she growled, lunging for him. His hands clamped down on her waist, and he rolled, pinning her beneath him. She laughed, squirming. Hades, stop. I'm going to be late, and it's already your fault. He had made good on his promise, returning to the underworld around 3 a.m. When he slipped into bed behind her, he'd kissed her goodnight and hadn't stopped. After, she'd fallen into a deep sleep, hitting the snooze button when her alarm went off to wake her.
I'll take you,
he said, bending to kiss her neck.
I can get you there in seconds.
She said, pressing her palms against his chest. Thanks, but I prefer taking the long way. He arched a brow and gave her a menacing look before rolling off. She got to her feet again, holding up her wrinkled clothes, and frowned.
Allow me to help,
Hades said, and snapped his fingers, manifesting a tailored black dress and heels. She looked down, smoothing her hands over the fabric, which had a faint shimmer. "Black isn't my usual color choice," she said. Hades smirked. "Humor me," he said. Once she was ready, he insisted she accept a ride from his driver, which was how she ended up in the back of Hades' black Lexus. Antony, a cyclops and a servant to the god of the dead, was in the driver's seat whistling a song Persephone recognized from Apollo's White Raven album. Despite not being a fan of the god's music, she'd spend Friday nights celebrating her best friend Lexisidera's birthday at the god's club, where his songs were on a constant rotation. She now felt she knew them all by heart, which only made her distaste for them stronger. She did her best to ignore Apollo's incessant falsetto, and was soon distracted by a series of messages from Lexa. The first one read, "You're officially famous." A tidal wave of anxiety gripped her, as her best friend sent several links to breaking news from outlets all over New Greece, and they were all about her and Hades. She clicked on the first link, then the next, and the next. Most of the articles rehashed details of her public reunion with Hades, including incriminating photos. She blushed, seeing reminders of that day. She hadn't expected the god of the dead to appear in the upper world, and when she'd seen him, she thought her heart would explode. She ran to him, jumped into his arms, and coiled around him like she belonged there. Hades' hands pressed into her bottom, and their lips locked in a kiss she could still feel. She should have seen the media storm coming, but after Lexa's birthday party, she'd spent the weekend in the underworld, sequestered to Hades' bedchamber, exploring, teasing, submitting. She hadn't thought twice about the state of the upper world once she'd left. With images like these, it was hard to deny speculation about their relationship. It was the last message she received that scared her the most. "Everything you need to know about Hades' lover." It was her worst nightmare. She scanned the article, relieved to discover there wasn't any information that would reveal her as the daughter of Demeter or a goddess, but it was still creepy. It said that she was from Olympia, that she had started attending New Athens University 4 years ago, began with a major in botany, and ended with a major in journalism. There were a few quotes from students who claimed to know her. Gems like, "You could tell she was really smart," and "She was always really quiet," and "She read a lot." The article also detailed a timeline of her life that included her internship at New Athens News, her articles about Hades, and their reconciliation outside the coffee house. Onlookers say they weren't sure of Hades' motives when he materialized in the upper world, but it appeared he was there to make amends with the journalist Persephone Rossi, which begs the question, when did their romance begin? Persephone recognized the irony of her situation. She was an investigative journalist. She loved research. She loved getting to the bottom of an issue, exposing facts, and saving mortals from the wrath of gods, demigods, and themselves. But this was different. This was her personal life. She knew how the media worked. She was now a mystery to be solved, and those who investigated her background were a threat to everything she'd worked so hard for. A threat to her freedom. "I know you're freaking out right now," Lexa texted. "Don't." "That's easy for you to say. Your name isn't plastered across headlines." She responded with, "Technically, it isn't your name. It's Hades." She rolled her eyes. She didn't want to be someone's possession. She wanted her own identity, to be credited for her hard work. But dating a god took that away. Another thought occurred to her. What would her boss say? Demetriatos was a great supervisor. He believed in the truth and reporting on it, no matter the consequences. He'd fired Adonis for calling Persephone a bitch and stealing her work. He'd recognized the stress she was under when it came to writing about Hades, and he'd told her she didn't have to keep writing about him if she didn't want to. But that was before he knew she was dating the god of the dead. Would there be consequences? Gods, she had to stop thinking about this. She focused on her phone and texted Lexa back. Stop trying to avoid the best news of the day. Congrats on your first day. Lexa had been hired to plan events for the Cypress Foundation, Hades' nonprofit organization. She'd learned about it shortly after the announcement of the Halcyon Project. Lexa had been offered the job on her birthday.
She would have gotten the job anyway,
Hades had said when Persephone asked if he'd made it happen.
She's a great fit.
Thanks, my love. I'm so excited, Lexa texted.
We're here, my lady.
Antony's words drew her attention to the Acropolis. Persephone's eyes widened, and her stomach knotted when she looked out the window. A crowd had gathered outside of the 101-story building. Security had stepped in to control them, erecting barriers. Several confused employees made their way inside amidst a screaming crowd. Persephone knew they were there for her, and she was glad the windows of Hades' car were virtually black, making it impossible for anyone to see inside. Still, she slid lower in her seat, groaning. Oh, no. Antony raised a brow at her in the rearview mirror.
Is something wrong, my lady?
She met his gaze, almost confused by the question. Of course something is wrong. The media, that crowd, they were threatening everything she'd worked so hard for. Can you drop me off around the block? Persephone asked.
Antony frowned. Lord Hades instructed you were to be dropped off at the Acropolis.
Lord Hades isn't here, and as you can see, this is not ideal, she said, grinding her teeth. Then she took a breath to calm herself. Please? The Cyclops relented and did as she instructed. In the time it took them to get there, Persephone glamored up a pair of sunglasses and pulled her hair into a bun. It wasn't much of a disguise, but it would get her farther than flashing her face to passers-by. Antony glanced at her again and offered,
I can walk you to the door.
No, that's okay, Antony. Thank you. The monster shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable.
Hades won't like this.
She met Antony's gaze in the mirror. You won't tell him, will you?
It would be best, my lady. Lord Hades would provide you with a driver to take you to work and pick you up, and an Aegeus for protection.
She didn't need a driver, and she didn't need a guard. Please, she begged Antony, don't tell Hades. She needed him to understand. She would only feel like a prisoner, something she'd been trying to escape for over 18 years. It took the Cyclops some time to cave, but eventually he nodded.
If you wish, my lady, but the first time something goes wrong, I'm calling the boss.
Fine, she could work with that. She patted Antony on the shoulder. Thank you, Antony. She left the safety of the car and kept her head down as she walked in the direction of the Acropolis. The roar of the crowd amplified as she neared, and she paused when she was within view. It had grown. Gods, she moaned.
You really got yourself into a pickle,
a voice said from over her shoulder. She spun and found a handsome, blue-eyed god standing behind her. Hermes. Over the last few months, he had become one of her favorite gods. He was handsome, funny, and encouraging. Today, he was dressed like a mortal. Well, for the most part, he still looked unnaturally beautiful with his golden curls and glowing bronzed skin. His outfit of choice was a pink polo and dark jeans. Pickle? She asked, confused.
It's an expression the mortals use when they find themselves in trouble. You haven't heard of it?
No, she answered, but that wasn't surprising. She'd spent 18 years in a glass prison. She hadn't learned a lot of things. What are you doing here?
Saw the news,
he said, grinning.
You and your boy toy are official.
Persephone glared.
Man toy?
He offered. She still glared.
Okay, fine. God toy, then.
She gave up and sighed, burying her face in her hands.
I'll never be able to go anywhere again. That's not true, Hermes said. You just won't be able to go anywhere without being mobbed. Has anyone ever told you you're not helpful? No, not really. I mean, I am the messenger of the gods and all.
Weren't you replaced by email?
Hermes pouted. Now who's not being helpful?
Persephone peered around the corner of the building again. She felt Hermes' chin rest atop her head as he followed her gaze.
Why don't you just teleport inside? He asked.
I'm trying to maintain my mortal facade, which means no magic on Earth.
She didn't really feel like explaining that she was training to control her magic. That's ridiculous. Why wouldn't you want to walk down that enticing runway?
What about normal mortal life don't you understand?
All of it?
Of course he didn't. Unlike her, Hermes had always existed as an Olympian. In fact, he'd begun his life the same way he lived it now, mischievously. Look, if you aren't going to help...
Help? Are you asking?
Not if it means I owe you a favor, Persephone said quickly. Gods had everything. Wealth, power, immortality. Their currency was the currency of favors, which were essentially a contract, the details to be decided at a future time and unavoidable. She'd rather die.
Not a favor, then, he said. A date.
She offered the god an annoyed look. Do you want Hades to gut you?
I want to party with my friend, Hermes countered, folding his arms over his chest. So gut me.
She stared at him, feigning suspicion before smiling. Deal. The god gave a dazzling smile.
How's Friday?
Get me into that building and I'll check my schedule. He grinned. On it, Sephi. Hermes teleported into the middle of the crowd, and people screamed like they were dying. Hermes ate it up, signing autographs and posing for pictures. All the while, Persephone crept along the walkway and entered the Acropolis unseen. She bolted for the elevators, keeping her head down as she waited with a group of people. She knew they were staring, but it didn't matter. She was inside, she had avoided the crowd, and now she could get to work. When she arrived on her floor, the new receptionist, Helen, greeted her. She had replaced Valerie, who had moved up a few floors to work for Oak and Eagle Creative, Zeus's marketing company. Helen was younger than Valerie and still in school, which meant she was eager to please and cheery. She was also very beautiful, with eyes as blue as sapphires, cascading blonde hair, and perfect pink lips. Mostly, though, she was just really nice. Persephone liked her. Good morning, Persephone, she said in a sing-song voice. I hope getting here wasn't too difficult for you. No, not difficult at all. She managed to keep her voice even. That was probably the second worst lie she had ever told, next to the one where she promised her mother she'd stay away from Hades. Thank you, Helen. You have already received several calls this morning. If they were about a story I thought you'd be interested in, I transferred them to voicemail. But if they called to interview you, I took a message. She held up a ridiculous stack of colorful sticky notes. Do you want any of these? Persephone stared at the stack of notes. No, thank you, Helen. You really are the best. She grinned. Just as Persephone started toward her desk, Helen called out to her, Oh, and before you go, Dimitri has asked to see you. Dread grew heavy and hard in her stomach, as if someone had dropped a stone straight down her throat. She swallowed, managing to smile at the girl. Thank you, Helen. Persephone crossed the workroom floor, flanked by perfectly lined desks, stowed her things, and grabbed a cup of coffee before approaching Dimitri's office. She stood in the doorway, not ready to call attention to herself. Her boss sat behind his desk looking at his tablet. Dimitri was a handsome, middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow. He liked colorful clothing and patterned neckties. Today he wore a bright red shirt and a blue bow tie with white polka dots. A stack of newspapers lay on the desk in front of him, bearing headlines like, "Is Lord Hades in a relationship with a mortal?" "Journalist caught kissing god of the dead." "Mortal who slandered king of the underworld in love?" Dmitri must have felt her staring, because he finally looked up from his tablet. The article he was reading reflected off his black-framed glasses. She noted the title. It was another piece about her.
"Persephone, please, come in. Close the door."
That stone in her stomach was suddenly heavier. Shutting herself in Dimitri's office was like walking right back into her mother's greenhouse. Anxiety built, and she felt fear at the thought of being punished. Her skin grew hot and uncomfortable. Her throat constricted, her tongue thickened. She was going to suffocate. This is it, she thought. He is going to fire me. She found herself frustrated that he was drawing it out. Why invite her to sit, act like it had to be a conversation? She took a deep breath and sat on the edge of her chair. "What did you do?" she asked, glancing at the pile of newspapers. "Pick one up on every block?"
"Couldn't help it," he said, smirking. "The story was fascinating."
Persephone glared. "Did you need something?" she asked finally, hoping to change the subject, hoping that the reason he called her into his office had nothing to do with this morning's headlines.
"Persephone,"
Dmitri said, and she cringed at the gentle tone his voice had taken. Whatever was coming, it wasn't good.
"You have a lot of potential, and you have proven you're willing to fight for the truth, which I appreciate."
He paused, and her body stayed tense, preparing for the blow he was about to deliver. "But," she said, guessing the direction of this conversation. Dmitri looked even more sympathetic.
"You know I wouldn't ask if I didn't have to," he said.
She blinked, brows furrowing. "Ask what?"
"For an exclusive on your relationship with Hades."
The dread crawled up her stomach and spread, sizzling in her chest and lungs, and she felt the heat abruptly leave her face. "Why do you have to ask?" Her voice was tight, and she tried to stay calm, but her hands were already shaking and squeezing her coffee cup. "You said you wouldn't ask if you didn't have to." She stopped him. She was tired of him saying her name, tired of how long it was taking him to get to the point. "So why are you asking?"
"It came from the top," he answered. "It was very clear that you either offer us your story or you don't have a job here anymore."
"The top?" she echoed, and paused for a moment, searching for a name. After a moment, it came to her. "Kal Stavros?" Kal Stavros was immortal. He was the CEO of Epic Communications, which owned New Athens News. Persephone didn't know much about him, except that he was a tabloid favorite, mostly because he was beautiful. His name literally meant crowned the most beautiful. Why would the CEO request an exclusive?
"It's not every day the girlfriend of the god of the dead works for you," Dmitri said. "Everything you touch will turn to gold."
"Then let me write something else," she said. "I have a voicemail and an inbox full of leads." It was true. The messages had started pouring in the moment she published her first article on Hades. She'd slowly been sorting through them, organizing them into folders based on the god they criticized. She could write about any Olympian, even her mother.
"You can write something else," Dmitri said, "but I'm afraid we'll still need that exclusive."
"You can't be serious," was all she could think to say. But Dimitri's expression told her otherwise. She tried again. "This is my personal life." Her boss's eyes dropped to the stack of papers on his desk.
"And it became public."
"I thought you said you would understand if I wanted to cease writing about Hades." She noted that Dimitri's shoulders fell, and it made her feel better that he was at least a little defeated by this, too.
My hands are tied, Persephone,
he answered. There was a stretch of silence, and then she asked, "That's it? I have no say in this?"
You have your choices. I need the article by next Friday.
That was it. She was dismissed. She stood and made her way back to her desk and sat. Her head spun as she thought of ways to get out of this situation, other than writing the article or quitting. Working for New Athens News had been her dream since she decided to go into journalism her freshman year of college. She believed completely in their mantra of telling the truth and exposing injustice. Now she wondered if all of that was just a lie. She wondered what Hades would say if she told him that the CEO of Epic Communications had demanded a story on them, but also recognized that she didn't want Hades to fight her battles. She also despised the fact that she knew they would listen to Hades because of his status as an ancient Olympian, and not her, someone they presumed was a mortal woman. No, she would figure this out on her own, and she was certain of one thing. Khal would regret his threat. Persephone didn't look up from her computer after leaving Dimitri's office. Despite how focused she appeared, she was aware of their curious stares. They felt like spiders skittering across her skin. She focused harder, combing through hundreds of messages in her inbox and listening to voicemails from people who had a story for her. Most were about how Zeus and Poseidon had turned their mother/sister/aunt into a wolf/swan/cow for nefarious reasons. And Persephone found herself wondering how Hades was related to the two. Lexa checked in during lunch, sending a text. "You doing okay?" "No, things got worse," Persephone texted back. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark? "I'll tell you later. Too much to text." "Want to get drunk?" Lexa asked. She laughed. "We have to work tomorrow, Lex." "I'm just trying to be a good friend." Persephone smiled and admitted, "Maybe a little drunk then. Plus, we need to celebrate your first day with the Cypress Foundation. How's it going?" "Amazing," Lexa replied. "There is a lot to learn, but it's going to be amazing." Persephone managed to avoid Dimitri for the rest of the day. Helen was the only one who engaged her in conversation, and that was to tell her she had mail, which included a pink envelope. When Persephone opened it, she found it full of crudely cut paper hearts. "Did you see who put this in my mailbox?" she asked Helen. There was no return address and no stamp. Whoever sent it hadn't mailed it. The girl shook her head. "It was there this morning." Weird, she thought, tossing the mess into the garbage. At the end of the day, Persephone took the elevator to the first floor and found the crowd still outside. She considered her options. She could just exit through the front and brave the mob. Security would give her escort, but only as far as the pavement, unless she called Antony for a ride. She knew the Cyclops was willing enough, but his loyalty to her would wane if he saw these people were still waiting for her to leave work. And she really, really didn't want an Aegis. There was also the slight chance that her magic would respond if challenged, and she wasn't willing to risk exposing herself, which also ruled out teleportation. That left her with only one other option, finding another way out of the building. There were other exits. It was just a matter of finding one that wasn't being stalked by rabid fans. She sounded paranoid, but she was informed. Admirers of gods would do anything for a glimpse, a touch, a taste of the divine, and that included their significant others. She turned and set off down the hallway, away from the masses, in search of another exit. She considered leaving through the parking garage, but didn't like the possibility of being cornered by a bunch of strangers in a place that was dark and smelled like oil and piss. Maybe a fire exit, she thought, even if it set off an alarm. The doors weren't accessible from the outside, so it was unlikely anyone would wait by one. Excited by the idea of getting home and spending the evening with Lexa after this stressful day, she quickened her pace. Rounding a corner, she slammed into a body. She didn't look up to see who it was, fearing they might recognize her. "Sorry," she muttered, pushing away and hurrying for the exit ahead.
"I wouldn't go out that door if I were you."
A voice stopped her just as her palms touched the metal handle. She turned, meeting a pair of gray eyes. They were housed in the thin, handsome face of a man with a mop of unruly hair, sharp cheekbones, and full lips. He was dressed in a gray janitor's jumpsuit. She had never seen him before. "Because the door has an alarm?" she asked.
"No,"
he answered.
"Because I just came in that door. And if you're the woman that's been in the news the last 3 days, I think the people outside are there for you."
She sighed, frustrated, and added in a desolate tone, "Thanks for the warning." She started down the adjoining hallway when the man called to her.
"If you need help, I can get you out of here."
Persephone was skeptical. "How, exactly?" The corners of his lips lifted, but it was like he had forgotten how to smile.
"You're not going to like it."
Chapter 3. A Touch of Injustice. He was right. She hated it. "I'm not getting in that thing." That thing was a tilt truck full of garbage. She was wrong when she said she didn't want the smell of oil and piss. She'd take it, so long as it didn't mean bathing in rancid trash. The janitor led her to the basement, a trek that had her feeling uneasy and clutching her apartment keys tight. This is how people are murdered, she thought, and then quickly reminded herself that she watched too much true crime. The basement was full of various things, extra furniture and artwork, a laundry room, an industrial kitchen, and a maintenance room where she stood now, staring at her getaway vehicle, as the man had started to refer to it. He seemed pretty amused now.
"It's either this or you walk out the door,"
he said.
"Your choice."
"How do I know you won't wheel me into that waiting crowd?"
"Look, you don't have to get in the cart. I just thought you might like to go home sometime tonight. As for me outing you, I'm not really interested in seeing anyone get hurt for their association with the gods."
There was something in the way he spoke that made her think he'd been wronged by them. But she didn't press. She stared at him for a moment, biting her lip. "Okay, fine," she grumbled finally. The man helped her into the cart, and she settled into the space he'd created for her. Holding a bag of trash aloft, he looked at her questioningly.
"Ready?"
"As ready as I'll ever be," Persephone said. He arranged the bags over her, and suddenly she was in the dark and the cart was moving. The rustle of plastic grated against her ears, and she held her breath so she didn't have to smell rot and mold. The contents of the bags dug into her back, and each time the wheels hit a crack in the floor, the cart jostled, and the plastic grazed her like snake skin. She wanted to vomit, but held it together.
"This is your stop,"
she heard the janitor say, lifting the bags he used to hide her. Persephone was greeted by a blast of fresh air as she rose from the dark pit. The man helped her out, awkwardly grasping her waist to set her on her feet. The contact made her cringe, and she stepped away unsteady. He had taken her to the end of an alleyway that led out onto Pegasus Street. From here, she could get to her apartment in about 20 minutes. "Thank you," she said. What was your name?"
"Pirithous,"
he supplied and held out his hand. "Pirithous," she took his hand. "I'm Persephone. I guess you already knew that." He ignored her comment and just said,
"It's nice to meet you, Persephone."
"I owe you for the getaway car."
"No, you don't,"
he said quickly.
"I'm not a god. I don't extract a favor for a favor."
He definitely has a history with the divine, she thought, frowning. "I just meant that I would bring you cookies." The man offered a dazzling smile, and in that moment, beneath the exhaustion and the sadness, she thought she could see the person he used to be. "See you tomorrow?" she asked. He gave her the strangest look, chuckling a little, and said,
Yeah, Persephone. I'll see you tomorrow.
By the time Persephone arrived home, the apartment smelled like popcorn, and Lexa's music blared throughout the house. It wasn't the kind you could dance to. It was the kind that could summon clouds and rain and darkness. The music cast its own spell, drawing on darker thoughts. Revenge against Kalstavros. Lexa was waiting in the kitchen. She had already changed into her pajamas, a set that showed off her tattoos, the phases of the moon on her bicep, a key wrapped in hemlock on her left forearm, an exquisite dagger on her right hip, and Hecate's wheel on her left upper arm. Her thick black hair was piled on top of her head. She had a bottle of wine in hand and 2 empty glasses waiting. "There you are," Lexa said, pinning Persephone with those piercing blue eyes. She indicated to the bottle of wine. "I got your favorite." Persephone smiled. "You're the best. I thought I was going to have to file a missing persons report." Persephone rolled her eyes. "I'm only 30 minutes late." "And not answering your phone," Lexa pointed out. She'd been so distracted trying to get out of the Acropolis and make it home unnoticed, she hadn't even bothered to retrieve her phone from her purse. She did so now, and found 4 missed calls and several texts from Lexa. Her best friend had started by asking if she was on her way, if she was okay, and then resorted to sending random emojis just to get her attention. "If you really thought I was in trouble, I doubt you'd have sent me 1,000,000 emojis." Lexa smirked as she uncorked the wine. "Or I cleverly thought to annoy your kidnapper." Persephone took a seat opposite Lexa at the kitchen bar and sipped her wine. It was a rich and flavorful Cabernet, and it instantly took the edge off her nerves. "Seriously, though, you can't be too careful. You're famous now." "I'm not famous, Lex." Did you read any of the news articles I sent you? People are obsessed." "Hades is famous, not me." "And you by association," she argued. "You're all anyone at work wanted to talk about today. Who you were, where you were from." Persephone groaned. "You didn't say anything about me, did you?" It was no secret that Lexa was Persephone's best friend. "You mean that I've known you've been sleeping with Hades for about 6 months and that you're a goddess masquerading as a mortal?" Lexa's tone was light. "I haven't been sleeping with Hades for 6 months." Persephone felt the need to defend herself. It was Lexa's turn to narrow her eyes. "Okay, 5 months then." Persephone glared. "Look, I'm not blaming you. There are few women who wouldn't jump at the chance to sleep with Hades." "Thanks for the reminder," Persephone shot back, rolling her eyes. "It's not like he will. It's his fault your relationship is such big news anyway. As far as the media is concerned, you are his first serious partner." Except the reality was much different, and while Persephone knew there had been other women in Hades' life, she didn't know the details. She wasn't sure she wanted to. She thought of Minthy and shuddered. Persephone took a sip of her wine. "I want to talk about you. How was your first day?" "Oh, Persephone," she gushed. "It really is a dream. Did you know the Halcyon Project is projected to treat 5,000 people in its first year?" She didn't, but that was amazing. "And Hades gave me a tour and introduced me to everyone." Persephone couldn't really explain how that made her feel, but it didn't feel good. The best way to explain it was she felt embarrassed. She felt like she should have known Hades was going to be there on Lexa's first day, but the god of the dead hadn't said anything about that this morning when he helped her get ready. "That was nice of him," she commented distractedly. "Apparently he does it for every new employee. I mean, I knew Hades wasn't like other gods, but to greet his staff the way he did?" Lexa shook her head. "It's just so evident he loves you." Persephone's gaze rose to meet hers. "Why do you say that?" "Everywhere I looked today, I could see how he was inspired by you." Persephone knitted her brows. "What do you mean?"
Lexa shrugged. It's a little hard to explain. He just uses some of the words you use when he talks about helping people. He talks about hope and forgiveness and second chances. The more Alexa talked, the more pressure Persephone felt in her chest. Her best friend giggled. Then there are the physical things. Persephone raised a brow, and Lexa burst into laughter. No, not that. Physical things like pictures. Pictures? It was Lexa's turn to look confused. Yeah, he had pictures of you in his office. Didn't you know that? No, she didn't know Hades had an office at the Cypress Foundation, much less pictures of her. Where did he get pictures of her? She didn't have pictures of him. Suddenly, Persephone wasn't interested in talking about this anymore. Can I ask you something? Lexa said. Persephone waited and sort of dreaded the question. You've always wanted notoriety for your work, so what's the problem with all this attention? Persephone sighed. I want to be respected in my field, she said. Now I just feel like a possession of Hades. Every article is Hades this and Hades that. No one even uses my name. They call me mortal. They would use your name if they knew you were a goddess, Lexa supplied. And I would have recognition for my divinity and not my work. What's so wrong about that? She asked. You might be known for your divinity initially, but it could lead to being known for your work. Persephone couldn't explain why it was important for her to be known for writing. It just was. She'd spent her whole life being horrible at the one thing she was born to be, and despite that not being her fault, she'd worked really hard in college. She wanted someone to see that hard work, and not just because she wrote about and dated Hades. If I were you, I'd leave this life without a second thought, Lexa said. Persephone blanched, surprised. It's way more complicated than that, Lex. What's so complicated about immortality and wealth and power? Everything, Persephone wanted to say. Instead, she asked, is it really so wrong to want to live an unassuming mortal life? No, except that you also want to date Hades, Lexa pointed out. I can have both, she argued. She'd had both until a few days ago. That was when Hades was your secret, Lexa said. And even though she and Hades had neither confirmed nor denied media speculation, she was going to have to reveal her relationship if she wanted to keep her job. Persephone frowned. Hey, Lexa said, pouring more wine into Persephone's glass. Don't worry about it too much. Pretty soon they'll become obsessed with some other god and some other mortal. Maybe Sybil will decide she actually loves Apollo. Persephone wasn't so sure about that. The last time they'd talked about it, Sybil had expressed that she wasn't interested in a relationship with the god of music. I'm going to shower, Persephone said. The thought of scalding hot water sounded better and better. She didn't want to feel this day on her skin any longer. Not to mention, she still felt like she was surrounded by trash. When you're finished, we'll watch a movie, Lexa said. Persephone took her wine and purse into the bedroom. Dropping her bag on the bed, she moved into the bathroom and turned on the shower. As the water heated, she sipped on her wine before setting the glass aside so she could unzip her dress. She paused when she felt Hades' magic surround her. It was a distinct feeling, a tinge of winter on the air. She closed her eyes and prepared to vanish. It wouldn't be the first time Hades had taken her to the underworld without any notice. But instead, a hand touched beneath her chin and lips closed over hers. He kissed her like they hadn't made love into the early hours of the morning. And when he pulled away, Persephone was breathless, the stress of her day forgotten. Hades' palm was warm against her cheek, and he brushed her lips with his thumb, dark eyes searching. Troubled, darling. She narrowed her gaze, suspicious. You followed me today, didn't you?
Hades didn't even blink.
Why would you think that?
You insisted Antony take me to work this morning, most likely because you already knew what the media was reporting. Hades shrugged.
I didn't want to worry you.
So you let me walk into a mob? He raised a knowing brow.
Did you walk into that mob?
You were there, she accused. I thought we agreed. No invisibility.
I wasn't, he answered. Hermes was.
Damn you, Hermes. She'd forgotten to extract a promise from the god of mischief not to tell Hades about the crowd. He'd probably waltzed into Nevernight with a smile on his face to report what happened.
You could always teleport, Hades offered. Or I can provide an Aegis.
I don't want an Aegis, she stopped him. And I'd rather not use magic, not in the upper world.
Unless you're exacting revenge?
That's not fair. You know my magic has become more and more unpredictable, and I'm not eager to be exposed as a goddess.
Goddess or not, you are my lover.
She didn't mean to, but she wasn't a fan of that word. She stiffened, and she knew by the way Hades' eyes narrowed, he had noticed. He continued.
It is only a matter of time before someone with a vendetta against me tries to harm you. I will keep you safe.
Persephone shivered. She hadn't thought about that. You really think someone would try to harm me?
Darling, I have judged human nature for a millennium. Yes.
Can't you, I don't know, erase people's memories? Make them forget about all of this? She waved her hand between them.
It is too late for that.
He paused a moment and then asked,
What is so terrible about being known as my lover?
Nothing, she said quickly. It's just that word.
What's wrong with lover?
It sounds so fleeting, like I am nothing but your sex slave. One corner of his lips curled.
What am I to call you, then? You have forbidden the use of my queen and my lady.
Titles make me uncomfortable, she said. She wasn't sure how else to explain why she'd asked him not to call her my queen or my lady, but it added up to the fact that they were two labels she could get used to, and that meant she was setting herself up for potential disappointment. The thoughts made her guilty, but the echoes of the heartbreak she'd experienced while they were separated made her cautious. It's not that I don't want to be known as your lover, but there has to be a better word.
Girlfriend?
Hades supplied. She couldn't suppress the laugh that tore from her throat.
What's wrong with girlfriend?
He asked, glowering. Nothing, she said quickly. It just seems so insignificant. Their relationship was too intense, too passionate, too ancient for her to merely be his girlfriend. But maybe that was just how she felt. The tension eased from Hades' features, and he drew his finger under her chin.
Nothing is ever insignificant when it comes to you, he said.
They stared at each other, and the air was heavy. Persephone itched to reach for him, to bring his lips to hers, to taste him. All she had to do was close the gap between them, and they would ignite, fall so deep into their passion nothing would exist beyond their skin. A knock at her door tore her from her thoughts and sent her heart into a frenzy. "Persephone, I'm ordering pizza. Any requests?" Lexa called. She cleared her throat. No, whatever you order is fine," she replied through the door. "So, pineapple and anchovies. Got it." Her heart was still hammering in her chest. There was a long pause on the other side of the door, and for a moment Persephone thought Lexa had left, until she asked, "Are you okay?" Hades chuckled and leaned in, pressing his lips against her skin. Persephone exhaled, her head rolling back.
Yes.
Another long pause.
Did you even hear what I'm going to order?
Just get cheese, Lexa.
Okay, I'm on it.
Persephone could tell by the tone of her voice she was smiling. Persephone pushed against Hades' chest and met his gaze. You shouldn't laugh.
Why not? I can hear your heart beating. Are you afraid to be caught with your boyfriend?
Persephone rolled her eyes. I think I preferred lover. His laugh was a deep rumble.
You are not easy to please.
It was her turn to smile. I would give you the chance, but I'm afraid I don't have time. Hades' eyes darkened, and his hold on her tightened.
I don't need a lot,
he said, hands twining in her dress as if he wished to rip it from her body.
I could make you come in seconds. You won't even have to get undressed.
She almost took the bait and challenged him to prove it. But then she remembered how he'd left her in the dining room the day before, and despite returning and making up for it, she wanted to punish him. I'm afraid seconds will not do, she said. I'm owed pleasure, hours of it.
Allow me to give you a preview, then.
He held her close, his arousal pressing into her softness, but she kept him at a distance, palms pressed against his hard chest. Perhaps later, she offered. He smiled.
I'll take that as a promise.
With that, he vanished. Persephone showered and changed. When she left the room, Lexa was curled up on the couch. Persephone sat beside her, sharing Lexa's blanket and the popcorn. What movie are we watching?
Persephone and Thisbe,
she answered. It was a movie the pair had watched over and over, an ancient tale about forbidden love retold in modern times. I'm just glad you didn't say Titans After Dark.
Hey, I like that show.
The way they portray the gods is totally inaccurate.
We know, Lexa said. They don't do Hades justice. But if he has a problem with it, tell him it's his own fault. He's the one who refused to be photographed. Well, until recently.
They started the movie, and it opened by introducing the feuding families, locked in a war for territory. Pyramus and Thisbe were young and eager for fun. They met at a club, and under those fierce and hypnotic lights, they fell in love, later learning they were sworn enemies. They were in the middle of a tense scene between the families, the one where Thisbe's brother dies, shot and killed by Pyramus, when the doorbell rang, surprising Persephone and Lexa. They exchanged a look.
It's probably the pizza guy,
Lexa said. I'll get it. Persephone was already throwing off the blanket. Pause the movie.
You've seen this 100 times.
Pause it, she threatened playfully, or I'll turn you into basil. Lexa cackled, but paused the movie.
That actually might be cool.
Persephone opened the door. Sybil! She smiled wide, but excitement quickly gave way to suspicion. Something was wrong. Even dressed in pajamas and sporting a topknot, the blonde was a beauty. She stood under the pallid porch light, looking exhausted and like she'd been crying. Mascara streaked down her face. Can I come in? It sounded like she had something stuck in her throat.
Yeah, of course. Is it the pizza?
Lexa called, walking into view. Sybil! That was when the girl burst into tears. Lexa and Persephone exchanged a look and quickly wrapped their arms around her as she sobbed. It's okay, Persephone whispered, attempting to soothe her. She thought she could sense Sybil's pain and confusion, something she had never perceived in another person before. The emotions were like shadows grazing her skin, flutters of sadness, strikes of jealousy, and an endless cold. Strange, Persephone thought. She pushed the feelings down, quashing them to focus on Sybil. The three stood like that for a while, embracing one another in a tight circle, until Sybil began to collect herself. Lexa was the first to break form and poured Sybil a glass of wine while Persephone directed her to the living room and gave her a box of tissues. I'm so sorry, she finally managed to say. accepting the wine with shaking hands.
I had no other place to go.
You're always welcome, Persephone said.
What happened? Lexa asked.
Her mouth quivered, and it took her a few moments to speak.
I'm not an oracle anymore.
What? Lexa asked. How can you not be an oracle anymore? Sybil had been born with certain prophetic gifts, including divination and prophecy. Persephone also knew that Sybil could see the threads of fate, which she had referred to as colors when she'd told Persephone she and Hades were meant to be together. Sybil cleared her throat and took a deep breath, but even as she spoke, her voice broke.
I told myself I wouldn't cry over this anymore.
Sybil, Persephone reached for her hand.
Apollo fired me and took my gift of prophecy away, she explained.
She laughed humorlessly, wiping her eyes as more tears slid down her cheeks.
Turns out you can't continue to reject a god without consequences.
Persephone couldn't believe what she was hearing. She recalled Sybil's comments about her relationship with Apollo. Everyone, even her close friends Xeres and Arrow, had assumed they were lovers. But Sybil had told her and Lexa that she wasn't interested in a relationship with the god of the music.
He wanted more from me than friendship, and I refused. I'd heard about his previous relationships. All of them ended in disaster. Daphne, Cassandra, Hyacinthos.
Let me get this straight, Persephone said. This godchild got a little pissy because you wouldn't date him and took your power away? Shh. Sybil looked around, clearly afraid Apollo would appear and smite them.
You can't say things like that, Persephone.
She shrugged. Let him try to take revenge.
You are fearless because you have Hades, she said. But you forget. Gods have a habit of punishing those you care for most.
Sybil's words made her frown, and she suddenly felt less confident.
So you don't have a job anymore?
Lexa asked. Because of her gift, Sybil had been enrolled at the College of the Divine. There she'd learned to hone her power, and had been chosen by Apollo specifically to become his public relations manager. Without her gift, the job Sybil had spent the last 4 years training for was not attainable. Even if she had retained her powers, Persephone wasn't sure anyone would hire a disgraced oracle, especially one Apollo had fired. Apollo was the golden god. He'd been named Delphi Divine's God of the Year 7 years in a row, only losing the title once after Zeus struck the magazine's building with lightning in protest. He can't do that, Persephone exploded. She didn't care how beloved the god of music was. He didn't deserve that respect if he punished people just because they didn't want to date him.
He can do anything, Sybil said. He's a god.
That doesn't make it right, she argued.
Right, wrong, fair, unfair. It's not really the world we live in, Persephone. The gods punish.
Those words made Persephone shudder. And the worst part was she knew it was true. The gods used mortals as their playthings and cast them aside when they got angry or bored. Life was nothing to them because they had eternity.
I wouldn't even mind being fired, but who will hire me now?
Sybil said, her voice desolate.
I just don't know what to do. I can't go home. My mother and father disowned me when I applied for the College of the Divine.
You can work with me, Lexa offered, looking at Persephone as if to say, can't she? I'll ask Hades, Persephone promised. I'm sure they can use more help at the Foundation. And you can stay with us, Lexa added, until you are on your feet again. Sybil looked skeptical.
I don't want to inconvenience you,
Lexa scoffed. You would not be an inconvenience. You can keep me company while Persephone's in the underworld. Hell, you can probably have her room. It's not like she's here most nights anyway. Persephone gave Lexa a playful push, and Sybil laughed. I don't want your room. You might as well crash there. Lexa's not wrong. Of course I'm not wrong,
If I was sleeping with Hades, I wouldn't be in my room either. Persephone reached for a pillow and smacked Lexa. It was the wrong thing to do. Lexa shrieked like a banshee and reached for a cushion, swinging wildly. Persephone dodged the blow, which left Sybil to take the brunt of it. Lexa dropped the pillow. "Oh, my gods, Sybil, I am so sorry." But Sybil took up a pillow, too, and smashed it into the side of Lexa's face. It wasn't long before the three were locked in battle, chasing one another around the living room, delivering and taking hits until they collapsed in a heap on the couch, breathless and giggling. Even Sybil seemed to be enjoying herself, the last few hours of her life momentarily forgotten. She sighed and said, "I wish all days were this happy." "They will be," said Lexa. "You live with us now." By the time the pillows were returned to their place, the pizza had arrived. The delivery guy apologized profusely and explained that traffic had been backed up due to protests. "Protests?" Persephone asked. "It's the impious," he said, "protesting the upcoming Panhellenic Games." "Oh." The impious were a group of mortals who rejected the gods, choosing fairness, free will, and freedom over worship and sacrifice. Persephone wasn't all that surprised that they'd showed up to protest the games, but it was kind of unexpected, given that the impious had kept a low profile for the last few years. She really hoped they stuck to peaceful protesting and didn't escalate. A lot of people would be out and about for the festivities, Persephone, Lexa, and Sybil included. The girls settled down to finish their movie, ate pizza, and kept their distance from topics that involved Apollo, though that didn't keep Persephone from trying to figure out how to help Sybil. Apollo's actions were unacceptable, and didn't she have an obligation to her readers to expose injustice, especially when it came to the gods? And maybe, if the story was good enough, she wouldn't need to write that exclusive. Hours later, Persephone was still awake and unable to move. Sybil's head rested in her lap, and Lexa snored, fast asleep on the couch opposite them. After a moment, Sybil shifted and spoke in a sleepy whisper. "Persephone, I want you to promise me you won't write about Apollo." Persephone froze for a moment, holding her breath. "Why not?" "Because Apollo isn't Hades," she answered. "He didn't care what people thought and was willing to listen to you. That's not Apollo. Apollo covets his reputation. It's as important to him as music." "Then he shouldn't have punished you," Persephone answered. She felt Sybil's hands curl into the blanket around them. "I'm asking you to not fight in my name. Promise." Persephone didn't respond. The problem was she was asking for a promise, and when a god promised, it was binding, unbreakable. It didn't matter that Sybil didn't know of Persephone's divinity. She couldn't do it. After a moment, Sybil looked up, meeting her gaze. "Persephone?" "I don't make promises, Sybil." The oracle frowned. "I was afraid you'd say that." Chapter 4. A Touch of Warning. Persephone lay awake, listening to Lexa's shallow snoring and Sybil's wheezing breath. It was 3 a.m, and she had to be up in 4 hours, but she couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened today. She considered the pros and cons of writing the exclusive Demetrian Call wanted. She supposed it was one way to control the information she released, except that she was being forced to offer up details of her personal life. Worse, they'd taken the choice away from her, and she hated that. But could she give up her dream job? She'd come to New Athens with dreams of freedom, success, and adventure. She'd had a taste of each, and just when she'd shook the chains of her mother's custody, she found herself shackled with another restraint. Would the cycle never end? Then there was Sybil.
Persephone couldn't let Apollo get away with his treatment of the oracle. She couldn't understand why Sybil didn't want her to write about the god of music. He needed to answer for his behavior. There was also a part of her that hoped an article about Apollo meant Dimitri and Kal would be less interested in the story of her relationship with Hades. Persephone sighed. Her head was so full of thoughts. Words piled up so high it felt like they were pushing against her skull. She stood quietly and teleported to the underworld, slipping into Hades' bedchamber. If anyone was going to ease the tension in her head, it was the god of the dead. She hadn't expected to find him asleep. She'd begun to suspect he rarely did, except when she was around. He lay partially covered by silk sheets, his muscled chest contoured from the firelight of the hearth. His arms were over his head, as if he'd fallen asleep stretching. She reached to touch his face, and was surprised when his hand bit down on her wrist. She yelped, more from fear than pain. Hades opened his eyes. "Fuck," he cursed. Sitting up lightning fast, he lessened his hold on her wrist and drew her to him. "Did I hurt you?" She would have answered, but he was pressing kisses to her skin, and each one sent a shock through her body. "Persephone?" He stared up at her, a myriad of emotions clouding his face. It was almost like he was despondent, his breath shallow and his brows drawn together. She smiled, pushing a piece of hair from his face. "I'm fine, Hades. You only scared me." He kissed her palm and held her tight against him as he laid down. "I did not think you would come to me tonight." She rested her head on his chest. He was warm and solid and right. "I can't sleep without you," she admitted, feeling completely ridiculous, but it was true. Hades' palms soothed, running up and down her back. Now and then he paused to squeeze her bottom. She wiggled against him, his erection growing harder between them. "That is because I keep you up so late." She sat up, straddling him, and laced her fingers through his. "Not everything is about sex, Hades." "No one said anything about sex, Persephone," he pointed out. She raised a brow and rolled her hips. "I don't need words to know you're thinking about sex." He chuckled, and his hands moved to her breasts. Her breath caught in her throat, and her fingers curled around his wrists like shackles. "I want to talk, Hades." He arched a perfect brow. "Talk," he said. "I can multitask. Or have you forgotten?" He rose into a sitting position and captured a nipple between his teeth, teasing her through her shirt. She wanted to give in and let him explore. Her hands, traitorous hands, slid around his neck and tangled into his hair. He smelled like warm spice, and she could practically taste his tongue, flavored with whiskey. "I don't think you can multitask this time," she said. "I know that look." Hades pulled away long enough to ask, "What look?" She took his head between her hands. She thought to keep him from distracting her with his mouth, but his hands were moving under her shirt, over her skin, making her shiver. "That look," she said, as if it explained everything. "The one you have now. Your eyes are dark, but there's something alive behind them. Sometimes I think it's passion, sometimes I think it's violence. Sometimes I think it's all of your lifetimes." His eyes glittered, and his hands fell to her thighs. "Hades," she hissed his name, and he covered her mouth with his, shifting so that she was beneath him. His tongue slipped into her mouth. She'd been right about how he would taste, smoky and sweet. She wanted more, and twined her arms around his shoulders and her legs around his waist. His lips left hers to explore the contours of her neck and breasts. Persephone tightened her hold around his waist to keep him from shifting lower. "Hades," she breathed. "I said I wanted to talk." "Talk," he said again. "About Apollo," she breathed. Hades froze, and he growled. It was an unnatural sound, and it sent a shiver down her spine. He pulled away completely, no longer touching her.
Tell me why the name of my nephew is upon your lips.
He's my next project. Hades blinked, and she was certain she saw violence in his eyes. She hurried to continue. He fired Sybil, Hades, for refusing to be his lover. He stared, and his silence was angry. His lips were set tight, and a vein pulsed in his forehead. He left the bed completely naked. For a moment, she watched him walk away, well-muscled ass and all. "Where are you going?" she demanded.
I can't stay in our bed while you talk about Apollo.
She didn't miss that he had called his bed our bed. That made her feel warm inside, except that she'd fucked it up by mentioning Apollo. She scrambled after him. "I'm only talking about him because I want to help Sybil." Hades poured himself a drink. "What he's doing is wrong, Hades. Apollo can't punish Sybil because she rejected him."
Apparently he can,
Hades said, taking a slow sip from his glass. "He has taken away her livelihood. She has nothing and will have nothing unless Apollo is exposed." Hades drained his glass and poured another. After a stretch of tense silence, he said,
You cannot write about Apollo, Persephone.
"I've told you before, you can't tell me who to write about, Hades." The god of the underworld sat his glass down with an audible click.
Then you should not have told me your plans,
he said. She guessed his next thought.
You shouldn't have mentioned Apollo in my bedchamber either.
His words fueled her anger, and she felt her power moving in her veins. "He won't get away with this, Hades." She didn't add that she really needed this story, that it would provide a diversion for what her boss really wanted, a story about them. Hades must have sensed the change in her power, because when he spoke again, his words were careful and calm.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but you aren't going to be the one to serve justice, Persephone.
Who, if not me? No one else is willing to challenge him. The public adores him. She didn't understand how they could love Apollo and fear Hades.
All the more reason for you to be strategic,
Hades reasoned.
There are other ways to have your justice.
Persephone wasn't sure she liked what Hades was insinuating. She glared at him. "What are you so afraid of? I wrote about you, and look at the good that came out of it."
I am a reasonable god, he said. Not to mention, you intrigued me. I do not want Apollo intrigued by you.
Persephone didn't care if Apollo became intrigued by her or not. The god of music wouldn't get anywhere with her. "You know I'll be careful," she said. "Besides, would Apollo really mess with what's yours?" Hades' lips thinned, and he held out his hand for her to take.
Come,
he said, sitting in a chair before the fire. She approached as if his words were magnetic and she were steel. Hades' fingers wrapped around hers, and he pulled her to him, her knees on either side of his thighs. Every curve melded to his hard frame. She kept his dark gaze as he spoke.
You do not understand the divine. I cannot protect you from another god. It is a fight you would have to win on your own.
Persephone's confidence wavered. There were a lot of rules that bound gods, promises and contracts and favors, and they all had one thing in common. They were unbreakable. "Are you saying you wouldn't fight for me?" Hades sighed and brushed his finger along her cheek.
Darling, I would burn this world for you.
He kissed her fiercely, violently, leaving her lips raw. When he broke away, she was breathless, and his hands were pressed so firmly into her skin it was like he was holding her bones.
I am begging you. Do not write about the god of music.
She found herself nodding, transfixed by the vulnerable look in Hades' dark eyes. He hadn't been near as desperate to stop her from writing about himself. "But what about Sybil?" she asked. "If I do not expose him, who will help her?" Hades' eyes softened.
"You cannot save everyone, my darling."
"I'm not trying to save everyone, just the ones who are wronged by the gods." He studied her for a moment, and then brushed a piece of her hair from her face.
"This world does not deserve you."
"Yes, they do," she answered. "Everyone deserves compassion, Hades, even in death."
"But you are not talking about compassion,"
he said, his thumb brushing her cheek.
"You are hoping to rescue mortals from the punishment of gods. It is as vain as promising to bring the dead back to life."
"Because you have deemed it so," she argued. Hades looked away, clenching his jaw. She had obviously struck a chord. Guilt made her stomach turn. She knew she was being unfair. The underworld had rules and a balance of power she didn't completely understand. She hadn't meant to upset him, but she really wanted change. She reached for him, guiding his eyes back to hers. "I won't write about Apollo," she said. He relaxed a little, but his face was still hard.
"I know you wish for justice, but trust me on this, Persephone."
"I trust you." His expression was blank, and it felt a little like he didn't believe her. That thought was fleeting as he lifted her into his arms, holding her gaze, and moving toward the bed. He sat her on the edge, helped her out of her clothes, and guided her to her back. He knelt between her legs, and his mouth descended, lapping at the tight bundle of nerves at the apex of her thighs. Persephone arched off the bed, her head digging into the mattress, her hands tangling in the sea of sheets around her. She struggled to catch her breath. "Hades!" Her cries seemed to have no effect on him as he kept his languorous, torturous pace. Soon his fingers parted her hot flesh, joining his tongue. He stroked and stretched her, moving in tandem with her breathing until she found release. When he was finished, he sat back on his heels, brought his fingers to his lips, and sucked them clean.
"You are my favorite flavor," he said. "I could drink from you all day."
Hades gripped her hips and pulled her toward him, sliding into her in one slick thrust. She felt him in her blood and bones and soul. The friction built inside her, and soon her moans turned to screams.
"Say my name,"
Hades growled. Persephone clutched the silk beneath her. The sheet stuck to her skin, her body warm with perspiration.
"Say it,"
he commanded. "Hades," she gasped.
"Again."
"Hades."
"Pray to me," he commanded. "Beg me to make you come."
"Hades." She was out of breath, her words barely formed. "Please." He thrust.
"Please what?"
Thrust. "Make me come." Thrust. "Do it," she screamed. They came together, and Hades collapsed on top of her, kissing her deeply, the taste of her still on his lips. After a moment, he gathered her into his arms and teleported to the baths where they showered and worshipped one another again. With an hour to spare before she had to be up, Persephone laid down to rest. Hades stretched out beside her, holding her close.
"Persephone,"
Hades spoke, the scruff of his beard tickling her ear. She was too tired to use words, eyes heavy with sleep.
"Speak another's name in this bed again, and know you have assigned their soul to Tartarus."
She opened her eyes. She wanted to look at him, to see the violence in his gaze and chase it. Why had this upset him so much? Did the god of the underworld, rich one, receiver of many, fear Apollo? After his warning, Hades relaxed, his breath growing even and calm. Reluctant to disturb his peace, she snuggled close and fell asleep. Chapter 5. royal treatment. Persephone relayed the disastrous conversation she'd had with Hades to Lexa at lunch the next day. They'd chosen a booth at the back of their favorite cafe, the Yellow Daffodil, that gave them relative privacy. Despite the roar of the restaurant, Persephone felt paranoid talking about Hades in public. She leaned over the table toward Lexa, whispering, "I've never seen him so unyielding, so obstinate. He was usually willing to at least hear her out. But from the moment Apollo's name had left her mouth, Hades had been finished with the conversation." "Hades has a point," Lexa said, leaning back in her chair, crossing her legs. Persephone looked at her best friend, surprised she would side with the god of the dead. "I mean, do you really think you can touch Apollo's reputation? He's the golden boy of New Athens." "An honor he doesn't deserve, considering how he treats the men and women he loves." "But what if people don't believe you, Persephone?" "I can't worry about whether or not people will believe me, Lex." The thought that Apollo's victims would be ignored because of his popularity infuriated her. But what enraged her more was that she knew Lexa was right. There was a chance no one would believe her. "I know, I'm just saying it might not play out like you think." Persephone frowned, confused by her friend's words. "And what do I think?" Lexa twisted her fingers together on the table in front of her and shrugged, finally lifting her gaze to Persephone's. Her eyes looked more vivid today, probably due to the smoky shadow she wore. "I don't know. I mean, you are literally hoping for reason from a god who can't take rejection. It's like you think you can magically change Apollo's behavior with some words." Persephone flinched and noticed that Lexa's eyes shifted to Persephone's shoulder. In her peripheral, she saw green, and when she looked, a thread of vines had sprouted out of her skin. Persephone clapped a hand over them. Of all the times her magic had responded to her emotions, it had never manifested like this. She pulled the vines free, and blood spilled down her arm. "Oh my gods!" Lexa shoved a wad of napkins into her hands, and Persephone pressed them against her shoulder. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Has this ever happened before?" "No," she said, peeling back the napkins to look at the wound the vines left behind. The gash was small, like she'd been scratched by a thorn, and the bleeding minimal. "Is that a goddess thing?" Lexa asked. "I don't know." She'd never seen her mother's powers manifest this way, or Hades, for that matter. Maybe it was just another example of how terrible she was at being a goddess. "Will you tell Hades?" The question surprised Persephone, and her gaze shot to Lexa's. "Why would I tell him?" She listed the reasons. "Because it's never happened to you before? Because it looks painful? Because it might have something to do with being the goddess of spring?" "Or it's nothing," Persephone said quickly. "Don't worry about it, Lex." A beat of silence passed between them, before Lexa reached a hand across the table to draw Persephone's attention. "You know, I'm just worried about you, right?" The goddess of spring sighed. "I know. Thank you." There was more silence, and then Lexa shrugged. "I guess none of this really matters. You already promised Hades you wouldn't write about Apollo, right?" Persephone was reluctant to meet Lexa's gaze. "Persephone, what about Sybil? Are we just supposed to let her suffer?" Persephone asked. "No, we're supposed to be her friends," Lexa said. "Which means I should do everything in my power to ensure Apollo is exposed." "It means you should do what Sybil wants you to do." Persephone frowned. Sybil wanted Persephone to leave this situation alone, but silence was part of the problem. How many people had been hurt by Apollo and not spoken up? "Are all the divine wired for revenge?" Lexa posed the question offhanded, as if she were asking it rhetorically, but it didn't sit well with Persephone. "What do you mean?" Lexa shrugged. "You all want to punish. Apollo wants to punish his lovers, so you want to punish him, and he will probably punish you for that. It's insanity." "I don't want to punish him," she said defensively. Lexa raised a brow. I don't. I want people to know they shouldn't trust him. Just like you wanted people to know not to trust Hades? That's different. It was true Persephone had started her series on Hades with the intention of exposing his unfair bargains with mortals. Over time, however, she'd learned his intentions were far more honorable than she'd originally assumed. Lexa sighed. Maybe, but isn't that what Hades was telling you? Apollo is willing to punish without a second thought. Persephone averted her gaze, frustrated, and Lexa's outstretched hand covered her own. I just want you to be careful. I know Hades will protect you, but I also know how hard it is for you to ask for help. Persephone managed a small smile. She knew Lexa was only speaking out of concern for her, but her best friend didn't know the whole story. She still hadn't told her about her boss's ultimatum. She felt like she was in a bargain with Hades again, faced with losing two things she valued most. Perhaps if she explained, Lexa would understand. But as she started to speak, they were interrupted by a stranger. You're Hades' girlfriend, aren't you? The voice startled them, and the question made Persephone cringe. A young woman had appeared beside their table. She wore a long shirt, tights, and boots. Her phone was in hand, and she was pulling at the elastic holding her hair in a top knot. Can I get a picture? The girl asked as she fluffed her hair and smoothed it over her shoulder. Sorry, no, Persephone said. I'm having lunch. It'll just take a second. She leaned in to take a selfie, her camera on. Persephone shifted away, holding out her hands to stop the girl. I said no. Just one, the girl attempted to bargain. What about no don't you understand? Persephone asked. The girl straightened and blinked at Persephone. Then her eyes narrowed. You don't have to be a bitch. It's just a picture. The girl lifted her phone and snapped a photo. Her outburst had drawn attention, and as Persephone watched her storm off, she noticed several customers had their phones pointed in her direction. She covered her face with her hand. Lexa leaned across the table. This would be a great time to use your powers for nefarious reasons. Didn't you just criticize my use of magic for punishment? Yeah, but she deserves it. She was an asshole. I think it's time to go, Persephone said, reaching for her purse. They left money on the table to cover their bill. Lexa looped her arm through Persephone's as they exited the cafe. The sidewalks were teeming with employees returning to work, tourists, and street vendors. It was a hot but cloudy day, and the air smelled like roasting chestnuts, cigarettes, and coffee. Do you have time to stop by the office? Lexa asked. I can give you a tour. Persephone checked her watch. She still had 30 minutes before she had to be back at the Acropolis. I'd love that. She wanted to see where Lexa worked, and, if she were being honest, explore. She'd felt embarrassed when Lexa had listed off facts about the Halcyon project, none of which she knew. Lexa officed out of a building called Alexandria Tower. It was the opposite of Nevernight, with an all-glass and white marble exterior. Lexa held the door open for Persephone. Like every place Hades occupied, the interior was luxurious. The floors were veined marble, the receptionist's desk a pool of black obsidian, and gold accents sparked amid the dark furniture. Persephone felt right at home. A nymph seated behind the reception desk stood quickly. Like all her kind, she was beautiful, all sharp angles and wide eyes. She was a woodland nymph, a dryad, evident by her almond-colored hair, mossy eyes, and the faint green tinge to her skin. These were the nymphs Persephone had spent the most time with growing up in the greenhouse. She'd never considered it before, but now she wondered if they were just as much prisoners of her mother as she was. Lady Persephone, the woman at the desk bowed. You honor us with your presence. Lexa giggled, and Persephone blushed. I've brought Persephone for a tour, Ivy. The dryad's eyes widened, and Persephone got the impression she didn't like being surprised. Oh,
Of course, Lady Persephone. First, can I get you anything? A glass of champagne or wine, perhaps?
Oh, no, thank you, Ivy. I have to return to work after this.
Let me make a few calls, she said. I'd prefer everything to be perfect when you go up.
It's all right, Ivy, Lexa said with a playful laugh. Persephone doesn't care.
The dryad paled. Several months ago, this behavior would have made Persephone uncomfortable. It still gave her anxiety, but she recognized it for what it was, a servant of Hades wishing to please. And Persephone didn't want to keep her from that, so she stepped in.
Take your time, Ivy, Persephone said. In the interim, a water would be nice.
The dryad smiled. Right away, my lady.
Persephone took a few steps away from the desk and swept the room. She loved the character of the building. It wasn't as modern as Nevernight, boasting antique accents like glass doorknobs, gold heating grates, and a radiator. A formal seating area was arranged in front of a set of large windows that overlooked the street. Persephone paused in front of it, admiring the busy cityscape on the other side.
I thought you weren't thirsty, said Lexa as she joined her by the window.
Persephone smiled and said, You can never have enough water.
Really, what was that? I could have had this tour underway.
The goddess sighed. I've learned a few things since being in the underworld, Lex. You see me as your best friend, so bringing me here means nothing but a bit of fun for you. But these people, they see me differently.
You mean they see you as the queen of the underworld?
She shrugged. That was definitely true of the residents of the underworld. They serve Hades, and no matter how much I argue, they seem to think they serve me by association. More than likely because they were ordered to, she thought. Being of service pleases them. The more I fight it, the more I offend, I think.
Lexa said after a moment, and when Persephone looked at her friend, she found her smiling mischievously.
What? Persephone asked, skeptical.
Nothing, Queen Persephone.
Persephone rolled her eyes, and Lexa laughed, turning away from the window. Ivy intercepted them, carrying a silver tray with 2 glasses of water.
Today's flavor is cucumber and ginger.
Persephone took the glass and a napkin. She knew the dryad would be eager to know if she liked the drink, so she sipped it immediately. Very refreshing, Ivy, thank you. The nymph beamed and then handed Lexa a glass. Ivy disappeared once more, and when she returned, she was still smiling, as if she were on a high.
They're ready for you, Lady Persephone, Lexa.
Persephone's stomach was suddenly in knots. She'd been able to handle this one interaction well, but would she do as well with more? Finally, Lexa said unceremoniously. As they ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, Persephone turned back to Ivy. Thank you, Ivy. I appreciate everything. She didn't look long enough to register the nymph's reaction as she followed Lexa up the stairs. What they found when they got there stopped them in their tracks. The hall was lined on either side with employees who had stepped out of their glass offices to greet Persephone. There was also a man taking photos.
Lady Persephone, it is an honor.
A woman approached. She was mortal and had a crown of black curls. She shook Persephone's hand.
I'm Katerina, director of the Cypress Foundation.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Persephone said.
Please allow me to tell you a few things about our progress. I'm sure you will be pleased.
Persephone exchanged a look with Lexa. Her lips were pinched together and her jaw clenched. This wasn't what her friend had imagined when she'd suggested a tour. Persephone tried to ignore the sudden guilt that came with this whole experience. All Lexa had wanted to do was show off her new workplace, neither of them expecting to be treated this way. They'd have been better off coming here after hours. Katerina narrated their walk, quoting some facts that Lexa had already shared. It was clear she had an elevator speech prepared for all situations.
We were very excited when the Halcyon project was announced, Katerina said. We've worked on several initiatives with Lord Hades, but never something quite like this.
Other projects? Persephone prompted. This was news to her. Katerina smiled. She seemed genuinely excited to have communicated something Persephone was unaware of, and explained. The Halcyon Project is just one of many initiatives under the Cypress Foundation. Tell me more. Well, there's Cerberus House, a non-profit for animals. The organization has founded 14 no-kill animal shelters in New Greece and pays for pet adoption fees. We're very excited to be opening a 15th location in Argos. There's also the Safe Haven Project, which helps families pay for funeral and burial costs. So far, we've aided over 300 families in their time of need. Persephone was speechless, and yet the woman kept going. Lord Hades' longest-running charity is Chariot, a fund that provides training for therapy dogs for children in need. She swallowed a lump in her throat. That's amazing. Her feelings were all over the place. She felt awe that Hades had started so many wonderful organizations, but frustrated and embarrassed that she didn't know about any of them. Why hadn't he told her? Why hadn't she stumbled across any of this during her research of the god of the dead? Gods, she looked like such a jerk, having written such slander about him. Maybe that's why so many of these people were eager to tell her about all his accomplishments, to further prove her wrong. Damn his humbleness. The tour continued a little while longer, and several introductions were made. Persephone met the people behind each of Hades' charity initiatives. At the end, Katerina turned and said, "If there's nothing else, I'd be happy to escort you downstairs, my lady." What about Hades' office? Luckily, Lexa intervened. I'll take it from here, Katerina. Persephone and I need to finalize some plans anyway. Oh, thank you so much, Katerina, Persephone said before the woman could protest. I'm very excited to tell Hades how wonderful you've been. That worked like a charm. Katerina smiled and gave a very flustered, Why, thank you so much, Lady Persephone. When they were alone, Lexa leaned forward. You want to see Hades' office? You know it. They giggled like schoolgirls as Lexa led her up a third flight of stairs. This floor was all dedicated office space, and Persephone and Lexa wound their way through a set of cubicles before reaching a row of offices at the back of the building. Here it is, Lexa said, gesturing to the space with her arms spread wide as she stepped inside. It was a glass box. Persephone hesitated at the door. It reminded her of her mother's home, and for a moment she had this strange feeling that this was all a well-orchestrated trap. Hades' desk sat before a lead-detailed window that made it appear like he was sitting upon a throne while he was at his desk. It was over the top and intimidating, and she would bet money he used this desk less than the one in his office at Nevernight. She stepped inside just as someone called for Lexa. Crap. She looked at Persephone. I'll be right back. Persephone nodded as her best friend disappeared. Her eyes dropped to Hades' desk. There were only two things on it, a vase of white narcissus and a picture of her. It was snapped in the underworld in one of Hades' gardens. She picked it up, wondering when he had taken it. Curious? Persephone jumped, dropping the frame. Before it could hit the ground, Hades caught it and returned it to its place. The goddess twisted toward him, bracing a hand on the desk. How did someone with such mass move so quickly, she thought. He stood close, his scent hitting her hard, and she was reminded of last night when he'd taken her to bed, claimed her, marked her, possessed her. She hadn't expected a simple conversation about Apollo to set him off, but it had, in ways she'd never imagined. How long have you been here? She breathed. One of Hades' powers was invisibility. It was possible he'd been in this office the whole time. Even more likely that he'd followed along on the tour without any of them knowing. Always suspicious, he said. Hades, she warned. Not long, he said. I received a frantic call from Ivy, who chastised me for not letting her know you were stopping by. Persephone's brows drew together. You have a phone? For work, yes.
he said.
Why didn't I know that?
He shrugged. If I want you, I will find you.
Still, Persephone didn't feel like that was a good enough reason for her to not know he had a phone. Or the million other things she didn't know about her lover.
You are displeased,
Hades said, and it wasn't a question. Persephone's gaze lifted to his again. You embarrassed me. It was Hades' turn to frown, and his eyes softened.
Explain.
I should not have to learn about all your charities through someone else, she said. I feel like everyone around me knows more about you than I do.
You never asked,
he said. Some things can be brought up casually, Hades. At dinner, for instance. Hi, honey, how was your day? Mine was good. The billion-dollar charities I own help kids and dogs and humanity. Hades was trying not to smile. Don't you dare. She pressed a finger to his lips. I am serious about this. If you wish for me to be seen as more than a lover, then I need more from you. History, an inventory of your life, something. Hades' eyes darkened, and he closed his fingers around Persephone's wrist. He kissed her fingers.
I'm sorry,
he said.
It did not occur to me to tell you. I have existed so long alone, made every decision alone. I am not used to sharing anything with anyone.
Persephone's gaze softened, and she pressed her palm to his face. Hades, you were never alone, and you certainly aren't alone now. She pulled her hand away. Now, what else do you own?
Lots of morgues,
he said. Persephone's eyes widened. You're serious?
I am the god of the dead,
he said. She couldn't help it. She smiled. Their gazes held for a moment. And then Hades prompted in a deep, sultry voice.
Tell me, what else can I share with you now?
Persephone glanced at the picture on his desk. Where did you get this? His eyes followed, and she knew it wasn't because he had to be reminded about the picture. He was taking his time answering.
I took it.
When?
Obviously, when you weren't looking,
he said, and she rolled her eyes at his humor. Why do you have pictures of me, and I do not have pictures of you? His eyes glittered.
I did not know you wanted pictures of me.
She scoffed. Of course I want pictures of you.
I may be able to oblige. What kind of pictures do you want?
She swatted his shoulder. You are insatiable.
And you are to blame, my queen, he said, and his lips traveled down her neck and along her shoulder. I'm glad you were here.
I couldn't tell, she replied, shivering.
I've wanted to pleasure you in this room, on this desk, since I met you. It will be the most productive thing that happens here.
His words were flames, and they ignited her. She swallowed thickly. You have glass walls, Hades.
Are you trying to deter me?
She narrowed her eyes and teased. Exhibitionist?
Hardly.
He leaned a little closer, and she felt his breath on her lips.
Do you really think I would let them see you? I am too selfish. Smoke and mirrors, Persephone.
She leaned into his heat. Then take me, she whispered. Hades growled and snaked an arm around her waist. When someone cleared their throat, they turned to find Lexa standing in the doorway. Hey, Hades, she said with a smile on her face. Hope you don't mind. I brought Persephone for a tour.
Hi, Lexa, he said, smirking. No, I don't mind at all.
Persephone gave a small laugh and stepped away from Hades' warmth. I have to get back to work, she said, meeting Lexa at the door of Hades' office. She turned to look at him. He was power, standing behind that desk, silhouetted by that beautiful glass. I'll see you tonight? He nodded once. As they returned to the first floor, Lexa said,
I know you'll go to the underworld on Friday for the weekend, but don't forget we're helping Sybil move Friday."
"Wouldn't miss it for the world," she said. The two hugged at the door. "Thanks for everything, Lex. I'm sorry you couldn't give me the tour yourself."
"I won't lie. It was weird seeing people fall all over themselves in your presence."
The two laughed together at that. It was strange, even to Persephone. But then Lexa said something that made Persephone's blood run cold.
"Imagine when they find out you're a goddess."
Persephone walked back to the Acropolis. This time, she begrudgingly made her way to the entrance between screaming fans who were kept at bay by a makeshift barrier security had put in place.
"Persephone! Persephone, look over here! How long have you been dating Hades? Will you write about other gods?"
She kept her head down and didn't answer any questions. By the time she made it inside, her body was vibrating. Her magic awakened from the surge of anxiety she'd felt being at the center of the crowd. She made a beeline for the elevators, all the while thinking about Lexa's last words before they'd parted at Alexandria Tower.
"Imagine when they find out you're a goddess."
She knew what that really meant. Imagine when you can no longer exist as you once did. Suddenly the elevator seemed too small, and just when she thought she couldn't take another breath, the doors opened. Helen popped up from behind her desk, smiling, oblivious to Persephone's internal battle. "Welcome back, Persephone." "Thanks, Helen," she said without much of a look in her direction. Despite this, Helen followed Persephone to her desk. As she stored her things, she found a white rose sitting on her laptop. Persephone picked it up, careful to avoid the thorns. "Where did this come from?" she asked. "I don't know," Helen said, frowning. "I didn't accept anything for you this morning." Persephone's brows knitted together. A red ribbon was tied around the stem, but there was no card attached. Maybe Hades had left it for her, she reasoned, and set it aside. "Do I have any messages?" Persephone assumed that was why Helen had escorted her back to her desk. "No," Helen said. That was unlikely. Persephone waited. "They can wait," Helen added. "Besides, they're all leads for other stories, and I know you're working on that exclusive—" Persephone's eyes must have flashed, because Helen stopped speaking. "How do you know about that?" Persephone's mood dampened. She'd never seen Helen stumble over her words before, but all of a sudden the girl couldn't speak, and she looked close to tears. "Who else knows?" Persephone asked. "No one," Helen finally managed. "I overheard. I'm sorry. I thought it was exciting. I didn't realize—" "If you overheard, you'd know it wasn't exciting. Not for me." There was silence, and Persephone looked at Helen. "I'm sorry, Persephone." She sighed and sat in her chair. "It's okay, Helen. Just don't tell anyone, okay? It might not happen." She hoped. Helen looked panicked. So she had heard a lot more than she was letting on. "But you'll be fired," she whispered fiercely. Persephone sighed. "Helen, I really need to get to work, and I think you do too." Helen paled. "Of course, I'm so—" "Stop apologizing, Helen," Persephone said, and then added as gently as she could, "You didn't do anything wrong." The blonde smiled. "I hope things get better, Persephone. I really do." After Helen returned to her desk, Persephone started research on Apollo and his many lovers. She realized she'd promised Hades she wouldn't write about the god of music, but that didn't mean she couldn't start a file on him, and there was no lack of information, especially from antiquity. Almost all the stories about Apollo and his relationships ended tragically for the other person involved. Of all his lovers, there were a few who stood out and illustrated his heinous behavior, in particular the stories of Daphne and Cassandra. Daphne was a nymph and swore to remain pure her whole life. Despite this, Apollo pursued her relentlessly, declaring his love for her as if that might sway her to change her mind. Left with no other options, and fearing Apollo, she asked her father, the river god Peneus, to free her from Apollo's relentless pursuit. Her father granted her request and turned her into a laurel tree. Laurel was one of Apollo's symbols, and now Persephone realized why. Gross. Cassandra, a princess of Troy, was given the power to see the future by Apollo, who hoped the gift would persuade her to fall in love with him. But Cassandra wasn't interested. Enraged, Apollo cursed her, allowing her to retain the power to see the future, but making it so that no one would believe her predictions. Later, Cassandra would foresee the fall of her people, but no one would listen. There were other ancient lovers: Coronis, Ocyroe, Sinope, Amphissa, Coronus, and Sibylla, and newer modern lovers: Acacia, Chara, Io, Lamia, Tessa, and Zeta. The research wasn't easy. From what Persephone understood, many of these women had tried to speak out against Apollo via social media, blogs, even going so far as to tell their story to journalists. The problem was no one was listening. She was so consumed by her research, a knock on her desk made her jump. Persephone found Dimitri standing in front of her.
"How's the article coming?"
he asked. She glared and answered in a crisp tone. "Coming?" Her boss frowned.
"You know, if I had a choice—"
"You have a choice," she said, cutting him off. "You just tell him no."
"Your job isn't the only one on the line."
"Then maybe that's a sign you should quit." Dimitri shook his head.
"You don't quit New Athens News without consequences, Persephone."
"I didn't know you were such a coward."
"Not everyone has a god to defend them."
Persephone flinched, but recovered quickly. She was really starting to hate that people assumed she would ask Hades to fight for her. "I fight my own battles, Dimitri. Trust me, this will not end well. People like Kal, they have secrets, and I'll dismantle him from the inside out." A glimmer of admiration sparked within Dimitri's eyes, but the words he spoke next were a threat to her foundation.
"I admire your determination, but there are some powers journalism cannot fight, and one of those is money."
Chapter 6. Lovers' Quarrel. On Friday, Persephone and Lexa found themselves standing outside an upscale penthouse in the Chrysos district of New Athens. They'd rented a giant moving truck that Lexa had managed to park crookedly on the sidewalk and street.
"This isn't what I had in mind when I said I wanted to party, Persephone,"
Hermes pouted beside them, the god dazzled in gold, looking very much out of place beside Lexa and Persephone, who wore yoga pants and sweatshirts. Persephone had penciled him in for Friday after he'd helped her get into the Acropolis, but that was before Apollo had fired Sibyl and took away her powers. "No one said you had to come," Persephone countered. The god of trickery had shown up at her apartment just as they were heading out to get the moving truck. He tried to argue that they had an agreement, a contract, and she couldn't back out, but Persephone shut that down. "One of my best friends was in an abusive relationship. She's getting out, and I'm going to be there for her. Now, you can either come with us or you can leave. Your choice." Hermes had chosen to come.
"We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your brother," Lexa said. "Blame him." "I'm not responsible for Apollo's choices," Hermes argued. "And don't pretend like this wouldn't be more fun with alcohol." "You're right," Lexa said. "Good thing I brought this." She withdrew a bottle of wine from inside a backpack she'd brought. "Give me that." Hermes snatched the bottle from her hands. Persephone's eyes widened. "Excuse me, aren't you driving tonight?" "Well, yeah, but that's for after." Except that somehow Hermes had already managed to open the bottle. "I hope you have more in that bag," the god replied, "because this one's for the present." Lexa snorted, and the door in front of them finally clicked. Sibyl's voice echoed through the intercom. "It's open. Come on up." Hermes started forward, but Persephone put her hand out to stop him. "You can get the dolly." Why do I have to get the dolly? I'm carrying the wine.
Persephone took the bottle. Now I'm carrying the wine. Dolly, now. Hermes' shoulders slumped as he relented and trudged toward the moving truck. He returned, wheeling the dolly. Lexa giggled.
You look awfully mortal, Hermes.
The god's eyes darkened.
Careful, mortal. I'm not above turning you into a goat for my own enjoyment. Your enjoyment? Lexa cackled. That would be the best thing that ever happened to me.
The three went up the elevator and were let out in the middle of Apollo's living room. Persephone wasn't sure how to feel at seeing the luxury Sybil had been living in the last few months since graduation. There was no denying being employed as an oracle was a lucrative job, and the goddess felt that seeing all this made Sybil's situation even worse. It made it tangible. She would be going from living in a high-rise penthouse with floor-to-ceiling windows, wood floors, stainless steel appliances, and the fanciest coffee machine Persephone had ever seen, to occupying her and Lexa's small apartment from now until the foreseeable future. Despite the extreme change in lifestyle, Sybil seemed in good spirits, almost as if moving out of this space was lifting a burden from her shoulders. She popped her head out of an adjoining room. Her blonde hair spilled over her shoulder in loose waves, her pretty, makeup-free face aglow. "In here, guys." They filed into her room. Persephone expected to find that it had more personality than the rest of the house, but she'd been wrong. Sybil's room was just as colorless. "Why is everything gray?" "Oh, well, Apollo doesn't like color," she said.
"Who doesn't like color?"
Lexa asked, plopping down on Sybil's bed.
"Apollo, apparently," said Hermes, falling on the bed beside Lexa. "We should trash the place before we leave. That would really piss him off."
Sybil paled, eyes widening. Persephone placed her hands on her hips. "You're the only one who would think that was funny, and the only one who would survive his wrath."
"You would too, Steffi. Hades would cut off Apollo's balls before he got within an inch of you. I'm tempted to do it just so I can watch."
"Hermes," Persephone said pointedly, "you are really not being helpful." The god pouted.
"I brought the dolly, didn't I?"
"And now you need to use it. Up, take these boxes down." Hermes grumbled but rolled off the bed, and Lexa followed. They stacked boxes on the dolly, and while Hermes took them down, Persephone and Lexa helped Sybil pack the rest of her life. Persephone enjoyed the task. Each box was a new challenge, and she liked to see just how much she could place in one box. When she was finished, she wrote a quick inventory on the side of the box to make unpacking easier. When Hermes realized what she was doing, he snorted, shaking his head. "What?" Persephone demanded.
"You're just as regimented as Apollo."
Persephone didn't like being compared to the god. "What do you mean?"
"Haven't you been paying attention to this place?" He looked around. "Everything in this place is arranged by type and color."
"I'm organized, Hermes, not neurotic."
"Apollo is disciplined. Ever since I've known him, he's been that way."
"If he's so disciplined, why is he so emotional?"
"Because Apollo takes pride in his routine, in the things he can create and execute, which means when he loses control, it's personal."
Hermes glanced at Sybil.
"Same goes for how he handles humans."
Once they were finished, Sybil left her key on the shiny granite countertop in Apollo's state-of-the-art kitchen, and the four piled into the moving van and left for the apartment. "You're not staying in the lines," Persephone said, holding onto the grab handle as Lexa drove down the street. "I can't see," Lexa complained, sitting up higher in the driver's seat.
"Maybe you shouldn't be driving," Hermes commented. "Does someone else want to drive?" she asked.
Everyone in the cabin was silent because none of them could drive. "Just keep a lookout for pedestrians," Persephone said.
"I'll give you 10 points if you hit someone," Hermes offered. "Is that supposed to entice me?" Lexa asked. Yeah, they're divine points." "What do divine points get me?" Lexa asked, as if she were seriously considering his offer. "A chance to be a goat," he answered. Persephone and Sybil exchanged a look. If you are wondering if I regret introducing them to each other, the answer is yes. Unloading Sybil's things took less than 30 minutes. Finding a place to put it was another story. They lined boxes up in the hallway, part of the living room, and Persephone's room, since she would probably spend most of her time in the underworld. Once they had everything moved, Hermes opened a bottle of champagne, grinning. "Time to celebrate." "Oops," Lexa said, snatching at the keys to the moving truck. "Before we start, I have to return this rental."
"I'll come with you," Persephone said.
"You just want me to drop you off at Nevernight?"
Persephone's cheeks turned crimson.
"You're leaving us?" Hermes asked. "What happened to sisters before misters?"
Persephone rolled her eyes. "Hermes, in case you haven't noticed, you're a mister."
"I can be a sister," he argued, more vehemently than she expected. "If you don't come back, can I sleep in your bed?" he called as she and Lexa left the apartment. Sybil's voice followed quickly.
"No, you don't. It's mine."
"I'll share."
"Sorry, Hermes, but I've had one too many gods try to sleep with me."
Lexa's driving was a little smoother on the way to Nevernight, until she parked, pressing on the brakes so hard Persephone's body strained against the seatbelt. Outside, Persephone saw Makonnen, an ogre Hades kept employed as a bouncer for Nevernight, engaged in an argument with a woman, which was nothing out of the ordinary. People often argued with Makonnen and the other bouncers, hoping for a chance to enter the club. "That doesn't look good," Lexa commented, nodding toward the two.
"No, it doesn't."
The girl had her finger pointed at the creature's chest. That was one of Makonnen's biggest pet peeves, and a good way to get banned from the club forever. Persephone sighed and reached over the console of the truck to hug Lexa.
"I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for the ride."
She climbed out of the moving van. As soon as her feet touched the sidewalk, a chorus of voices called her name, and a couple of people broke from the line, ducking under red velvet ropes to approach her. 2 ogres appeared from the shadowy entrance of Nevernight, flanking Persephone, and creating a barrier between her and the crowd, and she smiled at them.
"Hi, Adrian. Izio."
Their expressions were serious as they peered down at her and said, "Good evening, my lady." She realized she should have thought this through better, or at least called ahead to notify Hades' staff that she would be arriving soon. She could just see tomorrow's headline. Hades' lover arrives at Nevernight in rental truck, dressed in sweats. As she approached the entrance of the club, she overheard the woman.
"I demand to see him this instant."
Persephone remembered saying something very similar to another ogre when she'd first come to Nevernight. It did not go well, for the ogre mostly. He'd put his hands on Persephone, an offense Hades could not overlook, and she never saw him again. "My lady," Makonnen said, moving forward to block the woman arguing with him, but she pushed her way around him.
"My lady?"
she demanded with her hands on her hips. It was then Persephone noticed that the woman was a nymph. She had pale, milky skin, long white hair, and bright blue eyes that made her look ethereal. Even her lashes were white. A naiad, Persephone thought, which was a nymph associated with water. She was beautiful, but she also looked severe, angry, and exhausted. "Who are you?" she demanded. Persephone was surprised, but mostly because there were few people who didn't know who she was. "You dare speak to Lady Persephone in such a manner?" Makonnen's hands tightened into fists.
"It's all right, Makonnen."
Persephone held up her hand to calm the ogre, who looked like he might just grind this woman's bones into paste at any moment.
"I am Persephone," she said. "Am I correct in understanding that you wish to speak to Lord Hades?"
"I demand it." Persephone's brow rose a little.
"What are your grievances?"
"My grievances? You want to hear my grievances? Where do I start? First, the apartment he put me in is a shithole." Now she was confused. "Second, I won't work another minute at that hellhole of a fucking nightclub."
Persephone held up her hand to stop the nymph from talking. "I'm sorry. Who are you again?" The woman lifted her chin, and her chest rose as she spoke with misplaced pride. "I am Leuke, Hades' lover." Persephone felt the color drain from her face, and shock settled deep in her belly. "Excuse me?" The nymph chuckled like she had said something funny. Persephone's fingers curled into fists. "Sorry, ex-lover, but it's all the same." "Ex-lover?" she said through her teeth, tilting her head to the side. "You have nothing to worry about," Leuke said. "It was so long ago." "So long ago that you forgot and introduced yourself as Hades' lover?" Persephone asked. "Honest mistake." "You'll forgive me if I believe there was nothing honest about it." She twisted toward Makonnen. "Please show Leuke to Hades' office. I'll see that he's along shortly."
"Yes, my lady." Makonnen bowed and added, "He's in the lounge."
"Thank you," she replied warmly, though her whole body felt like ice. Persephone made her way into Nevernight. She went right up the stairs to the lounge where Hades made wagers with mortals seeking more from life: love, money, health. It was these bargains that had both appalled and intrigued her. It led her to writing about the god of death, and eventually landed her in a contract with him. Euryale, a gorgon and gatekeeper to the lounge, waited outside. Persephone's first interaction with the blind woman had been hostile, as the creature had correctly identified her as a goddess based on smell.
"Is Lord Hades in trouble?"
Euryale asked. There was amusement in her voice, but also a hint of excitement as the goddess approached. "More than you could ever know," Persephone answered. Euryale smiled, showing a set of blackened teeth. She opened the door without pause and bowed to Persephone as she passed.
"He is in the sapphire suite, my lady."
Persephone stalked around the crowded card tables. The room was dark, despite a large chandelier overhead and several intricate sconces lining the walls. Persephone's first visit to the suite sealed her fate. She'd been enamored by the people and games. She'd reveled in watching the cards fly across the table, the ease with which men and women interacted and teased. And then she'd come to a poker table where she'd sat and met the king of the underworld. Even now, recalling how he'd looked up close for the first time made her stomach clench tight. He was a tangible shadow, built like a fortress, and he'd crashed into her life like a force of nature. She couldn't shake him, and in truth hadn't wanted to. From the moment she'd laid eyes on him, he'd ignited something inside her. It felt like fire, but it was his darkness calling to hers. She knew that now, felt it in her blood and bones, as she melded with the darkness in the room and found the passage that led to a series of suites where mortals waited to bargain with Hades. They were all named after precious stones, sapphire and emerald and diamond, each one decorated in the associated colors. They were beautiful rooms, offering a sense of grandeur, communicating to all who entered that if they played their cards right, literally, perhaps they too could obtain something just as extravagant. Persephone found the Sapphire Lounge, and when she entered, a man sat opposite Hades. The man looked to be in his early 20s. Persephone used to wonder how people so young could end up across from the god of the dead, but disease of any kind did not discriminate. Whatever he was here for made him defensive, because he turned in his chair to see who had interrupted his game and said, "If it's him you want, you'll have to wait your turn. Took me 3 years to get this appointment." Hades' gaze melded to her. Despite his elegant appearance, he was predatory. He sat with his back straight, fingers clasped around a glass of whiskey. To the untrained eye, he probably looked relaxed, but Persephone knew by his expression that he was on edge. Probably because of her. She didn't have to say anything for him to understand she was angry. Her glamour was failing. She could feel it melting away, revealing holes in her mortal facade. "Leave, mortal," she said. The command must have shaken the man because he wasted no time racing out of the suite. Persephone slammed the door.
I'll have to erase his memory. Your eyes are glowing, he smirked. Who angered you?
Can you not guess? She asked. Hades raised a brow. I just had the pleasure of meeting your lover. Hades didn't react, and that made her angrier. She felt more of her glamour slipping away. She imagined how ridiculous she looked, a goddess who stood before one so ancient, unable to hold on to her magic.
I see.
Persephone's voice shook as she spoke. You have seconds to explain before I turn her into a weed. She knew Hades would have laughed if he believed she were any less serious.
Her name is Leuke,
he answered.
She was my lover a long time ago.
She hated that she was relieved that he hadn't named someone else. What is a long time? He stared at her for a moment, and there was something behind his eyes, a living thing full of rage and ruin and strife.
Centuries, Persephone.
Then why did she introduce herself to me as your lover today?
Because to her, I was her lover up until Sunday.
Persephone's fists clenched, and suddenly vines erupted from the floor and covered the walls. Hades didn't even flinch. And why is that?
Because she's been a poplar tree for over 2,000 years.
Persephone's brows rose. She hadn't expected that. Why was she a poplar tree? Hades' hand rested on the tabletop, and they curled into fists as he answered,
She betrayed me.
You turned her into a tree? Persephone asked. Sometimes she forgot the extent of Hades' powers. He was one of the 3 most powerful gods in existence, and while each of his brothers became king of a respective realm, Zeus the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades the dead, they shared power over the earthly realm, which meant there was the potential that she and Hades shared powers. Apparently, one was turning people into plants. Why?
I caught her fucking someone else. I was blind with anger. I turned her into a poplar tree.
She must not remember that, or she wouldn't introduce herself as your lover. Hades stared at her for a moment. He hadn't moved from his spot at the table.
It is possible she has repressed the memory.
Persephone started to pace. How many lovers have you taken?
Persephone.
Hades' voice was gentle, but there was an undercurrent that said, that's not a path you want to go down. I just want to be prepared in case they start coming out of the woodwork. Hades was silent, staring. After a moment, he said,
I won't apologize for living before you existed.
I'm not asking you to, but I'd like to know when I'm about to meet a woman who fucked you.
I was hoping you'd never meet Leuke,
Hades said.
She wasn't supposed to be around this long. I agreed to help her get on her feet in the modern world. Normally, I'd pass the responsibility on to Minthy, but seeing as how she's indisposed...
He glanced at the ivy on the walls.
It's taken me longer to find someone suitable to mentor her.
Persephone stopped pacing and faced Hades. You weren't planning to tell me about her? Hades shrugged.
I saw no need until now.
No need, Persephone echoed, and the ivy on the walls thickened and bloomed. The room felt infinitely smaller. You gave this woman a place to stay, you gave her a job, and you used to fuck her.
Stop saying that,
Hades said through his teeth. I deserved to know about her, Hades.
Do you doubt my loyalty?
You're supposed to say you're sorry, she snapped.
You're supposed to trust me.
And you're supposed to communicate with me. That's what he had asked of her. Why shouldn't he be held to the same standard? There was silence, and Persephone took a breath, feeling the need to brace herself for this question. Do you still love her?
No, Persephone.
Hades' response was immediate, but he sounded annoyed that she would even ask. Persephone wasn't sure where to go from here. She was angry, and she didn't understand why Hades had chosen to hide his previous lover from her. It wasn't that she believed he had been unfaithful. It was that this was just one of several things that had taken her off guard this week when it came to Hades' life. She was starting to feel like she truly knew nothing about him. After another minute of tense silence, Hades sighed and suddenly looked exhausted. He came around the table and reached for her, his fingers twined into her hair at the base of her head.
"I hoped to keep all of this from you," he said. "Not to protect Laoki, but to protect you from my past."
"I don't want to be protected from you," Persephone whispered, the air between them growing thick with a different kind of tension. "I want to know you, all of you, from the inside out." He offered a small smile and cupped her face, the pad of his thumb brushing her lips.
"Let's start with the inside,"
he said, and their mouths collided, his tongue twined with hers. He tasted like smoke and ice. His hands moved down her back and over her bottom, and he drew her to him so that she was cradled between his legs as he leaned against the table. Each flick of his tongue hypnotized her. The hard press of his erection against her stomach made her dizzy with lust. She held on to him, fingers digging into his tight muscles. She would be lying if she said she didn't need this. Not only had he left her aching and empty nights ago, but the stress of work was putting her on edge. She needed release. But she also needed Hades to understand, so she pressed her hands against his chest and pulled away. "Hades, I am serious. I want to know your greatest weakness, your deepest fear, your most treasured possession." His expression grew serious then, and he stared at her with an intensity that made her inside shudder.
"You,"
he answered, the pad of his thumb passing over her kiss-swollen lips. "Me?" For a moment she was confused, and then she realized what he was saying. "I cannot be all of those things."
"You are my weakness. Losing you is my greatest fear. Your love is my most treasured possession."
"Hades," she said gently, "I am a second in your vast life. How can I be all of those things?"
"You doubt me?"
She pressed her palm to his cheek. "No, but I believe you have other weaknesses, fears, and treasures. Your people, for one. Your realm, for another."
"See,"
he said very quietly.
"You know me already, inside and out."
His response made her sad because she knew it wasn't true. "I don't know you at all." He went in for another kiss, but she stopped him. "I just have one more question," she said. "When you left Sunday night, where did you go?"
"Persephone."
She took a step away. She knew. He didn't even need to answer. "That's when she returned, wasn't it?" Her anger was once again renewed. He had wound her so tight she hadn't been able to breathe, and instead of releasing the tension he'd built inside her, he'd chosen to leave, to help a former lover. "You chose her over me."
"It isn't like that at all, Persephone."
He reached for her. "Don't touch me." Persephone stepped away, lifting her hands. Hades' jaw tightened, but he didn't approach. "You had your chance. You fucked it up." His reasons for keeping Laoki a secret didn't matter right now. The fact was, he hadn't told her. He'd done the opposite of what he'd asked of her, communicate, so the words she used against him next seemed more than fitting. "Actions speak louder than words, Hades." She vanished from the lounge. Chapter 7. Truce.
Hades' lover arrives at Nevernight in rental truck, dressed in sweats.
Persephone sat behind her desk at work on Monday, glaring at the article on her computer screen. She could be an oracle with the way she was able to predict headlines. If only she'd been able to predict meeting Hades' lover, too. Her mood hadn't improved over the weekend. Maybe that was due to the fact that she had yet to hear from Hades. She wasn't even sure she wanted to talk to him, but she had expected him to try to contact her, either manifest in her bedroom in the middle of the night to apologize or send Hecate, the peacekeeper. As the hours turned into days, Persephone grew even more frustrated with Hades, and the more she wanted to write about Apollo just to piss him off. The thought had occurred to her because the god of music was in the news today, having been selected as the chancellor for the upcoming Pan-Hellenic Games. His christening was no surprise, as he had been given the title for the last 10 years. It was basically a designation Apollo paid for, since his money funded the entertainment, uniforms, and construction on a new stadium. It was just another example of Apollo's status. No one would want to believe that the god who gave them sports was also an abusive asshole. She sighed and closed her browser, opening a blank document. She had another week to write the exclusive Demetrian Call had ordered. This was probably not the best time to begin, because every word she thought of to describe Hades was something angry and unkind. Frustrating, thoughtless, jerk. After a moment, she sighed and checked her mug. She needed more coffee if she was going to attempt this article. She left her desk and went into the break room. As her coffee brewed, Helen found her.
Persephone, there's a woman here to see you. She says her name is Leuke?
Persephone froze and looked at Helen. Did you just say Leuke? The girl nodded, her blue eyes wide. Persephone's frustration burned, and she clenched her fists to keep a handle on her magic. All she needed was to sprout vines in front of her coworker. What was Hades' ex-lover doing here?
Should I tell her you're busy? Helen asked. I'll tell her you're busy.
Helen started to leave. No, Persephone stopped her. I'll see her. Show her to an interview room. Helen nodded and returned shortly after she disappeared.
She's in 3.
Thank you, Helen. The girl hovered, and Persephone took a breath. Yes, Helen?
Are you sure you're all right?
Just peachy, she answered. What else was there to say? She was being forced to write about her love life, a love life that was being threatened by a woman who just showed up at her job. Things were complicated. Persephone kept Leuke waiting. It was the woman's fault for showing up unannounced. When she finally entered the interview room, Leuke was standing by the window, and when she turned to face Persephone, the goddess was surprised to see that she looked worse than when she'd seen her yesterday. Yesterday she'd been exhausted. Today she looked filthy. Her string-straight hair was matted, and she was wearing the same clothes that she'd had on at Nevernight. Persephone also noted the tear stains on her cheeks, visible because of the dirt on her face. "What are you doing here?" Persephone asked.
"I came to apologize," she said.
Persephone startled. That was the last thing she expected Leuke to say. "Excuse me?"
"I shouldn't have introduced myself the way I did."
The words poured out of Leuke's mouth quickly, almost like she was berating herself.
"I was angry with Hades. I'm sure you understand."
"Leuke," Persephone interrupted her. "You will forgive me if I don't wish to be reminded about how well you know Hades. Why are you here?" The nymph pressed her lips together tightly.
"Hades kicked me out and fired me last night."
Persephone just stared.
"I know I don't deserve your kindness, but please, I have nowhere to go."
Persephone shook her head. "What exactly are you asking of me?"
"Can't you talk to him for me?"
She seemed to struggle saying those words. "Why aren't you talking to him?"
"You don't think I tried? He told me I had to go. He wasn't going to risk losing you."
If he really meant that, he would apologize, she muttered under her breath.
"Look, I know you don't want to hear this, but Hades is an idiot. He's probably thinking you want space, and the more he gives you, the better."
"You're just saying that because you want me to ask him for your job back."
"And my home,"
she said shamelessly. Persephone lifted a brow. "Didn't you call it a shithole last night?"
"It is a shithole, but it was my shithole, and it had a bed," she said, "which was far better than the park bench I found last night."
Hindsight is 20/20, she thought. The two stared at each other for a long moment before Persephone asked, "Why should I help you? You weren't even thankful for what Hades gave you. Plus, you cheated on him."
"Because I'm an idiot, too. I guess I thought I had more leverage. Turns out I have nothing. I don't even understand this world. I barely made it here because crossing your streets are almost impossible."
She paused and looked away, and when she spoke again, her voice quivered.
"Imagine waking up in a world that doesn't even resemble the one you left. It's frightening. It's the worst punishment."
Laoki's shoulders fell, and Persephone suddenly realized she could relate to her more than she had wanted to admit. She'd been in a similar situation 4 years ago. She sighed and checked her watch. She couldn't believe what she was about to say. "Look, I have a few more hours of work left. You can hang out in the lounge until I'm off. I can't promise I'll talk to Hades today, but eventually. Until then, you can stay with me." Laoki's eyes widened.
Are you sure?"
"You'll have to sleep on the couch," she said. "But, yeah."
Thank you, Persephone."
The goddess stiffened as the nymph threw her arms around her. After a moment, she pulled away.
"You won't regret this, I promise."
She sure hoped not. Persephone didn't return to working on the exclusive. Instead, she continued to research Apollo. At the end of the day, she copied everything she found into a Word document and emailed it to herself before gathering her things and retrieving Laoki from the lounge. Together, they left the Acropolis through the front, braving the waiting crowd to find Antony waiting outside Hades' black Lexus. He opened the door as they approached, smiling.
"My lady,"
he said. Antony's eye became menacing as his gaze fell upon Laoki.
"What's she doing with you?"
Persephone's brows rose, and she looked from the Cyclops to the nymph. "You know Laoki?"
"Yes," he hissed. "Once a traitor, always a traitor."
Laoki rolled her eyes.
"Don't be dramatic."
"It's all right, Antony," Persephone interrupted. "I'm helping her." The Cyclops pressed his lips tight and said nothing as the two women slid into the back seat. Once the door was shut, Laoki looked at Persephone.
"Does that crowd wait for you every day?"
"Yes."
"All because of Hades?"
"Yes." The nymph looked out the window.
"That's insane."
"It is insane," Persephone agreed. "I hate it."
"When I was alive," Laoki said, "in ancient times, the gods were feared and revered. Their worshippers were serious about honoring their gods. It wasn't this false obsession."
Persephone grimaced. "Welcome to the modern world." Antony dropped them off at Persephone's apartment. Before he left, the Cyclops took Persephone aside.
"I'll have to tell him Laoki is with you. He will want to know."
She shrugged. "Tell him." Antony frowned.
"You'll talk to him soon, won't you, my lady?"
Persephone was surprised by his question. She wondered how much Antony knew about her fight with Hades. Her frown matched his. "I don't know," she said. "Probably. Right now, I'm angry." He nodded.
"I'll see you tomorrow, my lady."
She didn't say anything and turned to lead Laoki into the apartment, finding Sybil at the kitchen bar. She drew her forearm across her nose and started wiping at her face as soon as they entered. "Sybil, what's wrong?"
"Nothing. Everything's fine."
But it was obvious she was lying. Her voice was thick and her eyes were red. Persephone peered over her shoulder to find a rejection email for a job. "Sybil," Persephone said gently, placing a hand on her arm. I knew it would be hard, but I don't think I realized how difficult. No one wants a god's discarded plaything. You are no such thing, Sybil, Persephone said quickly. That's not how the world sees it, she said. My worth is equal to the desire a god had for me. It has been since my powers manifested. Now I don't even have those. Sybil turned into Persephone and sobbed against her chest. The goddess stood there, soothing her friend. It's going to be okay, Persephone said. I'll help in any way I can. Let me talk to Hades. I'm sure they need more help at the Cypress Foundation. She'd been so angry about Laoki, she'd forgotten to ask about openings. I can't ask that of you, Persephone, Sybil said, pulling away. You're not asking. She offered what she hoped was a comforting smile. Persephone introduced Laoki to Sybil and poured 3 glasses of wine. Persephone was starting to feel like she was running a home for displaced women. They sat in the living room, watching Titans After Dark and talking about life. At some point, the inevitable topic of Apollo made its way into their conversation, and the longer they spoke, the angrier they became. He's as horrible as I remember, Laoki commented. Oh, girl, you don't even know, Sybil said, as she took a drink from her glass. He is so controlling. He punishes his lovers for being independent. It's pathetic. Can you believe Hades told me I couldn't write about him? Persephone said. If you want to write about Apollo, you write about Apollo, Laoki said. They were all on their 4th glass of wine. Despite this, Persephone expected Sybil to protest. Instead, she said, Get the laptop, Seth. Persephone grinned and ran into her room to grab her computer. When she came back, she sat cross-legged on the sofa. Write this down, Sybil directed. Apollo, known for his charm and beauty, has a secret. He cannot stand rejection. Oh, that's good, Laoki encouraged. Oh, hold on, Persephone said, typing quickly, the words coming faster than her fingers would move. When she was finished, she read the piece aloud. The evidence is overwhelming. I would have his many ex-lovers vouch for me, but they either begged to be saved from his wily pursuits and were turned into trees, or died horrible deaths as a result of his punishment. Yes! Laoki cried. Persephone continued, adding the stories of Daphne, the nymph who was turned into a tree, and Princess Cassandra, whose accurate predictions were dismissed. Cassandra cried that Greeks were hidden in the Trojan horse but was ignored, which begs the question, how noble can Apollo truly be when he fought on the side of Troy, yet compromised their victory all because he was given the cold shoulder? Gods, he's so terrible, Sybil said. I don't know why I didn't see it before. He's abusive, Persephone said. Don't blame yourself. You should say that in the article, Laoki said. Apollo is an abuser. He has a need to control and dominate. It's not about communication or listening. It's about winning. They continued like that for hours, until Sybil and Laoki could no longer keep their eyes open. With the two asleep on the couch, Persephone was pinned against the armrest. The pallid glow from her computer hurt her eyes, but she continued to revise what they'd written together. The result was a critical and slightly hostile article about the god of music. Persephone excluded Sybil's story, even though she'd contributed a few lines illustrating her own experiences with the god. She didn't want Apollo to retaliate against the oracle. The more Persephone read and reread the piece, the angrier she got, and before she could think it through, she composed an email to Dmitri and sent the article. She felt triumphant for all of 2 seconds before she scrambled from the couch, ran into the bathroom, and threw up in the toilet. You are in so much trouble, she thought as she sagged against the bathroom wall. Her stomach felt like it was boiling, a combination of too much wine and guilt. Apollo did this to himself, she thought, reminding herself why she'd sent the article. He deserves this. This is about justice, about giving a voice to his victims. What about Hades? Her stomach lurched, and Persephone got to her knees just as bile rose to the back of her throat. She vomited again. Her nose and throat burned, and all she could taste was bitter, acidic wine. She knelt for a while, breathing through her mouth until she felt steady enough to rise to her feet. When she looked in the mirror, she didn't recognize herself. She looked more like a soul that had just arrived in the underworld, pale and shivering. "Hades kept secrets," she said aloud, as if that explained why she'd gone back on her word. "You kept secrets," she reminded herself as she rinsed her mouth and brushed her teeth. "You didn't tell him about Dimitri's ultimatum." "That's different." She met her gaze in the mirror. How? It was different because it was her battle. She hadn't wanted Hades' help fighting it. "It's different because that secret won't hurt him," she said. But the secret he'd kept about Leuke, it hurt. She didn't like the words that followed. They grew like menacing clouds, a storm of tormenting words in her mind. This will hurt Hades. She turned out the lights. Chapter 8. Abduction. When Persephone arrived at work the next day, the crowd outside the Acropolis had grown to include members of Apollo's cult, worshippers and die-hard fans. They were obvious because they wore wreaths of laurel in their hair and gold dust like war paint. Even from inside Hades' Lexus, Persephone heard angry shouts. "Liar! Apologize to Apollo! You're just jealous! Bitch!" Clearly, her article had been published. Antony looked in the rearview mirror at her.
"Would you like me to walk you to the door, my lady?"
Persephone stared out the window. Security had already approached the car and were prepared to escort her. Gods, what had she done? "No, Antony, that's all right." He nodded once.
"I'll return for you this afternoon."
When she left the car, she was thrust into a hostile and unfamiliar world. Everything was so loud, and she felt everyone's emotions, anger and hate, anxiety and fear. They weighed upon her chest, smothering her.
"Come, my lady,"
one of the security guards said. He stuck his arm out as if to corral her, but didn't touch her. She looked at him, blinking. "Did you call me my lady?" she asked. The guard blushed.
"It's not safe out here. Hurry."
She knew it wasn't safe. She could feel the violence of the crowd growing, and by the time she reached the entrance, part of the crowd had broken out into a fight. She was ushered inside and turned to watch as the officers took charge, dividing the throng and diffusing the situation. "I don't understand. All of this over a few words I wrote." No one had gotten this angry when she had written about Hades, but she knew why. The god of the underworld was hardly beloved, just intriguing. Apollo was the literal god of light. He was a god of music and poetry. He represented all the things in life mortals wanted, including the darkness they never wanted to acknowledge. When she turned to head up the elevator, she found she was being watched by everyone on the first floor, the front desk receptionist, security, random employees. They stared at her, wide-eyed, and kept their distance. Maybe they were afraid Apollo would appear and strike her down. Whatever the case, she was glad to have an elevator to herself. The reprieve was short-lived, however, because the stairs continued as she made her way to her desk. Helen was her usual chipper self, greeting Persephone and following her to her desk. The only indication she gave that she was aware of the backlash was when she informed Persephone that she hadn't forwarded any calls to her voicemail.
"I could take over your email if you'd like, just for the day."
"No, that's okay, Helen."
"Do you need anything? Coffee or a snack?"
Persephone thought for a moment. "Tylenol," she answered, "and some water."
"I'll be right back."
Helen returned a short time later. Persephone took the medicine and tried to concentrate on her work, which consisted of reading hate mail and staring at a blank document that was supposed to contain her exclusive. If she was being honest, she was on edge, waiting for Hades to slam his way through the doors of her workplace, gather her up, and carry her off to the underworld to be punished for her decision to betray him. At first, she was anxious about his potential arrival, but as time passed, she became more and more frustrated with the god of the dead. What would it take to get his attention? She got up and walked to the break room to make coffee. While there, she looked out the window. A crowd was still gathered outside the Acropolis.
"Your article is causing quite a stir."
Dmitri joined her. He turned on the television in the corner. The news was streaming, and the headline read, "Hades' lover attacks beloved god." She squeezed her coffee cup so hard the lid came off, sloshing hot liquid all over her hands. Dmitri took it from her and handed her some napkins. "You think they could at least use my name?"
"You might not want them to," he said. "It's probably best they remember who you belong to."
Persephone glared at her boss. "I don't belong to anyone."
"Fair," he said. "Poor word choice. I just meant that you'll want people to remember that you're with Hades because they aren't happy that you went after Apollo."
That was obvious, and no wonder. The news was particularly critical of her article.
She mentions 8 mortal women who apparently experienced abuse from Lord Apollo, but where are they?
She's only doing this because of her association with Hades. No other mortal would dare write this. Trash about a god.
Guess she didn't gain enough fame by sleeping with Hades. She had to go after Apollo, too. Is this the kind of fame you wanted, Persephone Rossi?
She felt sick and frustrated and a little hopeless. "This isn't fair. They aren't even trying to fact-check," she said.
He shrugged. "They're probably too afraid."
"That's no reason to avoid it." Dmitri sighed.
"No, but it's the way of our world. The vengeance of the gods is a real and feared thing."
The news continued bashing Persephone for her critique of Apollo, for the fact that she used 2 stories from antiquity to illustrate his horrid behavior, claiming that all gods in antiquity were different from who they are now, that change was possible and that Apollo should be forgiven. Persephone snatched the remote from Dmitri and turned off the television. "They weren't eager to come to Hades' defense when I wrote about him," she said.
"That's because Hades is supposed to be feared. He's supposed to be bad. Apollo, he's the god of music, the god of light. He's revelry and beauty. He's not supposed to be an asshole."
"Well, he is."
"You don't have to convince me, Persephone. You have to convince the world."
She shouldn't have to convince anyone, but instead of a world recognizing a psychopathic god, they saw one that had just fallen deeply in love. They equated his relentless pursuit of men and women as romantic, and those who rejected him as unworthy. It was fucked up.
"Look, if you want my advice—"
"I don't," she snapped.
"Persephone."
Dmitri seemed desperate.
"Look, I know things haven't been good between us this week, but I don't want to watch you get bashed on national television for the next year."
"Is that because of all the money you'll lose when people stop buying the paper to read my work?" He glared at her.
"It's not about money," he said. "You want respect in this industry, and the reality is that you just lost a huge chunk of it. You want to climb that ladder, you can do one of 2 things. Apologize."
She glared at him so hard she thought she might melt him with her eyes.
"Or write another article about Apollo. Find someone he's hurt recently. Tell their story."
Persephone frowned. "I can't." Dmitri didn't respond immediately.
"Maybe you can't," he said. "And if not, you know what you have to do."
"Your advice is shit," she told him. Her boss seemed genuinely hurt by her response, nearly flinching when the words left her mouth. But she didn't really care. He had gone from advocating and defending her to opposing and discouraging her. She thought he was a fighter.
But when the going got tough, he rolled over. There was no way she was going to apologize to Apollo when he'd hurt one of her closest friends. There was also no way she would ask Sybil for an interview. That would mean exposing her to the scrutiny Persephone was now experiencing. She couldn't do that to the Oracle. She was rebuilding her life. Gods, this was such a mess. At lunch, Persephone broke one of her rules and chanced teleportation to the rooftop of the Acropolis for some much-needed air. She manifested herself on the edge of the roof. Her heartbeat pounded in her chest as she stumbled away. Once she recovered from almost falling off the side of the high-rise, she stared down at the vast city of New Athens. It was beautiful and terrifying up here. She could see the darkness of Hades' tower, a shadow that split the city in half, the glimmering glass of Aphrodite's La Rose, the beautiful and unique facade of Hera's many hotels, the Olympian, the Pegasus, the Emerald Peacock. There were other monuments, too, marble statues of gods all over the city, and beautiful temples arranged on hilltops and mountainside cliffs. She'd been so enchanted with the city when she'd first moved here. She'd fallen in love with everything it promised, endless possibilities, adventure, and freedom. It's what kept her going when things got difficult, when she felt confused and lost and unwelcomed. All the things she felt now. She searched for those promises amid the sprawling landscape, beyond the Acropolis and the angry crowd far below. "Persephone?" a voice asked. She whirled to find Pirithous standing behind her. "How did you get up here?" She opened her mouth to answer, but realized she didn't even know how this roof was accessed from the inside. Carefully, she managed to answer with a small smile, which Pirithous matched. "What are you doing up here?" she asked. "Sometimes I like to eat lunch up here." It was then she noticed he was holding a lunchbox. "Want to share?" he asked. She shook her head. "I'm not all that hungry, but I'll sit with you." His smile widened. "I'd like that. Come on, I know of a better place to sit away from the wind." Pirithous led her to another part of the roof, blocked by a patrician where there was a set of chairs. The space overlooked the coast of New Athens, a line of pure white sand that met a foamy ocean of the deepest emerald. It was a breathtaking view. "Go ahead and sit," he said. Pirithous opened his lunch and took out a sandwich and a bag of chips. "You sure you don't want any?" "Yes, thank you." He took a bite, and they looked out over the city. After a moment of silence, Pirithous prompted, "So, what are you doing up here?" She sighed and chose not to look at him when she said, "I'm guessing you haven't seen the news." "Can't say that I have," he answered. He was the only mortal she knew who didn't seem at all obsessed with the gods. "Well, I messed up." "I'm sure it's not that bad." She took a deep breath. "I kinda chose to do something I promised Hades I wouldn't do because I was angry with him, and now I can't take it back." "Ah," Pirithous offered a little laugh. He took a bit of his sandwich, talking as he chewed. "What did he do?" "Something stupid," she muttered. "I don't think he sees the problem with what he did." Pirithous smiled in his sad way. She got the sense that he understood her situation more than he wanted to admit. "They often don't," he commented. "I don't understand." He shrugged. "Men just don't think." "That is really a horrible excuse." "It's not an excuse, really, just a reality. All you can do is keep fighting for what you want. If he wants you, he will work to understand you." She pursed her lips, feeling ridiculous. She knew now that she'd overreacted, but she hadn't been able to stop herself. She wanted him to feel as betrayed as she felt when she'd learned about Laoki. She wanted him to feel the frustration she'd felt with each passing hour that she hadn't heard from him.
She'd wanted to defy him just to see if she could get a reaction. Am I being irrational? He shrugged.
Maybe, but emotions are emotions, he said. I have been the stupid boy before. I wish I had worked harder.
Persephone felt she understood the sadness that clung to this man. She wondered what Hades would see if he looked at his soul. What stupid thing did you do? He took a deep breath.
You will be surprised, I think, given your history.
Persephone's brows drew together, but before she could ask what he meant, Pirithous explained.
I gambled a lot. Not the kind of gambling your boyfriend does. I used to bet on the Panhellenic Games. I was good. Lucky, I guess. Until I wasn't. I thought I was doing what was best for my girl, and I believed that so much I ignored what was important, her wish that I stop. She didn't care about the money or the status. She just wanted me.
He paused to offer a small laugh.
Gods, I'd give anything for a woman who just wanted me now.
What happened to her?
She is happily married, expecting her first child. It's strange to watch someone you love move on and assume a life that could have been yours.
Persephone hoped she would never have to do that. I am sorry, she said, and covered his hand with hers for a moment. He shrugged.
I thought I was protecting her.
He paused.
Maybe that's what Hades thought he was doing for you.
She had no doubt. I wish he would stop. I don't need protection.
Everyone needs protecting,
he said.
Life's hard.
Persephone frowned. She'd said something similar to Hades once when she'd argued with him about why it was important to forgive mortals. She'd never considered she required the same grace. After lunch, the day just got worse. Helen was dealing with an influx of angry phone calls, and Persephone's inbox continued to fill with hate mail. She couldn't escape the judgment, even in her text messages.
I can't believe you did it,
Lexa texted. She wasn't sure if that was her best friend expressing her excitement or her frustration. Have you talked to Sybil? Persephone asked.
No, I am betting she'll lay low. If she was still Apollo's oracle, you know she'd be dealing with this mess.
If she was still his oracle, he wouldn't be in this mess.
Girl, I meant you. You're the mess.
I just told the truth, so sue me.
I'm thinking Apollo will resort to more archaic means.
Lexa paused and then texted.
Has Hades said anything yet?
Nope. There had been no apology, no lecture, and her emotions were all over the place. She had never felt like this before, torn between anger, a desperate wish to be confronted by him, and fear of his disappointment. When Persephone left the Acropolis, Antony met her at the doors and walked her through the aggressive crowd. He waited until they were safely in the car to ask,
"Are you okay, my lady?"
She wasn't sure why, but the question made her eyes burn. All of a sudden, she was holding back tears. She would not cry over this. Not yet. Apollo wasn't worth her tears. She took a deep breath. Is he angry? She knew she didn't have to say Hades' name. Antony would know who she was talking about.
I haven't seen him, the ogre admitted. But I can imagine he won't be happy.
She knew that, which was why there was no way she was going to the underworld tonight. She was thankful that the ogre didn't elaborate or berate her for writing about Apollo. Most of the drive was spent in silence, except for when she asked Antony to stop so she could grab takeout before heading home. By the time she made it to the apartment, all she wanted to do was take a hot bath and go to sleep. She bid Antony goodnight and headed inside. Lexa had texted her to let her know she would be out with Jason. Sybil was sitting at the bar working on a resume, but when Persephone walked through the door, left her seat and folded her into her arms, Persephone dropped her purse and the takeout to the floor and hugged the oracle back. I'm sorry, Persephone said. I didn't listen to you.
It's okay, Sybil said. I don't blame you for wanting to tell their stories. I just hate that no one believes you.
I know that's why you told me not to do it, Persephone said, and she smiled a little as she pulled away to look at Sybil. Apollo might have taken away your powers, but your instincts are on point. She shrugged.
I know how history treats women.
Sybil picked up Persephone's purse and the food she'd brought, setting it on the counter. It's moussaka if you want some, Persephone said, nodding to the bag of food. I also got baklava because, it's been a hard day. Sybil laughed softly.
Of course.
I think I'm going to take a bath. Sybil nodded.
I'll be here if you want to talk.
Thanks, Syl. Persephone navigated to her bedside table in the dark, familiar with the layout of her room, and turned on the lamp. She stepped into the bathroom, removed her jewelry, and started the bath water. As it was running, she moved back into her room and began to undress when she noticed something shifting in the corner of her eye. She turned, startled by Hades' presence in her room. How had she not felt him? Because he didn't want you to, she thought immediately.
Please continue,
he said, leaning casually against the wall in partial darkness. He looked at home, born of the shadow. His hands were in the pockets of his slacks, and he'd removed his jacket. The sleeves of his black shirt were rolled up, and the top 2 buttons undone, exposing his well-muscled forearms and chest. Her breath caught in her throat. Would she always think of how beautiful he looked every time she saw him? His burning eyes ran the length of her, and she suddenly remembered she was angry with him for so many things. She pulled her dress back up, and Hades offered an unamused laugh.
Come now, darling. We are beyond that, are we not? I have seen every inch of you, touched every part of you.
She shivered, because no matter how angry she was with him, she couldn't help the thoughts that surfaced in her mind at his words. That doesn't mean you will tonight, she said, and Hades scowled. What are you doing here?
You were avoiding me,
he said. I'm avoiding you, she scoffed. It's a 2-way street, Hades. You've been just as absent.
I gave you space,
he said, and she rolled her eyes.
Clearly, that was a bad idea.
You know what you should have given me? She said. An apology. She headed into the bathroom. Hades wasn't going to keep her from her bath. Stripping down, she stepped into the water. It was almost too hot, stinging as she submerged herself. Normally, she would stretch out, but she felt oddly self-conscious and drew her knees to her chest. Hades followed, leaning against the counter, arms crossed over his chest, mouth tight.
I told you I loved you.
That's not an apology.
Are you telling me those words mean nothing to you?
She glared. Actions, Hades. You weren't going to tell me about Laoki.
If we are going to speak of actions, then let us speak of yours.
Despite the heat of the water, Persephone suddenly felt chilled.
Did you not promise me you wouldn't write about Apollo?
There was more to her actions. They'd been fueled by Sybil and Laoki and wine, but she couldn't say that because the results were the same. She had broken her promise. I had to do it.
Had to?
He interrupted.
Were you offered an ultimatum?
Yes, I was offered an ultimatum, you idiot. She didn't respond and averted her eyes, glaring at the water. If she looked at Hades for too long, she would burst into tears. There was too much emotion building inside her.
Were you threatened?
Again, she was silent.
Did any of it have anything to do with you?
She hated the way his voice grated against her ears. She stood from her bath, water sloshing everywhere, and snatched a towel from the bar, holding it to her chest. Sybil is my friend, and her life was ruined by Apollo. His behavior had to be exposed. Hades tilted his head to the side, his eyes flashing. He uncrossed his arms and stepped toward her. Persephone's heart raced as he leaned close.
"Do you know what I think?"
he whispered furiously. She wanted to take a step away. She didn't want to face what she'd done, how she'd retaliated against him.
"I think this is all a game to you. I pissed you off, so you wanted to piss me off, is that it? 1 for 1. Now we're even."
"Not everything's about you, Hades." His hands clasped her waist, drawing her close.
"You promised me you wouldn't write about Apollo."
Persephone cringed.
"Is your word worth nothing?"
Those words stung. She swallowed something thick in her throat and glared at him through watery eyes. "Fuck you." Hades was ruthless. The bastard smiled.
"I'd rather fuck you, darling, but if I did right now, you wouldn't walk for a week."
He snapped his fingers, and the world around her shifted. He'd teleported to the underworld. They were in the suite she used to get ready for the Ascension Ball. It was the suite Hades had built for his future queen. The fact that he'd brought her here and not to his own bedroom spoke volumes. She pushed away from him. Her towel was the only thing between them. "Did you just abduct me?"
"Yes,"
he answered, already turning his back on her.
"Apollo will come after you, and the only way he will have an audience with you is if I am present."
"I can take care of this, Hades." She didn't know how, but she would. Dimitri had given her 2 options, apologizing or interviewing a recent victim. Those might be shit options, but maybe the other 7 would be willing to talk to her. Hades shut her down.
"You can't and you won't."
Persephone lifted her chin, glaring at the king of the dead. She attempted to teleport, but nothing happened. Her rage bubbled under the surface of her skin. "You can't keep me here." A carpet of vines spread from her feet toward Hades. He offered a dark laugh, and the corner of his mouth lifted in an arrogant smirk.
"Darling, you are in my realm. You're here until I say otherwise."
"Hades!" He kept walking, and she wanted him to hurt because she really didn't think he felt anything in this. That was when great black thorns burst from the tile floor, moving for Hades like venomous snakes. But the god of the underworld just waved his hand, and the thorns turned to ash. He'd done it so easily, so quickly. Which meant all those times she'd used her magic against him, he'd just let her. The reality of her weakness was harsh in the face of his indifference, and she suddenly felt unsteady on her feet. As he went to close the door behind him, she called out in a cracked voice, "You will regret this."
"I already do,"
he said, and there was a note to his voice that sounded like grief. Chapter 9. A Touch of Poison. Persephone sat up in bed, knees pulled to her chest, unable to sleep. She had so much to fix. The upper world raged against her, and Hades was hurt.
"Is your word worth nothing?"
She realized he'd said the words in anger, but they pierced her chest each time she recalled them, a blade slamming into the same incision. Did he really believe that? Had she lost his trust? She didn't know the time, but the darkness outside her windows seemed endless. Persephone rose from bed, pulled on her robe, and wandered outside into the garden. The stone path was cool against her bare feet, and the perfumed scent of flowers followed her as she walked. She paused now and then, touching velvet roses and weeping wisteria. She wasn't outside long when she suddenly felt as if she were being watched, and turned to see Hades outside his room. He stood, arms braced against the balcony. Even from this distance, she knew he tracked her every movement, her every breath. She hoped he was in agony. She hoped he ached for her. There were few places she could go in the underworld where there were no memories of time spent with Hades. Not long ago, he had chased her through this garden, pinned her against the wall, and made love to her. She hoped he was thinking about that now. She hoped he thought of how hot her mouth had been around his cock in the grove. She hoped he remembered how he'd praised her for tasting sweet as his mouth consumed her flesh. She hoped he thought of all these things while he slept alone in his cold bed. Part of her wanted him to come after her, materialize out of the darkness and consume her. But this time things were different. It wasn't that Hades was angry. Anger meant punishment, and that usually led to pleasure. Hurt meant time. It meant distance. She wrapped her arms tighter around herself and turned from him, continuing down the path farther into the garden. At some point, she returned to her room. She didn't remember falling asleep, but the next thing she knew, she was roused by a knock at the door, and Hecate entered in sweeping crimson robes.
"Good morning, my sweet."
A nymph followed her into the room carrying a covered tray.
"I brought breakfast. Let's eat."
Persephone joined Hecate on the balcony. She had brought an array of fruit, breads, jams, and coffee. "Anything else, my lady?" the nymph asked. No," Persephone replied, and the nymph bowed, leaving them alone.
"It is a divine morning,"
Hecate said, taking a deep breath.
"I thought we might practice early this morning."
"Did you know Laoki had returned?"
"Oh, no. Hades isn't going to get me in trouble. I knew she was back and advised him to tell you. What he chose to do or not isn't my fault."
"Tell me about her," Persephone said. Hecate froze, her mug halfway to the lips. Finally, she took a sip before asking,
"What do you want to know?"
"Did Hades love her?"
"Not like he loves you,"
she said without hesitation. "Don't try to make me feel better, Hecate."
"Truly, I am not. Or at least I wouldn't say something that isn't true. Hades cared for her, yes. I think he believed he loved her. I also think he knows differently now."
I was completely blindsided.
"As I am sure your mother hoped you would be."
My mother? Persephone hadn't heard or spoken to Demeter since she destroyed her greenhouse, and she had to admit she didn't really miss her.
"Oh, yes, this reeks of Demeter,"
Hecate said, wrinkling her nose.
"Who else has the power to turn a tree back into a nymph?"
Hades, she wanted to point out, but knew that the god hadn't been the one to restore Laoki to her natural form. Why would my mother do Hades' lover a favor? Hecate laughed.
"You didn't think you'd get the last word in, did you? Demeter attempted to defy the fates to keep you from Hades. She will try anything to pry you away from him. You know that."
Persephone was quiet. She hadn't even considered that her mother might be involved in this. But now that Hecate had said something, she couldn't believe it hadn't been her first thought. After a moment, she put her head in her hands. "I don't understand why he didn't tell me."
"The first rule of men, Persephone, is that they're all idiots."
She started to protest, but Hecate interrupted her.
"And don't start thinking that just because Hades is ancient and wise in other matters of life means he's above idiocy. He's not. Trust me. I have existed alongside him to see it all."
"He is an idiot," she agreed. "But so am I." Hecate's eyes softened.
"You are."
The two shared a laugh. "Are you going to turn me into a polecat?" Persephone asked. And though she meant it as a joke, she felt tears prick her eyes. The goddess smiled.
"No, dear, I already have one."
Persephone wiped at her face fiercely. "Oh, Hecate, what do I do? I hurt Hades. I didn't think at all. I was so—"
"Hurt?"
Hecate said.
"Hades hurt you, too. You hurt each other. The answer is simple. You apologize.
It doesn't seem like enough.
It is enough. It's enough because you love each other.
Persephone took a breath. Apologize. She could do that. Okay, she said, standing. Where is he? Hecate rose from her seat.
Just wait a little longer. You'll want him angry for when Apollo arrives. Now, let's channel some of this pain into a lesson.
The two made their way to one of Hades' many orchards. She was still learning the underworld and its vast landscape, but one of the things she'd discovered is that Hades had a network of vegetation: grapes, olives, figs, dates, and pomegranates. The goddess of magic chose a clearing where a particularly large pomegranate tree had grown. Its emerald leaves contrasted darkly with the crimson fruit hanging heavy from its branches. For a moment, Persephone was enchanted by the clearing. And then came the bees. "Where the hell did these come from?" Persephone asked, dodging another winged demon as it charged for her face. These were not nice bees.
I summoned them, Hecate said cheerily.
You... what?
Using magic under stressful situations is a valuable skill, Persephone.
Don't you think I am under enough stress?
In your mind, she answered. Good practitioners of magic must learn to work under both mental and physical stress.
Not today, she wanted to say. Well, I am not a good practitioner of magic.
If you keep saying that, it will become the truth.
It is the truth. You're the only one who can't see it. Even Hades knows. He's only been letting me think I'm powerful enough to use magic against him. Hecate's brows came together.
What do you mean?
She told her what happened last night with the thorns. It was effortless for him.
My love, you must remember that Hades is in his realm. Here he is all-powerful.
That didn't help, because all the times she'd used her magic with him, she'd been here in the underworld. She wasn't sure why it bothered her so much. She guessed because she had used that as a measure of improvement. And just as easily as he'd used his magic to turn hers into ash, he'd taken her fragile confidence with it. Hecate sighed.
Perhaps I have overstepped. I am sorry for the bees.
Once Hecate dismissed the bees, they focused on practice.
Remember what I told you,
the goddess said, positioning her in front of the pomegranate tree.
Magic is malleable.
Persephone did remember. They were words Hecate had spoken shortly after she started to feel life in the plants, flowers, and trees around her. Practicing magic with Hecate was nothing like practicing on her own. The goddess was dedicated to the craft and meticulous in her instruction. Persephone was told to ripen the pomegranates on the tree in the middle of the grove. They weighted down branches of the tree. Their skin was a greenish yellow, bruising with a crimson red. It meant that she was going to have to demonstrate control in gathering and channeling her power. Hecate's words rose to the surface of her mind as she called up her magic.
Imagine it as clay. Mold it into what you desire, and then give it life.
It was easier said than done. Persephone felt the heat of magic pulse through her veins. It pooled into her palms like water warmed beneath the sun. And as she closed her eyes, she imagined herself manipulating the glamour into a ripe red pomegranate.
Perfect,
she heard Hecate say encouragingly. Persephone took a deep breath and opened her eyes. She couldn't see the magic she held in her hands, but she could feel it. It was energy, and it charged the air surrounding her, raising the hair on her arms and the back of her neck.
Now, direct the magic at your target.
Persephone did as Hecate instructed, pushing her hands out as the magic pulsed from her palms, leaving them covered in a cold sweat. The magic reached the tree, and the pomegranates began to swell and darken. Yes! Persephone jumped, excited by her success. But the fruit kept growing, and growing, and growing. Oh, no. Take cover! Hecate grabbed Persephone's hand and dragged her behind a nearby tree. A second later, she heard a loud pop as several pomegranates exploded. Persephone didn't want to look, but she peered around the tree anyway. The whole grove was covered in red. It looked like a bloodbath. Her shoulders sagged with defeat.
You just used too much power,
Hecate said. I think that's more than obvious, Hecate, Persephone snapped, frustrated with herself. The goddess of witchcraft didn't seem fazed by Persephone's outburst and just smiled.
Do not see this as defeat, my dear. It's only through a failure to control your power that we will learn how strong you truly are.
But Persephone didn't feel powerful, and she said as much. I can grow plants and kill them. To gods, those are parlor tricks.
Right now,
Hecate agreed.
But that does not mean other powers won't manifest.
Persephone pursed her lips. She thought about how she'd been sensing emotions off and on since Sybil had come to her apartment.
My dear, there's darkness inside of you, and we have only touched the surface.
A shiver slithered up her spine. It wasn't the first time she'd heard those words.
Let me coax the darkness from you. I will help you shape it.
They were words Hades had spoken against her skin right before he explored her body for the first time, inside and out. She hadn't known what he meant then. She didn't know what Hecate meant now, and she decided she didn't want to ask. Can you fix this mess? Persephone asked Hecate. Thick pulp dripped from tree limbs onto the flowers below. It looked like a battlefield.
I could,
Hecate said.
But then I wouldn't have a lesson for later.
You want me to fix this? Persephone knew she didn't have to, but she threw her arms out, gesturing to the disaster in front of them. What makes you think I can mend this when I couldn't stop it from happening?
If I thought you could do it on your own, it wouldn't be a lesson,
the goddess replied. Persephone seethed. One day she would turn her mother into a carrion flower for keeping her magic from manifesting.
Do not worry, my love. You will learn your power as you learn yourself,
Hecate promised. The two made their way back to the palace. For a while they were able to stay away from the topic of Hades and Apollo, mostly because Hecate used the walk as a teaching moment after they'd happened upon a grove of hemlock.
At some point I will instruct you in the art of poison,
Hecate said.
It's a useful skill for any lady to possess.
Persephone gave Hecate an uncertain look. I don't think poisoning is a useful skill, Hecate.
It is when you must kill discreetly.
And when do you need to kill discreetly? She shrugged.
There are all sorts of instances. Abusers of women and children, sex traffickers, rapists, the list goes on.
Perhaps Hecate was on to something. They walked along in silence for a little while, Persephone contemplating the usefulness of poison against one god in particular, when she asked, What does Hades have against Apollo? She knew why she disliked him, of course, but Hades' fury seemed to surpass her own. She added, And don't tell me to ask him. Hecate offered a small smile.
It's what all gods have against each other, I suppose. The knowledge of their history and deeds.
Hecate paused and faced Persephone.
Hades isn't trying to be difficult. He fears for you. Apollo, his vengeance is cruel.
I know. You don't, Hecate argued, and Persephone was a little surprised by her tone.
In antiquity, he and his sister murdered 14 children. The children themselves were innocents. It was their mother, Niobe, who had offended them after she claimed to be superior to the god's own mother, Leto.
14 children. How was the world not appalled by these two gods?
Needless to say, Apollo is unpredictable, and rather than take a chance, Hades has brought you here to the underworld, his realm, where any action Apollo takes will be considered making war upon the god of the dead. Apollo might be rash, but he isn't stupid. He does not want Hades as an enemy.
Despite feeling a new kind of terror, Persephone was glad she asked. They returned to the palace, where they had dinner and discussed the finer details of the summer solstice celebration.
"I have commissioned a new crown,"
Hecate said, just as Persephone was about to take a drink from her wine. She spit it back into the cup. "I'm sorry, what?"
Ian is very excited.
Persephone glared. Of course she'd bring Ian into this. The Soul was a master blacksmith. Before he died, he'd made armor and weapons and was favored by Artemis. It was that favor that got him killed. The Soul now used his skill in the underworld to craft beautiful, intricate things, lampposts and gates, and the occasional crown. "I don't need another crown, Hecate. The one Ian made for me is very beautiful. I can wear it to the solstice celebration." She didn't say what she was really thinking. A crown was presumptuous. Hades wasn't speaking to her right now. How could she be sure he still wanted her as his queen?
"You could, but why would you when you'll have a new one?"
Persephone sighed. "I wish you'd have asked me."
"I'd really rather not," she said. "Now, about the dress. I was thinking black."
Hecate continued explaining her vision for what she called Persephone's grand ensemble. The goddess only half listened, her mind wandering to the story of Apollo, his sister, and Hades. During her research of the god of music, she hadn't considered checking into other stories from his past. The god's offenses were indeed endless and violent, and she found herself wondering if even Hades could prevent his retaliation. After dinner, Persephone found herself alone in her suite again. She started to curse Hades for building it. Who puts their wife in a whole other part of their palace? It was so antiquated. "You aren't his wife," she corrected herself. "You are his girlfriend. Maybe." She couldn't be sure. She hadn't seen Hades since he'd watched her from the balcony last night. She had attempted to go in search of him earlier and hadn't found him anywhere in the palace. She assumed that must mean he was at Nevernight or dealing with Laoki. Her mood darkened further, and she found herself outside again, exploring the underworld in the fading light. Her frustration caused the surrounding flowers to bloom and the grass to grow taller. She hated it. She was literally leaving a path for anyone to follow. She traveled far, over rocky hills and mossy valleys, until she found herself on the edge of a cliff, face to face with a gray ocean. The wind whipped her hair, cooling her heated face. Her insides were still raging. She felt so angry with Apollo and with Hades and being stuck in that god's forsaken suite. Was this his form of punishment? Leaving her in the underworld and avoiding her at all costs? He didn't seem at all sorry for his part in this. She decided she needed to calm down when a rose sprouted from her arm. The bud was painful as it grew, and when she pulled it free, she screamed from the burn, and blood poured from the wound. This is torture, she thought. She tore off a piece of her gown and wrapped it around her arm as tight as she could before settling on the ground. First, she focused on the sound of the sea rushing the shore below, the feel of the wind against her face, the smell of ash and salt in the air. Then she closed her eyes and breathed deep, filling her lungs with the same smells, with the same wind, with the same sounds, until she felt like she was in the ocean herself, rocking back and forth, cradled in warm waves. The anger and tension and pain broke apart. For the first time today, she felt calm, collected, clear-headed. When she opened her eyes, It was dark, and she knew she should head back to the palace before anyone started worrying. But as she got up to leave, she found the path her magic had created was gone. Still, she thought she could manage on her own, and started in the direction she thought she'd come. She walked for a while before she realized she was lost. Exhausted and unable to teleport, she found a spot beneath a tree and sat, sliding to the ground, where she fell asleep. She was roused by Hades' warmth. His scent filled her nose as he cradled her close to his chest. She knew when they teleported because the air changed. If she wasn't so exhausted, so groggy, she would have opened her eyes to see his expression. In fact, she wanted to open her eyes because her heart needed to see how he was looking at her, but she found she couldn't. She was so damn tired. Why was she so tired? Hades held her close for a long time before shifting and settled her in a heap of blankets. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and warmth seeped into her skin. She remembered nothing else. Chapter 10. God of Music. When Persephone opened her eyes, the first thing she noticed were black silk sheets. She caressed them, brows knitting together. How had she gotten in Hades' room? She rolled over, thinking she might find him beside her, but the bed was empty. Then she heard the clink of a glass, and her eyes shifted to Hades' bar. Hermes was standing in front of it, and he had frozen at the sound, looking to see if he'd woken her. "Hermes?" she asked. The god of trickery turned fully, holding a decanter of amber liquid and a glass. "Sorry, Sephi, I needed a drink." "What are you doing here?" she asked, sitting up in bed. "What am I doing here? What were you doing last night?" Persephone's brows drew together. "What do you mean?" Hermes cocked his head to the side. "You really don't remember?" "I went for a walk," she said and shrugged. "That was some walk," Hermes scoffed. "Hades freaked the fuck out. He couldn't find you or sense you anywhere. I've never seen him so... angry." Hermes looked at her like she was crazy. "No, distraught. This is the underworld, his territory. He thought something bad had happened. He summoned every deity in the underworld to look for you. And me. I just got lost. I wanted to clear my head. I meditated for a little while, like Hecate told me to. And when I finished, it was dark. I couldn't find my way back. I didn't mean to make anyone worry. I just wanted to be alone." "Well, enjoy that, because I don't think Hades will let you out of his sight for the foreseeable future." She raised a brow. "You mean like now?" "I'm babysitting," he said almost proudly, and Persephone rolled her eyes. "And why are you babysitting?" "Because Apollo's here." Persephone froze, and Hermes' face drained of color as the god realized his mistake. "What?" "Did I say Apollo was here? I meant that he's on his way. He's most definitely not here. Hades is not meeting with Apollo in the throne room without you. Fuck." Persephone was already out of bed. "Persephone!" Hermes called as she left the room. "Sephi, get back here. No one will take you seriously with that hair." She ignored him, taking off toward the throne room, her feet slipping on the marble as she went. She burst inside, where she found Hades and Apollo standing opposite each other. They really were quite the pair, shadow and light meeting on a marble battlefield. Apollo was beautiful in his mortal form. He was boyish and athletic and smaller than Hades. He had a crown of dark curls, a square jaw, and dimples that added to what might be youthful charm if he didn't appear so angry. Hades, on the other hand, was raw, primal masculinity. He towered over Hermes, his hair a halo of darkness. There was a maturity to Hades' features that had nothing to do with his well-manicured beard or tailored suit. It was in his eyes, black, endless eyes that had seen lifetimes of strife. When she entered, the two gods turned to her.
"So, the mortal has come to play," Apollo remarked. Hades glared over Persephone's shoulder at Hermes, who had followed her. The god held up his hand to stave off Hades' anger.
"What? She guessed!"
Hades turned back to Apollo. "The deal is done. You will not touch her."
"What deal?" Persephone demanded.
The two gods looked at her again. Apollo amused, Hades angry, but she didn't care. While she understood Hades wanted to keep her safe from Apollo, he couldn't just exclude her from this conversation. She had started it, she had things to say, and Apollo would hear her out. "Your lover has struck a deal," Apollo said. The way he said lover slithered across her skin in all the wrong ways. It made her dislike it more, but maybe that was because she felt there was a certain amount of disrespect associated with it, that she was fleeting, temporary. She felt that way now, with this meeting having gone on without her. "I have agreed not to punish you for your slanderous article, and in turn Hades has offered me a favor, to be collected at a future time."
Hermes whistled.
"Damn, he really does love you, Sephi." They all glared at Hermes. Hades offering Apollo a favor was huge. The god could literally ask for anything, and Hades would have to grant it. A knot settled in the pit of her stomach, but it wasn't guilt. It was dread. Why would Hades offer something so precious without telling her first? Because he thought it was the only way to protect you, she thought, and you wouldn't have let him do it.
"I will not agree to this," Persephone said.
"You don't have a choice, mortal." Persephone's eyes burned, and she felt Hades' magic rising to subdue her own, for which she was thankful. If Apollo knew she was a goddess, he would have leverage against her, and the god would use it, given his vengeful past.
"I'm the one who wrote the article," she said. "Your deal should be with me."
Persephone. Her name slipped from between Hades' teeth, and Apollo threw his head back, laughing. "What could you possibly offer me?" Persephone's fists curled, her nails digging into her palms.
"You hurt my friend," she hissed.
"Whatever your friend did must have warranted punishment, or she would not be in the situation she is in."
It enraged her that he didn't even seem to know which friend he'd hurt. "You mean to tell me her refusal to be your lover warrants punishment?"
Apollo froze, though his expression remained passive. Persephone continued.
"You took away her livelihood because she declined to sleep with you. That is insane and pathetic."
"Persephone,"
Hades warned. "You be quiet," she snapped. She never thought she'd get tired of hearing her name on Hades' lips, but right now she wanted him to shut up. "You chose not to include me in this conversation. I will speak my mind."
The god's lips thinned, and his eyes burned. She could feel the frustration brewing under his skin. It made her own tingle. Hermes was laughing. She ignored him and turned toward Apollo.
"I only wrote about your past lovers. I didn't even touch on what you have done to Sybil. If you don't undo her punishment, I will dismantle you."
There was silence, and Apollo chuckled, narrowing his eyes. "You are a fiery little mortal. I could use someone like you. Speak further, nephew, and you will have no reason to fear her threat, because I will tear you to pieces." Apollo offered Hades an unsavory glance, his eyes returning to Persephone quickly, who prompted, "Well?" Apollo stared at her for a long moment, and with a small smile on his lips that made her stomach knot, he said, "Fine. I will return your little friend's powers, and I'll take Hades' favor as well, but you will not write another word about me, no matter what. Understand?" Persephone lifted her chin.
"Words are binding, and I do not trust you enough to agree."
Apollo chuckled. "You have taught her well, Hades." The god of music dared take a step toward her. She sensed both Hades and Hermes straighten. The tension was so thick Persephone couldn't breathe. Apollo bent, his face close to hers,
and despite his eyes being the most beautiful shade of blue she'd ever seen, there was something sinister behind them. It made her want to vomit.
Let me put it this way. You write another word about me, and I'll destroy everything you love. And before you consider the fact that you love another god, remember that I have his favor. If I want to keep you apart forever, I can.
That sent a chill of fear down Persephone's spine. She glanced at Hades, wondering if the threat was real. Her lover's expression told her it was. "Noted," she said from between her teeth. The god straightened.
I will warn you now, Apollo.
Hades' voice was reverent.
If any harm comes to Persephone, favor or not, I will bury you and everything you love in ash.
Apollo offered a cold smile.
You'll only have me to bury, Hades. Nothing I love exists anymore.
Apollo left, vanishing in a blinding ray of light. The throne room was silent, and Persephone found that she was hesitant to face Hades. She had ruined his plans and deliberately disobeyed him in front of another god.
Well, that could have gone better,
Hermes said, clearly amused. Persephone cringed at his tone, knowing Hades wouldn't be pleased.
Why are you still here?
Hades asked through gritted teeth. He was babysitting me, Persephone snapped, glaring at him. Or did you forget? He might be angry about how all of this played out, but she blamed him for that. He'd spent the last few days ignoring her instead of talking through the conversation with Apollo. And didn't he always insist that they talk? How could he think she wouldn't want to fight for her friend if given the chance? How can you say you wish for me to be your queen when given the opportunity to treat me as your equal, you fuck it up completely? Does your word mean nothing? Hades' eyes widened, surprised by her words. It was the blow she wanted to land. She turned from him, looped her arm through Hermes, and strolled out of the throne room.
That took some real lady balls, Sephi,
Hermes said. The goddess frowned. It might have taken balls, but it didn't make her feel any better. At this rate, we'll never reconcile, she said, frowning.
Oh, I really doubt that, Hermes said. I don't think Hades is willing to go that long without fucking you.
Persephone glared at the god. Not everything is about sex, Hermes.
Yes, it is. I'm not saying that to be vulgar.
He paused and chuckled a little.
Well, kinda. What I'm really trying to say is Hades loves you. You didn't see him last night. I did. He won't go long without talking to you. He's too afraid he'll lose you.
She hoped Hermes was right. Despite her final words to Hades, she hadn't wanted to leave his presence, and doing so made her heart hurt. Hermes stayed for most of the afternoon and joined her and Hecate for a picnic in Asphodel. The gods played with Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus and chatted with the souls. When they were finished, Persephone found solace alone in the grove Hades had gifted her. She marveled at his work. Here in her forest, the ground was covered in a sea of purple and white flowers. The canopy overhead, a harbor of silver leaves so thick none of Hades' strange daylight filtered inside. It was beautiful and ethereal, and it was all an illusion. She had witnessed Hades lift his magic from the underworld, revealing desolate and deserted land. The sight had shocked her, but left her in awe of his skills. How was he able to wield magic like thread, weaving ash and smoke and fire into sweet scents, vibrant colors, and gorgeous landscape? She found a spot in her grove with periwinkle and white phlox and sat near a withered patch of ground. She took a breath, closed her eyes, and meditated. She focused on her breath like Hecate had directed, and then the flow of her blood in her body, and then the flow of power in her veins, and the press of life against her skin. She tried to imagine the bald patch in front of her teeming with life, but when she opened her eyes, there was nothing. Her shoulders fell, and she felt the weight of her failure heavy on her back. Hades' scent stirred the air, and suddenly he was around her, his chest to her back, his arms against hers, his legs cradling her body. His warmth was like the darkness, dense and lulling. She wanted it to consume her.
"You are practicing your magic?"
he asked. "More like failing," she answered. He laughed as he exhaled.
"You aren't failing. You have so much power."
His voice made her shiver, and she wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe anything he said in that sensuous voice. "Then why can't I use it?"
"You are using it,"
he answered. "Not correctly."
"Is there a correct way to use your magic?"
Persephone didn't answer. Not because she didn't have one, but because she was frustrated with Hades' question. Of course there was a correct way to use magic. The god chuckled, and his fingers clasped her wrists lightly.
"You use your magic all the time. When you are angry, when you are aroused."
Hades' lips were a breath away from her skin. She wanted desperately to turn and kiss him, but she resisted. "That's not magic," she answered quietly.
"Then what is magic?"
he asked. "Magic is..." She searched for words on a shuddering breath. "Control." Hades chuckled.
"Magic is not controlled. It is passionate, expressive. It reacts to emotions, no matter your level of expertise."
His hands shifted, cupping her own. Persephone swallowed.
"Close your eyes,"
he whispered. She did.
"Tell me what you feel."
Aroused, she thought. "I feel warm," she said instead. She knew Hades was amused by the tone of his voice.
"Focus on it,"
he said.
"Where does it start?"
"Low," she answered, and shivered despite the heat. "In my stomach."
"Feed it,"
he breathed. She did, with thoughts of pushing him into the flowers and pleasuring him. He would be surprised at first, but his eyes would take on that dark smolder, and he would attempt to take control. Except that she wouldn't let him. She would take him into her mouth until he bucked against her, and then lick the cum from his cock. When he kissed her, he would taste himself. Those thoughts filled her with fire, and Hades demanded,
"Now, where are you warm?"
"Everywhere," she answered.
"Imagine all that warmth in your hands."
He spoke faster.
"Imagine it glowing. Imagine it so bright you can barely look at it."
She did as he instructed, focusing intently on the heat rushing to her hands. It was easier because she could feel the weight of Hades on hers. They grounded her.
"Now imagine the light has dimmed, and in the shadow you see the life you have created."
Hades' lips touched her ear as he whispered,
"Open your eyes, Persephone."
When she did, a shimmering white image of the periwinkle and phlox she had envisioned manifested between her hands. It was beautiful. Hades guided her hands to the barren earth, and as the magic touched the ground, it transformed into flowers. Persephone touched one of the silky petals, just to be sure it was real.
"Magic is balance, a little control, a little passion. It is the way of the world."
She tilted her head toward him, but could not see him fully. His beard scraped her cheek. The silence stretched between them, and every bit of her skin felt like an exposed nerve. Finally she twisted, coming to her knees. His eyes were fierce, and his nostrils flared.
"I love you. I should have reminded you when I brought you here, and each day since," Hades said. "Please forgive me."
Tears burned to the back of her eyes. "I forgive you, but only if you'll forgive me. I was angry about Laoki, but angrier that you left me that evening to go to her," she said. The words hurt, like she couldn't take in enough air to speak them. And I feel so ridiculous. I know your reasons, and I know you didn't want to leave me that evening, but I can't help how I feel about it. When I think about it, I feel hurt. Maybe it had something to do with all the emotion she had invested in that moment in the dining room. It was all so intense, and the aftermath left her feeling unfulfilled, neglected.
It pains me to know I hurt you. What can I do?
She was surprised by that question. I don't know. I suppose what I have done must make up for it. I told you I wouldn't write about Apollo. I promised you, and broke that promise. Hades shook his head.
We do not make up for hurt with hurt, Persephone. That is a god's game. We are lovers.
Then how do we make up for hurt? She asked.
With time,
He answered.
If we can be comfortable being angry with one another for a little while.
Persephone frowned, and the tears she thought had all dried up came again as she whispered, I don't want to be angry with you.
Neither do I,
he said, reaching to brush the tears away.
But it doesn't change feelings, and it doesn't mean we can't care for each other while we heal.
Persephone stared at Hades and started to shake her head. How is it that I was meant for you? Hades' brows drew together.
We've discussed this.
He didn't sound angry, but she also knew this discussion had come up before and it hadn't gone all that well. So she explained. I just feel so inexperienced. I am young and rash, and how could you want me? She choked on the words and covered her mouth to smother the emotion.
Persephone,
Hades said gently, covering her hand with his.
First, I will always want you. Always. I failed you here, too. I was angry. I didn't take care of you. I didn't include you. Don't put me on a pedestal because you feel guilty for your decisions. Just forgive yourself so you can forgive me. Please.
She took a breath and bit her lip. Hades' eyes fell to her mouth. Everything inside her was suddenly on fire. He was right. He hadn't taken care of her, and that's what she'd craved. Despite their shared anger, she'd wanted him. His heat, his violence, his love. She closed the distance between them, straddling him as they sat on the ground beneath the silver trees. Hades' hands settled on her hips. I'm sorry, she whispered. Her gaze was level with his, and his dark eyes reached deep. She knew he could see clear to her soul. I love you. You can trust me, my word.
Shh, my darling,
he said. His mouth was inches from hers. His hands trailed up her thighs and beneath her dress. Her stomach tightened with anticipation. I will forever regret my anger. How could I ever question your love, your trust, your word, when you have my heart? She kissed him. Her tongue demanded entrance, and Hades gave it. Persephone's hands tangled into his hair. Pulling hard, she climbed up his body, kissing harder and deeper, bruising him as she bit his lips and sucked his tongue. She was ruthless, but so was Hades.
Where are you burning?
He asked. Everywhere, she answered. She pushed his jacket off his shoulders, and Hades took over, shoving it aside as she unbuttoned his shirt, exposing his chest. She pulled away to admire him. He tried to reach for her, but she stopped him. Let me pleasure you. He didn't speak, but his eyes burned, and that was enough of an answer. She guided him to his back and kissed his lips before working her way down the planes of his muscled chest, following the line of hair from his stomach until it disappeared beneath his slacks where his cock strained against the fabric. She unbuttoned them and wrapped her fingers around his warm velvet flesh. and as she stroked him, she bit down on her lip, ready to taste him. Hades growled.
"Keep looking at me that way, darling. I won't let you have control for long."
She raised a challenging brow and then took him into her mouth. Hades hissed as she circled the head of his cock with her tongue and took him deeper into her mouth. He groaned when he hit the back of her throat, his fingers twisting tightly into her hair. He seemed to grow larger, filling her mouth tighter as she moved him in and out.
"Fuck!"
Hades' curse encouraged her, and she moved faster, using her hands and her tongue. He came with a roar, and his cum filled her mouth, salty and sweet. His smell filled her nose, a mixture of spice and chlorine. She took her time savoring him, licking every part of him clean, until he dragged her up his body and brought her lips to his, rolling so that she was beneath him.
"Such a gift,"
he said, inches from her mouth.
"How shall I repay you?"
"Gifts don't require payment, Hades."
"Another gift, then,"
he offered, and took her mouth in a searing kiss. He laid her bare beneath the trees and worshipped her body until the sky was full of stars, glowing full and bright with Hades' magic. Chapter 11. Unraveling. Persephone draped herself over Hades' naked body and rested her head on his chest. She reveled in the feel of him against her. It was like coming home after all those nights she'd spent alone. They'd just come from the baths after making love in the grove. Her body felt warm and limber, and her eyes were heavy with sleep. She should have succumbed, lulled by the soft circles Hades was tracing on her back and the smell of salt on his skin. Instead, she chose to speak. "I'll mentor Laoki," she said, peeking at him when the silence stretched too long, wondering what he was thinking.
"I'm not sure how I feel about this."
"Me either," she admitted, but she felt like it was the right thing to do. "And I need you to give her a place to stay and her job back. Please." Hades continued to trace shapes against her skin.
"Why do you wish to mentor her?"
Persephone shrugged. "Because I think I know how she feels." Hades raised a brow.
"Explain."
"She's been a tree for thousands of years. Suddenly she's normal again, and the whole world has changed. It's scary, and I know how that feels." Hades was quiet for a long moment, and then he said again, as if to make sure,
"You want to mentor my former lover?"
Persephone sighed loudly and rolled her eyes. "Don't make me regret this, Hades."
"I don't want you to, but are you sure?"
"It's weird, I admit, but she's a victim. I want to help her." It was a hard thing to say to him, given that he was the reason she'd been a poplar tree. Granted, what Laoki had done was wrong, but was it worth losing out on thousands of years? Hades touched her chin.
"You amaze me,"
he said. She giggled. "I am not amazing. I wanted to punish her at first."
"But you didn't," he said. "There are no other gods like you."
"I haven't lived long enough to be jaded like the rest of you," she said. "Perhaps I'll end up like the others before long."
"Or perhaps you will change the rest of us."
They stared at one another, bodies pressed together, until Persephone sat up, straddling Hades. The god beneath her had one hand behind his head. He looked arrogant, and she supposed he had reason to be. He had made her come over and over, and he had been ruthless in his pursuit.
"Eager for more, my lady?"
he asked, growing harder and thicker under her. She smiled. That wasn't why she had sat up. She'd had something to say, and she wanted to say it now before she forgot. But at his question, she realized she was eager for more, eager to take control of his body, to use him as an instrument. "Actually, I'm afraid I must make a few demands," she said, and she slid onto his shaft, filling herself completely. She let out a breath, sore from their previous coupling. Hades' hands went to her thighs, squeezing.
"Yes,"
he said from between his teeth. "I don't want to be placed in a suite on the other side of the palace. Ever," she said, rolling her hips, feeling him everywhere. "Not to get ready for balls. Not when you are angry with me. Not ever." She punctuated each of her statements by slamming into him. Hades' fingers dug into her skin.
"I thought you would want privacy,"
he said. She paused in her movements and bent over him. His eyes burned into hers. "Fuck privacy. I needed you. Needed to know you still wanted me despite everything." He drew his arm around her neck and brought her lips to his. She started to move again when Hades rolled, taking control. Except that once she was beneath him, he didn't move. She glared at him and lifted her hips, but he remained still.
"I will always want you, and I would have welcomed you to my bed any night."
"I didn't know," she said. He pressed a thumb to her swollen lips.
"Now you do."
He gave her a bruising kiss, and they came together again, working through their anger and their pain, until all they felt was their hearts beating together as one. Persephone rose hours later in search of Hecate. She found the goddess of witchcraft in her cabin bundling sage.
"Good evening, my sweet. You look well."
Persephone smiled. "I am well, Hecate, thank you."
"You are here to ask for a favor?"
Persephone twisted her fingers together. "How did you know?" Hecate smirked.
"I don't imagine you were eager to leave Hades' company. Something brought you to my doorstep, and it isn't training."
Persephone snorted and explained. "I need to speak to my mother, but under controlled circumstances."
"You wish to summon her so you can also dismiss her?"
Persephone nodded. "Can you help me?" Hecate wrapped the last of the sage. When she was finished, she turned toward Persephone, meeting her gaze.
"My dear, I would love nothing more than to help you stand up to your mother."
Persephone grinned, and they teleported to her room in the upper world. Hecate got to work, instructing Persephone in the art of summoning spells.
"First, we must cleanse this area,"
she said, burning sage and carrying the smoking bundle around the room. Once she was finished, Hecate used her magic to draw a triple circle on her floor.
"Conjuring the living is no different from conjuring the dead,"
Hecate explained.
"In both cases, you are summoning the soul, so the spell is the same."
Hecate gave Persephone a piece of obsidian and a piece of quartz.
"Obsidian for protection," she said, "and quartz for power."
After that, she produced a black candle, which she placed in the center of the triple circle. She hovered over it, her eyes lifting to meet Persephone's.
"When I light this candle, the spell is complete. Your mother will hear the call."
"Are you sure she will come?" The goddess shrugged.
"There is a chance she may resist, but I doubt your mother will give up the chance to see you."
"You don't know how angry she was when we last spoke."
"You are still her daughter,"
Hecate said.
"She will come."
Hecate bent, cupping her hand over the wick of the candle. Persephone saw the goddess's lips move, and when she pulled away, a black flame flickered.
"Shall I leave you now?"
Persephone nodded. "Yes, thank you, Hecate." She smiled.
"Just blow out the candle when you are ready for her to leave."
Persephone bit her lip. "You are sure she won't be able to stay? Or hurt me?"
"Only if she is invited,"
Hecate promised before vanishing. Persephone was alone for only a few minutes when the smell of sage and burning wax was cut with the scent of wildflowers and a sharp chill. Strange. Demeter's magic usually felt warm, like a pale spring sun. Persephone turned and found her mother standing in the shadow of her room. Demeter hadn't changed, except for looking far more severe than she remembered. She wore blue robes, and her gold hair lay straight, parted at the center, framing her beautiful and cold face. Her antlers were both elegant and dreadful. They filled space, making Persephone's room more cramped. She was perfection, and her presence sucked the air out of Persephone's lungs. "Daughter," she said coldly. "Mother," Persephone acknowledged. The goddess of harvest studied Persephone, probably picking apart her appearance. Demeter hated her curly hair and freckles, and when given the chance, she'd cover them up with her glamour. Whatever she saw there didn't change her severe expression, and after a moment her gaze swept the room. "Am I too hopeful? Have you summoned me to beg my forgiveness?" Persephone wanted to laugh. If anyone should beg forgiveness, it was Demeter. She was the one who had kept Persephone a prisoner most of her life, and even when she'd released her, it had been on a long leash. "No, I have summoned you to tell you to stop interfering with my life." Demeter's cold gaze returned to Persephone, her hazel eyes turning yellow in the candlelight. "Are you accusing me of something, daughter?" Persephone felt a little uneasy. It occurred to her that her mother might be responsible for more than Laoki's release from the poplar tree. What other plans did she have to force her away from Hades? "You released Hades' former lover from her prison," Persephone said. "Why would I bother with something so trivial?" Demeter sounded bored, but Persephone wasn't convinced. "Good question, Mother." Demeter turned from her daughter and began snooping around her room, inspecting, judging. She pulled open her nightstand drawers and opened anything with a lid, wrinkling her nose. "This place smells like Hades," she said, and then she straightened, eyes narrowing upon Persephone. "You smell like him." Persephone crossed her arms over her chest and glared at her mother. "I hope you're using protection," Demeter said. "That's all you need, to be tied to the god of the dead for the rest of your life." "That's a given," Persephone said. "You're the only one who seems to think it isn't." "You don't know Hades," she said. "You're just now learning that for yourself. I know it bothers you. You fear what you don't know." Persephone hated her mother for being right. "I could say the same about you, Mother. What don't I know about you? What evils do you hide under your perfect facade?" "Do not make this about me. You jumped into his arms as soon as he said he loved you. It is embarrassing that your judgment extends to his skin. I raised you better." "You didn't raise me at all." "I imprisoned you," Demeter interrupted, rolling her eyes. "Gods, you are a broken record. I gave you everything. A home, friends, love. It wasn't enough for you." "It wasn't enough," she snapped. "And it would have never been enough. Do you really think you could challenge fate and win? You criticize other gods for their arrogance, yet you are the worst." Demeter smiled coldly. "The fates may have given you what you wanted, a taste of freedom, a taste of forbidden love, but do not mistake their offer with kindness. The fates punish, even gods." "They punished you," Persephone said, "not me." Demeter offered a small smile. "That remains to be seen, my flower. Do you know the fates named you? Persephone. I didn't understand then how my precious, sweet flower could be given such a name. Destroyer. But that is what you are. A destroyer of dreams, of happiness, of lives." Persephone's eyes glazed with tears as her mother spoke. "Oh, yes, my love. Enjoy what fate has offered you.
because they have woven your destiny, and you are a disgrace."
Persephone kicked the candle, spilling wax and extinguishing the flame. Her mother's form vanished, yet her scent lingered, choking her. She fell to her knees, breathing hard, when her door opened. Lexa, Sybil, and Laoki were gathered there.
"Persephone, are you okay?"
Lexa rushed to her side. Sybil picked up the candle, looking perplexed. Laoki was the only one who seemed to know what was going on.
"Summoning spell?"
she asked. Persephone met the woman's gaze, and through her tears she said, "We need to talk." Lexa helped Persephone to her feet, and Sybil cleaned the wax up from the floor. Once they were finished, Persephone closed the door to her room. Laoki sat on the edge of her bed, eyes wide, twisting her fingers together in her lap. She probably thought Persephone was going to kick her out. "I've asked Hades to give you an apartment and your job back," she said. Laoki's breath caught in her throat.
Thank you, Persephone."
"I've also agreed to help you learn this world," she said. "There is one more thing you should know. My mother is Demeter, goddess of harvest." Persephone didn't think Laoki's eyes could get any bigger.
You're a goddess?"
Persephone nodded once. "It's important you keep my secret, Laoki. Do you understand?"
"Of course, but why tell me?"
"Because I need you to be honest with me. Who freed you from the poplar tree?"
"I swear I don't know,"
Laoki said. Her pale brows were drawn together over her pretty ice-blue eyes.
"I just remember waking up alone."
She shivered, rubbing her arms, as if the memory scared her. Persephone studied the nymph for a moment, and then sighed. "I believe you." Still, that didn't mean Demeter wasn't responsible. "Will you tell me if my mother contacts you?" Laoki nodded, and then swallowed. When she spoke, her voice trembled.
"Persephone, what if she was the one to free me? Will she come for me? What if she turns me back into a tree?"
Persephone hadn't thought of that, but her answer was immediate. "If she does, I'll find you."
"She could burn me to a crisp,"
Laoki said, and then offered a humorless laugh.
"It's strange the things you fear when you're a tree."
Persephone frowned. The sad part was, she knew her mother was capable of that kind of malice. The goddess placed a hand on the nymph's arm. "I'll do my best to protect you, Laoki. I promise." The woman smiled.
"You're really not like the rest of them, Persephone."
Upon returning to work, Persephone was more prepared for the crowd outside the Acropolis than she had ever been. She'd decided, rather than entering the building with her head down, she would face them head on, maybe even answer a few of the questions. It wasn't exactly her idea of freedom, but it was a way to take control over the situation, and it was better than feeling trapped. "Thank you, Antony," Persephone said when he opened her door. "See you after work?"
"Yes, my lady."
She smiled at him and started down the aisle. "Good morning," she chimed as she passed the gathering.
Persephone! Persephone! Can I get an autograph?"
She stopped, meeting the gaze of a mortal man. He held out a marker and a booklet. She took it and signed her name, his eyes lighting up.
"Thank you,"
he stuttered out.
"Persephone, how long have you and Hades been together?"
another person asked. "Not long," she replied. "What made you fall in love with him?" someone yelled. "Well, he is charming," she said with a small laugh. The walk continued like that, answering questions, signing articles and pictures, and taking photos with fans. She was almost to the doors when something shattered on the ground behind her. She turned to see a bottle in pieces at her feet. Security rushed the crowd, while another officer took her by the arm and ushered her inside.
"Are you all right, Miss Rossi?"
the officer, an older man with a buzz cut and mustache, asked. Persephone blinked up at him. She hadn't had time to process what had just happened. Someone tried to hurt her, she realized. She took a deep breath and let it out slow, then nodded. Yes. The officer didn't look so certain, frowning down at her. Persephone's eyes fell to his gold nameplate, and she smiled. Thank you, Officer Woods. The guard smirked, and his face reddened.
It was nothing.
She broke free of the officer and headed for the elevators in a daze. Her thoughts turned to Hades' words.
It is only a matter of time before someone with a vendetta against me tries to harm you.
How would the god react once he found out about this incident? When she made it to her floor, Helen was waiting, a concerned look on her face. Oh my gods, Persephone! Are you okay? I heard what happened.
How? Persephone asked. She'd literally just left the first floor.
It's on the news, she said. There was a crew filming live as you arrived. They caught everything on camera.
Persephone groaned. So much for keeping this from Hades.
Did they show the person who threw the bottle? Yes, his face is plastered all over the news.
Oh, no.
Persephone hurried to her desk. She needed to get a hold of Hades before he acted. She knew the god of the dead would seek his own revenge against the mortal who tried to hurt her. And as much as she wanted him to face some sort of punishment for his rash actions, torture in Tartarus seemed a bit extreme. The only person she could think to call was Ilias. The satyr had taken over managing Hades' schedule in Minthy's absence. The phone rang once before he answered. Ilias, where is Hades?
Indisposed, my lady, he answered, pausing a moment before asking, Are you well?
Ilias, I'm fine. Tell Hades not to hurt the mortal. She was interrupted when another call came through on her phone. She looked at the screen and saw Alexa was calling. She'd probably seen the news and wanted to make sure she was okay. She sighed. Ilias, let me call you back. Tell Hades not to hurt that mortal. Persephone hung up on the satyr and answered Lexa's call. Yes, Lex, I'm fine. Except it wasn't Lexa on the other end.
Persephone, it's Jason.
The hysteria in his voice made her heart race. Jason, why?
You need to come to the hospital now.
Okay, what happened?
It's Lexa. They aren't sure she'll make it.
Persephone felt like she'd just had the air sucked from her lungs. Her heart had never felt like this before, irregular and sick, poisoned by a terror so acute she thought it might have stopped. Lexa's in the hospital. They aren't sure she'll make it. Suddenly, she wondered if this was the start of Apollo's revenge. Part 2. The descent into hell is easy. Virgil, the Aeneid. Chapter 12. The Descent into Hell. Persephone stayed calm and collected, despite the anxiety eating away at the bottom of her stomach. Jason's voice echoed in her head. The words he'd spoken felt distant and untrue.
Lex has been in an accident. They aren't sure she will make it.
He had to be mistaken. There was no way their Lexa, her Lexa, was fighting for her life.
Persephone.
Jason's voice shook as he said her name, rooting her in the reality of what he'd just told her. She shook her head and said into the receiver, That can't be true. I just saw her this morning. His voice sounded strangled, as if someone were pushing on his throat, stealing his air.
It happened in front of the Alexandria Tower. She was on her way to work. They said she was crossing the street and someone hit her.
She felt unsteady. Her body shook uncontrollably. I'll be there as soon as possible. She was out of her chair before she hung up the phone, racing from the Acropolis. Asclepius Community Hospital was a modern building made of mirrored glass, blending with the azure sky and dense white clouds. Inside, the hospital looked more like a hotel than a medical facility. It was bright, clean, and beautiful, but nothing could hide the smell. It was what Persephone always thought of as the smell of sickness. It was the tang of chemicals, the metallic scent of stale water, and the bitter odor of latex. It filled her head and made her dizzy. She found Jason on the second floor in the waiting room. He sat in one of the stiff wooden chairs, leaning forward with his head cradled in his hands, his face shielded by his hair. "Jason," she said his name as she approached. He looked up, eyes wide. Persephone understood his expression because she shared it. They were shocked, helpless, confused.
"Persephone."
Jason stood and embraced her. She held him as tight as she could, like she thought he might disappear too. "Is she okay?" It seemed like a ridiculous question given his earlier report, but Lexa wasn't willing to imagine a world without Lexa, so she asked anyway. He pulled away, face drawn.
"She's in surgery. That's all they'll tell me. Her parents are on their way. We'll know more then."
"How did this happen?"
"She was crossing the street. The driver claims he didn't see her. Guess he didn't see that fucking red light either. He was probably texting."
He sat down then, as if he could no longer stand under the weight of what happened to Lexa, and Persephone joined him. She wasn't sure what to say because she couldn't think straight. It was like her mind couldn't decide how to assess the situation. Part of her wanted to prepare herself for the worst. "If she dies, then it will be your fault. You'll have manifested it," she scolded herself quickly. "She can't die. She won't. She's too young. She has too much to live for." Except that Persephone knew death personally. It did not discriminate, and anyone could be prey. It all depended on a thread, and sometimes a gamble.
"What if we lose her? What will we do?"
Jason's question stole Persephone's breath, and she looked at him. He leaned forward in his chair again like he might get sick. Instead, he scrubbed his face with his hands. She thought he might be trying to keep his tears at bay, and she could see his eyes were growing red and his face was splotchy and pink. She reached for his hand. It was clammy and cold, and hers were shaking. "We won't lose her." Her voice was fierce, and as she spoke, she understood all those desperate pleas mortals made to Hades. She was making one now. "Don't take her from me. I will give you anything." She closed her eyes against her thoughts and spoke again, more uncertain than she'd ever been. "We won't. We can't." Torturous hours ticked by with no updates. Persephone stepped outside to call Sybil and let her know what happened. The Oracle made it to the hospital within 30 minutes. Between the three of them, they'd walked the entire hospital and been to the cafeteria close to 10 times for coffee and water. It was about the only thing any of them could stomach. When Lex's parents arrived, Jason hurried outside to meet them and show them the way. During his absence, Persephone turned to Sybil. "Have your powers returned?" she asked. "Yes," the Oracle whispered, giving Persephone a knowing look. They still hadn't had a chance to talk about Persephone's agreement with Apollo. Persephone only had one question for the Oracle. "Do you know if she will live?" "I do not know. The gods are merciful that way. I do not carry the burden of knowing my friends' fates." Persephone frowned. "Do you think Apollo had something to do with this?" "Isn't that what Sybil had said? That Apollo would punish by hurting those closest to her?" Sybil shook her head. "No, Persephone. I think this is exactly what it looks like. A mortal accident." Persephone wasn't sure why, but that wasn't what she wanted to hear. Then Sybil asked, "Maybe you can ask Hades if she will survive." The goddess swallowed thickly. She could, but what if the answer was no? She tried to imagine going to the underworld every day and finding Lexa walking the streets of Asphodel, arm in arm with Yuri. She couldn't do it. She couldn't explain why it was such a terrifying thought, either. It was just that if Lexa was in the underworld, it meant that she was dead. It meant that she wasn't in the upper world anymore, that her existence had ceased, and Persephone couldn't stomach that. When Lexa's parents, Eliska and Adam, arrived, they were given more information on the status of her injuries. The doctor wore a white lab coat and kept his hands in his pockets as he spoke. He was older. His eyelids shielded his drooping eyes. His nose was wide, his lips thin, and formed a permanent frown. He sounded tired, but it was just his voice, a low, raspy baritone.
She has 2 broken legs and a broken elbow, lacerations to her kidneys, bruised lungs, and blood on her brain.
Hearing the trauma Lexa's body had sustained brought Persephone to tears. He continued.
She is in critical condition and in a coma. We have her on a ventilator.
What does critical condition mean? Jason asked.
It means that her vitals are unstable and abnormal, the doctor answered. The next 24 to 48 hours will be very important for Lexa's recovery.
The words broke down Persephone's hope. Lexa's parents were let in to see her first. Persephone, Sybil, and Jason waited.
She'll fight. She'll pull through,
Jason said aloud, as if he was trying to convince them and himself. It was Aliska who returned to get them and show them to Lexa's room. As they followed her, Persephone couldn't stop staring. Lexa looked a lot like her mother. They had the same thick black hair and blue eyes, and sometimes the same expressions. When Persephone entered, her gaze went straight to Lexa. It was hard to describe how she felt seeing her best friend under all that equipment. It was a little like having an out-of-body experience. Lexa was still as stone, and barely visible under layers of tubes and cords running into her like the threads of fate. They bound her in place, and right now they bound her to life. A thick white cloth lay across her forehead, and a neck brace propped her chin up high. Her ventilator sounded like a constant exhale, and the heart monitor pulsed a steady beat. These were things that even this room, made up with colorful walls, monochrome flooring, and modern touches, couldn't disguise. This was a place where people came because they were sick, or hurt, or dying. Persephone reached for Lexa's hand. She was cold, and for some reason that surprised her. She noted all the ways her best friend didn't quite look like herself. Her swollen face, her bruised skin, her colorless lips. While they were gathered around her, a nurse entered the room, checking monitors, tubes, and entering information into a computer.
There's nothing else they can do, she heard Lexa's mother saying. It's really up to her now.
Persephone squeezed Lexa's hand. She didn't squeeze hers back. She wasn't sure how long she stood there watching Lexa, but there was a point where she realized she needed to leave. The room was too small, and Lexa's parents needed privacy. Once outside the room, Sybil turned to Persephone. Are you going to see Hades? She nodded. Will you ask him to save her? It was like someone had stabbed her in the stomach and twisted the blade. I will do what I can, she answered. Once Persephone was out of view, she risked teleportation and ended up in the alley beside Nevernight. It was dark and wet and smelled rancid. She rushed to the entrance where Makonnen stood guard. When he saw her, he smiled, showing crooked and yellow teeth, but he quickly realized something was wrong. His grin vanished, and he set his shoulders, seeming to grow larger as if preparing to fight.
My lady, is everything okay?
His words were rough, a hint of the monster he kept at bay. Hades, she said. Her breath was short. I need him. Quickly. Makonnen fumbled and opened the door. She rushed inside, immediately suffocated by the hot air and loud music. She paused as she entered the club. She didn't know where Hades was. He could be in the lounge, betting with mortals, or in his office, sitting behind that pristine desk, or in the underworld playing catch with Cerberus. She hurried down the stairs and cut across the crowded floor. She felt frantic, like she was running out of time, but that was the problem. She didn't know how much time she had. She nearly slammed into a waitress holding a massive tray of drinks. If it had been another day, she would have apologized, but she was on a mission. Instead, she continued through the crowd, pushing people aside and ramming into shoulders. One man turned, scowling, and grabbed her arm, jerking her around to face him. "What the hell?" When he saw her face, he let her go as if she were venomous. "Oh, fuck!" A second later, an ogre materialized beside him, and he was dragged from his table and into the dark of the club. Persephone took the steps 2 at a time, and decided to check Hades' office first. When she threw open the doors, Hades was already across the room, as if he'd felt her distress and headed straight for it.
"Persephone."
"Hades, you have to help, please." She choked on a sob. She had thought she was okay, that she could at least get through this. It was the most important part, asking Hades for help. Except it wasn't, and just as she started to speak, her emotions burst from her like a dam, raw and painful and untamed. Hades caught her in his arms, holding her close as her whole body shook. His hands tangled into her hair, fitting against the base of her head. She'd have liked to stay there, sobbing in his arms, comforted by his strength and his heat. She was exhausted. But it was then she realized they weren't alone. There was a man bound to a chair in the middle of Hades' office. He was gagged. His eyes were wide, and she got the impression he was trying to get her attention by screaming as loud as he could. "Hades!"
"Ignore him."
Hades lifted his hand, and Persephone knew he was about to send the mortal away. She stopped him. Is that the mortal who threw the bottle at me today?" Hades' jaw tightened. "Why are you torturing him in your office and not in Tartarus?" The mortal's muffled cries increased.
"Because he's not dead,"
Hades responded, and then glared at the man.
"Yet."
"Hades, you cannot kill him."
"I won't kill him," the god promised, "but I will make him wish he were dead."
"Hades, let him go." The god's dark eyes studied hers, and it seemed like the longer he looked, the calmer he became. After a moment, he sighed and gritted out, "Fine." The mortal vanished. She would have to remember to follow up about where he actually sent the man. Persephone didn't believe for a moment that Hades had given in so easily. Hades sat and guided her onto his lap, his hand moving in soothing circles over her back.
"What happened?"
He wasn't demanding, but there was an edge to his voice that Persephone recognized as fear. She couldn't blame him. She had burst into his office without warning, on the heels of a day when she'd been in the news after being attacked. She took a long time to answer, so long that Hades tilted her head back so he could search her eyes, a frown pulling at his lips. Does he already know what happened to Lexa? She wondered. She tried to tell him, but her mouth quivered so badly she had to pause and take several deep breaths. After a few minutes of this, Hades summoned wine. She gulped at it like water. The bitter drink coated her tongue, but helped her nerves.
"Start again,"
Hades said.
"What happened?"
The words came easier this time. As she spoke, his expression melted from concern into a mask of indifference. It was a strategic move in poker, a way to deceive another player by concealing feelings. But this wasn't a game. And Persephone knew deep down that it was just Hades' way of preparing to tell her he couldn't help. "She doesn't look like Lexa anymore, Hades." A loud sob escaped her throat. She covered her mouth as if that might keep all her feelings inside.
"I'm so sorry, my darling."
She twisted to face him in the plush chair. "Hades." His name was a shaky breath. "Please." He looked away, his jaw working to quell his frustration.
"Persephone, I can't."
His tone was harder this time. She stood, needing distance. The god remained seated. "I won't lose her."
"You haven't," Hades pointed out. "Lexa still lives."
She wanted to argue, but Hades didn't let her.
"You must give her soul time to decide."
Decide? What do you mean? Hades sighed, and he pinched the bridge of his nose as if he dreaded the coming conversation.
Lexa's in limbo.
Then you can bring her back. Persephone had heard of limbo before. Hades had brought a soul back from there for a grieving mother. Hope blossomed in her chest, and it was like Hades could sense it because he dashed it quickly.
I can't.
You did it before. You said when a soul is in limbo, you can bargain with the fates to bring them back.
In exchange for the life of another,
Hades reminded.
A soul for a soul, Persephone.
You can't say you won't save her, Hades.
I'm not saying I don't want to, Persephone. It is best that I do not interfere with this. Trust me. If you care for Lexa at all, if you care for me at all, you will drop this.
I'm doing this because I care, she argued.
Hades scoffed. That's what all mortals think. But who are you really trying to save? Lexa or yourself?
I don't need a philosophy lesson, Hades, she gritted out.
No, but apparently you need a reality check.
He stood, shoving off his jacket, and started to unbutton his shirt. Persephone scowled. I'm not having sex with you right now. Hades glared at her, but continued to unbutton his shirt. Then she saw black markings surfacing on his skin. They were all fine lines, tattoos that wrapped around his body like a delicate thread. What are they? She started to reach out, but Hades stopped her with a firm hand clamped around her wrist. She met his gaze.
It's the price I pay for every life I've taken by bargaining with the fates, he said. I carry them with me. These are their life threads, burned into my skin. Is this what you want on your conscience, Persephone?
Slowly, she pried her hand from his and brought it back to her chest, eyes following the lines on his golden skin. She remembered wondering how many bargains he'd made when they'd entered their own. She had no idea they were written into his skin. Still, she found this frustrating. Hades had spoken of balance before, but this had him chained. He was one of the most powerful Olympian gods, and yet his power was limited. What good is being the god of the dead if you can't do anything? The words spilled out of her mouth before she could catch them. She took a deep breath. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Hades offered a gruff laugh.
You meant it,
he said, and placed his hand on the side of her face, forcing her gaze back to his. When she looked into his eyes, her heart felt like it was going to break into pieces. How was it this immortal god seemed to understand her sorrow?
I know you don't want to understand why I can't help, and that's okay.
I just don't know what to do, she said, and her shoulders sagged. She felt defeated.
Lexa isn't gone yet,
Hades said.
And yet you mourn her. She may recover.
Do you know that for certain? That she will recover?
No.
His eyes were searching, and she wondered what he was looking for. Persephone had come here for hope, for comfort in the knowledge that Lexa would be okay no matter what. And yet Hades wasn't giving it. She let her head fall against his chest. She was so tired. After a moment, Hades scooped her up into his arms and teleported to the underworld.
Do not fill your thoughts with the possibilities of tomorrow,
he said as he placed her in bed. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and everything went dark. Chapter 13. A Touch of Panic. Persephone woke the next morning with sticky eyes and a headache. Her sleep had been fitful. The events of the day ebbed and flowed, hitting her hard, evoking a burst of sadness and raw emotion, then receding into a kind of numb stupor. As she sat up, there was a knock at her door, and Hecate poked her head in.
Good morning, my sweet,
she said.
I've brought you some breakfast."
Something thick had settled at the back of her throat, and she thought she might vomit. There was no way she could eat right now, not with the way her stomach churned. "No, thank you, Hecate. I'm not hungry." The goddess frowned.
"Sit with me for a little while, then. Perhaps you will change your mind."
"I'm sorry, Hecate, I can't," Persephone said, already on her feet. "I need to get to the hospital." She checked her phone, but there were no texts from Lex's mother or Jason. She hoped that was a good sign. She hurried into the adjoining bathroom and scrubbed her face. The cold water felt good against her flushed skin.
"You really should eat something," Hecate said. "It would please Hades."
It might please Hades, but Persephone was sure she would be sick if she ate. "Where is Hades?" she asked, exiting the bathroom. He'd been beside her through most of the night, waking up each time she rose from bed to blow her nose or wash her face. The goddess shrugged.
"I do not know. He summoned me early this morning. He did not wish to disturb you."
She wasn't sure why, but not knowing where Hades was at this moment made her uneasy. She couldn't help where her mind wandered. Was he sorting things out with Laoki? She had asked him to give her a place to live and her job back, but she had not seen the nymph. She supposed she could ask today, as she was scheduled to meet Laoki later. It was part of the deal she'd made to mentor the nymph.
"I am sorry about Lexa, Persephone,"
Hecate said at last. The sentiment made Persephone shiver, and her eyes watered. It shouldn't have been her. Hecate said nothing, and Persephone cleared her throat. After she was dressed, she grabbed her phone and her purse. "I'll take coffee if you have it," she told Hecate as she prepared to head out.
"That is not sustenance."
"Yes, it is. It's caffeine." Hecate frowned, but obliged, summoning a steaming cup of coffee. "Thank you, Hecate," Persephone said. "When you see Hades, tell him I had breakfast."
"That would be a lie,"
she argued. "No, it's not. He knows what breakfast means for me." Hecate shook her head, grimacing, but didn't argue. Persephone left Nevernight on foot. It was already hot, and it wasn't even noon. The heat coiled around her skin as she walked, dampening her clothes and causing her hair to stick to her neck and face. She probably should have taken the bus, or asked Hecate to arrange for a ride, but she really wanted to be alone. "Persephone!" She glanced up. Someone on the other side of the street had called her name. She didn't recognize them, but they were now looking up and down the road in an attempt to cross. She quickened her pace. "Persephone!" She glanced behind her again. The person had made it across the street, and they were now running toward her. "Persephone Rossi, wait!" She cringed, hearing her name called so loud, drawing stares from curious onlookers. "Persephone?" Another voice joined in. "Hey, it's Persephone Rossi, Hades' lover." A man stepped in front of her and asked, "Can I get a picture?" He was already holding up his phone. "Sorry, no, I'm in a hurry." Persephone sidestepped the man and continued down the sidewalk. "What's Hades like?" someone called. "Was he angry about the article you wrote? How did you meet?" The words crowded her like the people outside the Acropolis. She kept her arms close to her body and her head down so they couldn't get pictures of her face. Did they think less space would force answers out of her? Maybe they thought fear would do the trick. "Stop following me!" she finally yelled, feeling claustrophobic and a little terrified. Persephone broke into a run, trying to escape the crowd that had formed around her. They yelled her name and questions and horrible things. She cut across the street and slipped down an alleyway. Just as she exited, she was caught by the shoulder and hauled around. She twisted and punched her assailant in the face. Her knuckles met the hard as stone face of Hermes. "Fuck!" she cursed, shaking her fingers out. "Hermes!" His brows rose to meet his hairline.
"I have to say, women are usually more agreeably engaged with me when those two words come out of their mouth."
"She went this way!" someone yelled. Persephone met Hermes' gaze and snapped, "Get me out of here!" He grinned.
"As you wish, goddess of profanity."
Hermes teleported. And once they arrived safely on the rooftop garden of the hospital, she gave a frustrated cry. "I can't go anywhere! How are you a god, Hermes?" The god shrugged, a smirk on his face.
"It isn't so bad. We are revered and worshipped."
"And hated," Persephone finished.
"Speak for yourself,"
Hermes replied. Persephone glared at him and then sighed, running her fingers through her hair. She had to admit she was a little shaken by what had happened on the street.
"Sephi, if you don't mind me saying, at some point you're going to have to accept that your life has changed."
She looked at the god, confused. "What are you saying?"
"I'm saying you probably can't just walk down the street like you want. I'm saying you're going to have to start acting like a goddess, or at least a god's lover."
"Don't tell me what to do, Hermes!" She didn't mean to sound so frustrated, but this was not the time to have this discussion.
Okay, he said, holding up his hands. "Just trying to be helpful."
"Well, you're not." He offered her a dull look, not seeming at all frustrated by how much of a brat she was being.
"Was that really necessary?"
She sighed. "No, I'm sorry, Hermes. Things are just really awful right now."
"It's okay, Sephi. Let me know if you need a lift."
He winked and left her alone on the roof. Before she went into the hospital, Persephone called into work. With each ring, anxiety pooled in her stomach. She'd gone from enjoying Dimitri's company to dreading the sight of him.
"Persephone," Dimitri answered. "How is your friend?"
"She's not good," Persephone said. "I won't be in today."
"Of course," he said. "Take all the time you need."
The sympathy in his voice made her grind her teeth. This man gave her whiplash. He could be considerate when he wanted to, and vengeful when he had to. "I'm going to need an extension on the exclusive," she said. She held her breath as she waited for him to speak. Finally, he said,
"I'll see what I can do, but, Persephone, I can't make any promises."
That wasn't the response she was looking for, and there was an unsettling twist in her stomach. "If you want me as your employee, Dimitri, then you won't push me on this." He sighed, and she imagined him rubbing his fingers between his brows as if he had a headache. She'd seen him do it on multiple occasions, especially when he'd been looking at his computer screen too long.
"I'll deal with it," he said. "Just take care of your friend and yourself."
She hung up without saying thank you. When she arrived on the second floor of the hospital, she learned from Lexa's mother that the doctor had visited that morning. He said Lexa's vital signs were improving. Persephone felt her chest swell with hope. "That's good news, right?"
"It's positive," she responded. "Their real worry is her brain."
Aliska went on to explain that Lexa had brain contusions, and that the extent of her injuries were unknown, but it could range from minor to severe. Persephone didn't like those odds. The hopes she'd felt a moment ago shattered. There wasn't much to do at the hospital, so Persephone perched in a window and pulled out her laptop. She intended to catch up on the news, but her mind got tangled up in Hermes' words.
"You're going to have to start acting like a goddess."
What does that even mean? She mumbled to herself. Was he trying to tell her she needed to be like Aphrodite or Hera? Persephone wasn't interested in giving up the things that tied her to the mortal world. They were what she'd formed her identity around when she'd come to New Athens. And now it seemed like all of that was being taken away. Everyone wanted her to be someone she wasn't. Persephone distracted herself by reading up on Apollo. As it turned out, others were now coming forward with stories like the ones Persephone had published in New Athens News. Instances where Apollo had threatened to dismantle the careers of his lovers if they left him. She wondered if that was why she had yet to hear from Apollo.
These new allegations emerged just days after Hades' lover, Persephone Rossi, published a scathing article about the god. Still, the article refused to lay blame on the god of music, stating, "The allegations have yet to be confirmed. Divine Entertainment has reached out to Apollo's representatives, though they have declined to issue a statement at this time."
Probably because Apollo needs a new oracle, she thought. Persephone noticed something green in her peripheral and turned to find vines sprouting from the windowsill and climbing up the glass. Fueled by her anger, they were growing fast. She slammed her hand against them as if she were smashing an insect and tore them down. Gods, she was a disaster.
"You okay?"
Persephone jumped and turned to find Jason. He looked awful. "Have you slept?" she asked. He offered a weary smile.
"Here and there."
"You should rest," she encouraged. "You can go to our apartment. It's closer than yours."
What if something happens while I'm gone? Or sleep? What if I miss?
Persephone knew what he was going to say. What if he missed saying goodbye? She had no response to that, because she wondered the same thing. "The doctors said her vitals were better today." Jason just nodded. Something else was on his mind. He toed the ground, hands in his pockets, and then sat down on the already cramped windowsill. Persephone shifted, watching him intently.
"Did Hades say you could help?"
He spoke fast, like he wanted to get the words out so this conversation could be over. Persephone didn't think that question would hurt so much, but it stole her breath. She pressed her lips tight. Her eyes watered. "He said, we haven't lost her yet." Jason nodded.
"I figured."
Persephone's brows drew together. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, choosing not to look at her.
"He's the god of the dead, not the god of the living. Why would he save a life when he can gain another resident?"
"Hades isn't like that," Persephone said. "There's more to it than you think. The fates—"
"So he says,"
Jason replied.
"But how do you really know that's true?"
"Jason!" Her voice shook as she spoke. She believed Hades because she'd seen the threads on his skin, one for each life he'd bargained.
"You defend him, but what does it say about him? That he will not even help you when you need him most?"
"Because I don't need him the most right now. Lexa does," she thought. "That's not fair, Jason."
"Maybe you're right,"
the mortal replied.
"Sorry, Seth."
She didn't tell him it was okay, because it wasn't. Jason's words were unkind. And worse, they burrowed under her skin. Did Hades' refusal to help her mean he did not love her as much as she thought? That's ridiculous, she scolded herself. And yet, she wondered, how could he watch her suffer like this? With no changes in Lexa's health, Persephone decided to keep her appointment with Laoki. She was going to meet the nymph at the Pearl, a boutique owned by Aphrodite located in the fashion district of New Athens. Ilias had managed to schedule a private shopping event for her and the nymph. He also arranged for Antony to give her a ride, something she was thankful for after this morning's disastrous walk to the hospital. Persephone entered the shop as soon as she arrived. The boutique smelled like roses and was exactly what she expected from the goddess of love. The carpeting at her feet was furry and white, the chairs were plush and jeweled, and every accent shimmered. Persephone wandered throughout the store, fingers brushing soft fabric and inspecting fine gems. "Lexa would love this place," she said aloud.
"I'm sure she would,"
a voice replied. Persephone spun. Aphrodite lounged on a chaise in her own boutique. She was dressed in something that resembled lingerie, a pink bodysuit and a sheer pink robe. The outfit showed off her soft curves. Her bright blonde locks splayed around her head. Persephone wondered if she'd just fallen on the chair like that or if she'd posed herself. She wouldn't put the posing past Aphrodite. "Aphrodite," Persephone said, surprised to see the goddess.
"Persephone."
"I didn't know you would be here."
"Oh, I just came to check up on you," she said. "Saw the news."
"You and everyone else," Persephone mumbled. "I am fine, as you can see." The blonde goddess raised a brow.
"I see your sex life is vibrant."
Persephone stiffened and then narrowed her eyes. "How do you know that?"
"I can smell it," she said. "Hades is all over you. Must have been a wild night. Makeup sex?"
"That's a horrific power," Persephone said, and Aphrodite shrugged. "And you?" Persephone asked. "How are you?" The goddess seemed surprised by her question, as if no one had ever asked. She frowned, and her pretty pale brows drew together over her sharp eyes. Persephone noted the change in her expression. She seemed confused, as if she was unsure why the question had elicited emotion. Finally, the goddess answered.
"I don't know."
It was the most honest Aphrodite had ever been, and Persephone would have liked to explore the pain she sensed beneath those words. But the door chimed, and Laocoon entered the store. Aphrodite cleared her throat, smiling up at Persephone.
"Well, it's time for me to go."
"Wait, Aphrodite," Persephone stopped her. "I'm sorry. If you ever need to talk—"
"I don't,"
the goddess said quickly, and then she offered a lopsided smile.
"I mean, thanks, Persephone."
With that, she was gone.
"Persephone?"
Laocoon asked. The pale nymph looked washed out beneath Aphrodite's sparkling lights. She relaxed when she found Persephone in the adjoining room.
"Oh, good, you're here."
"Did you not expect me to be here?" The nymph shrugged awkwardly and then admitted,
"I wouldn't blame you if you decided you didn't want to do this."
Persephone's gaze hardened a little. "I keep my word, Laocoon."
"I know," she said. "I'm just used to disappointment is all. I'm sorry."
Persephone frowned, feeling sympathy for the nymph. Two attendants appeared and took Persephone and Laocoon's coats and purses and gave them a glass of champagne.
"The store is yours," one of the attendants said. "We are here to serve."
It took both of them time to warm up to shopping, but soon Laocoon was handing over armfuls of clothing to the attendants. "Are you planning to replace your wardrobe?" Persephone asked.
"No, but I figure why not try on everything? It's not likely we'll have another chance like this."
Persephone smiled a little. She sounded like Lexa.
"Aren't you going to try anything on?"
Laocoon asked. "I don't think so. I don't need anything."
"It's not about needing," Laocoon said. "It's for fun."
"You go ahead," she encouraged. "I am content to sit here and drink." Laocoon frowned a little, but disappeared into the changing room. Persephone really wished Lexa were here. This was her thing. When they'd first met in college, Lexa had taken her to this very boutique. They'd laughed and tried on dresses and drank sparkling grape juice. It was the first time she'd been told her colors were red, gold, and green. The first time someone other than her mother had told her she was beautiful. The first time she'd felt that someone meant it. It had been a blissful day. Persephone's memories were interrupted by her phone ringing. It was Jason. She answered, her heart racing in her chest. "Is everything okay?" She didn't even say hello.
"Yes, Persephone. I wanted to let you know that Lexa just came out of surgery."
"What? Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
"Because everything's fine."
How could everything be fine when Lexa had to go into surgery? Persephone couldn't help thinking Jason had done this on purpose because of her inability to convince Hades to help. What if everything hadn't been fine?
"This is why I didn't tell you earlier."
His frustration was evident in his tone.
"You freak out, and it makes everything worse."
Okay, those words hurt.
"She had some internal bleeding. They caught it in time, and now she's stable and back in the ICU.
I freak out? Excuse me for being concerned for my best friend, Jason.
Yeah, well, she's my girlfriend.
The line went dead, and Persephone pulled her phone away from her ear to find that Jason had hung up on her. What the actual fuck was happening? Suddenly she couldn't breathe, and her heart felt like it was beating in her head, irregular and quick. She looked around, vision blurred, and the only thing she could think was that she was dying. She rushed from the store. She heard her name being called as she left. Lady Persephone! She ran down the sidewalk and stopped in an alleyway. She pressed herself against the brick and leaned over, taking deep breaths. Lady Persephone! Are you okay? Laocoon had followed her as she'd fled. It took Persephone a moment, but she finally straightened, her chest rising and falling. Is it okay if we don't shop? Laocoon's eyes were large, strangely innocent, and she nodded. Of course, whatever you want. Coffee, Persephone said. Sure. They went to the coffee house. It was the one place Persephone felt she could still go and not be bothered. She ordered 2 vanilla lattes, one for her and one for Laocoon, who had never had coffee before. They sat across from each other. Persephone kept her hands cupped around her drink, watching as the foam leaf atop melted into nothing. How do they make this picture? Laocoon asked, inspecting the foam like a rare specimen. Very carefully, Persephone responded. The nymph took a tentative sip. She hummed and took a bigger gulp. Persephone recalled the first time she'd had coffee. She hadn't actually liked it all that much, but Lexa had claimed that was because she'd had black coffee. She'd been right. Add a little cream, and it was her favorite drink. Just wait until you try hot chocolate, Persephone commented. Laocoon's eyes went wide. Silence stretched between them. Persephone kept her gaze on her drink. She wasn't sure what to say to Laocoon, and her body felt off, her earlier panic making her insides feel shaky. Do you want to talk about earlier? Laocoon asked. Persephone met the woman's gaze and shook her head. I'd rather not. The nymph nodded. I'm sorry your friend is sick. She's not sick. Persephone didn't mean to snap, but the words just spilled out of her mouth. Plus, she was still a little freaked out about earlier. She's hurt. She was hurt. I'm sorry. Laocoon's voice was a whisper. Persephone's shoulders fell. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's hard. Laocoon nodded. I know. Persephone met her gaze, and the nymph explained. I woke up a few days ago and everything I knew had changed. Most of my friends are dead. The nymph paused. I was angry at first. I think I still am. Persephone wasn't sure what to say, but she was sincere. Now that she had distance from the situation, now that her anger toward Hades had lessened, she could think from Laocoon's point of view. I'm sorry, Laocoon. She shrugged. At least I'm free. It was strange to sit across from this woman and realize how similar they really were. Were you conscious while you were imprisoned? No, she said. I think that might have been worse. Perhaps it was a mercy. Persephone bit her lip. They were talking about Hades, but indirectly. I don't blame him for his anger, she said. I antagonized him. It was not a good relationship. It wasn't what you have. How do you know what I have? Persephone asked. You have love, she answered. He loves you. Persephone looked away. She didn't really want to talk about Hades with his ex-lover. Laocoon seemed to sense this and changed the subject. Your friend, is she recovering well? Persephone wasn't sure how to answer that. She was really just staying the same. She shook her head. I just wish I could heal her. Laiki was quiet for a moment, and then she answered, I think I can help. Persephone met the nymph's gaze, and she leaned forward to whisper, Have you heard of the Magi? She had. They were mortal practitioners of dark magic. She didn't know much about them, aside from the fact that Hecate often had to clean up after their spells. Laiki offered a small smile. I can tell you have. What have you heard? Nothing good, she answered. They aren't, Laiki said. That is something that hasn't changed since ancient times, but some, the ones that are good at their job, can craft some powerful spells. What kind? Any kind? Love spells, death spells, healing spells? That is illegal magic. It was illegal because it went against the gods. Love spells were Aphrodite's territory, death Hades, and healing Apollo's. Illegal, yes, but many would prefer owing a mortal than a god. I'm not saying you have to accept a contract with a magi, but I can get you into the same club as them. If you draw their attention, you get an audience with them. And how do they know I want an audience? Because no one goes there unless they want something. Here, Laiki said, pulling a card from her pocket and handing it to her. It was black. A name was embossed on the surface. She read it aloud. Iniquity? The club is true to its name. It's a den of wickedness and sin. It isn't a place for you. Persephone offered a small, humorless smile. You don't know me very well if you believe that. Maybe not, but I do know Hades would turn me back into a tree if he knew I was telling you about it. But it might be the only way to save your friend, unless you want to make a deal with Apollo. That was a huge no. How soon can you get me in? Tomorrow, if you like. Persephone tapped the card against her palm. Hades will be angry if he finds out. Laiki smirked. He always finds out. I will protect you, she answered. I'm not worried about me, Laiki said. Who will protect you? From Hades? She was surprised by the question, but knew the answer. There was no protecting herself from her lover. The air between them was raw. Even if she had wanted to, there was nothing she could do against the god of the dead. I no longer have protection against Hades. Chapter 14. Iniquity. Persephone needed to be at Iniquity at midnight. Earlier in the day, she'd told Hades she was going to stay at her apartment to be with Sybil. Instead, she spent the evening getting ready. Her dress was revealing, to say the least, and she wondered what Hades would say if he saw it. It featured a crisscross mesh top with a high neckline, long sleeves, and a short black skirt. She paired it with a black bralette and strappy heels. You look stunning, Sybil said. She stood in Persephone's doorway in her pajamas, a blue shirt and gray shorts. Thanks. You don't look excited to be going out? It isn't for fun. Sybil nodded. Do you have to go? I think so. She met Sybil's gaze. Is there anything I should know? She wasn't completely sure how Sybil's powers worked, but she liked to think if she was walking into anything dangerous, Sybil would let her know. But the oracle shook her head. Instead, she pushed away from the doorframe and said, I'll call you a taxi. Sybil disappeared. Persephone looked at her reflection again. She almost didn't recognize the person staring back. She was different, changed. It's darkness, she thought. But it wasn't Hades who had coaxed it to the surface. It was Lexa's pain that had unleashed it. Sybil returned. Taxi's here. Thanks, Persephone said. She took a deep breath, feeling as though she couldn't quite breathe deep enough. She collected her clutch and phone, and when she turned to leave, she found Sybil still standing in the doorway watching her. "Hades doesn't know where you're going, does he?" Persephone opened her mouth and then closed it. There was no need to answer. Sybil already knew. So instead, she said, "It isn't like he can't find me." The oracle nodded. "Just be careful, Persephone. I know you want to save Lexa, but what will you destroy to get there?" Those words shivered down her spine. She didn't like what they implied. All Persephone wanted was for everything to go back to the way it was before Lexa's accident. "I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know." The oracle gave a wry smile. "You don't make promises, and oracles speak in riddles." Fair. Persephone had learned a lot about oracles from Sybil. They might hear prophecies, but they heard them the way they said them. How it was interpreted was up to the one who received it. Persephone chose to interpret this as, "There's no other way," and so she left for Iniquity. She tamped down the anxiety that flared in her stomach when she told the driver her destination. He glanced at her in the rearview mirror. The name clearly made him uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything, just nodded and took off into the night. Persephone settled into the back seat and checked her phone. It was a habit because she used to talk to Lexa all the time, but there were no new messages. None from Lexa, no updates from Jason or Lexa's mother. Nothing. She spent the ride reading through previous text messages from Lexa, and by the time the cab stopped, her eyes were watery and her throat thick with tears. The emotion was motivating. It made it easier to swallow her guilt and look out the window. The car had stopped in front of a plain brick building. The name was nowhere to be found on the exterior. She hesitated before exiting. "Is this the right place?" she asked.
"You said Iniquity, right?"
the driver asked, pointing to the building.
"That's it."
She left the cab and stood outside alone, unnerved by the quiet. She had expected a crowd similar to Nevernight, even though Laoki had made it clear Iniquity was different. It was invitation only, exclusive to the underbelly of society. She shivered and started down the alleyway. The taxi driver had dropped her off at the front of the building, but Laoki had been clear in her instructions. The entrance is in the back. Down the stairs, knock once. She headed down a dimly lit alleyway and found the door. She did as she was instructed, and a slot in the door opened. She jumped, but couldn't see anything through the opening. It took her a moment to remember her password. "Parabasis," she said. The word shivered through her whole body, its meaning shaking her foundation. To intentionally cross a line. She knew that's what she was doing, but she had to try. Lexa needed her. She needed Lexa. Whoever was on the other side closed the slot and opened the door. Hesitantly, she entered the club. Like Nevernight, she stepped into complete darkness. Whoever occupied the space with her was not visible, but she felt them. They said nothing, just moved past her. After a brief moment, a set of curtains opened ahead of her, and she was let into an unfamiliar world colored in red, full of gems and feathers and burning lights. The floor of the club was packed with people. A stage towered over the crowd, framed with crimson curtains and blazing bulbs. Women danced there, dressed in shimmering bras, fishnet stockings, and enormous headpieces. They were glamorous, synchronized, and erotic, swaying to sensual music. Persephone stood frozen, entranced. The air was hot, heavy, and scented with vanilla. She inhaled it, and it filled her veins like her magic, shivering through her body, heating her skin. She rolled her neck and shoulders, loosening tense muscles, relaxing into the music. The part of her mind that told her to be on edge was fading. A hand slipped into hers, and she twisted to find Laoki standing behind her. She didn't speak, just pulled Persephone along the back wall into a darkened hallway. "This place," Persephone breathed, "is meant to ensnare Persephone." Laoki placed her hands on either side of the goddess's face. "Keep your wits about you and focus on your task. The air here is toxic. It will draw you in, a current you can't escape." "That would have been great information to have before I got here," she said, a little irritated. The nymph smiled. "There's nothing I could have done to prepare you. You are either strong-willed or not. It's how they will choose you." Persephone focused on the nymph. Her ice-white eyes were intense. It was then she noted how the girl was dressed. Her white hair was curled and styled. She wore bright red lipstick, and her outfit was a short silver tassel dress that shimmered like all the stars in the sky. She looked like one of the dancers on stage. "You work here?" Again, it was information she would have liked to have before arriving here, but Laoki didn't seem to think it was important. "Focus on your task, Persephone. You wanted this, remember?" That almost sounded like a threat. She glared at the woman, eyes flashing. She suddenly wished to remind Laoki of who she really was. "Then tell me what to do. How do I ensure they see me?" "You dance," Laoki answered. "If they're interested, they'll come to you." Persephone glanced over her shoulder where hundreds of people were crammed together on the floor. "Are you telling me all these people are here for the same thing?" "Not the same thing," she said. "But they're here because they want something." "Laoki, what else goes on here other than illegal magic?" "That's not a conversation you want to have, Persephone. Trust me." She was gone then, and Persephone was swallowed by the crowd. For a few seconds, it was like fighting a current, graceless and panicked. But like earlier, she found there was something bewitching about the music. It seemed to dance along her skin, seep through her pores, until she moved with the beat, rocking her hips and raising her arms over her head. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and images of sensual nights with Hades reeled through her head, his soft mouth on hers, his silken tongue lapping at sensitive skin, his body glistening and hot, his cock filling, stretching, demanding. Her breath was short, and a moan escaped from her mouth. She felt rabid, starved, desperate. It got worse. Her memories were suddenly infiltrated by another face. It wasn't her body beneath Hades. It was Laoki. Her back was arched, her head thrown back, her mouth open as she screamed her lover's name. It was enough to break the spell the music had cast upon Persephone. Suddenly she was aware of her surroundings again. The bodies crowded her, their sweat-soaked skin brushing hers. Hands gripped her hips, and a body moved behind her. She turned to face a man dressed in dark clothing, and in the red light, his eyes were black. At first, she wondered if he was here to summon her, but his hand remained fastened on her hips. She pushed him back, intending to break contact with him, when another set of hands clasped her shoulders. Persephone wrenched from his grip. Her heart raced, her magic igniting in her blood. But as she turned to look at the other person who had touched her, both men disappeared into the crowd. Unnerved, she pushed through the mass of people until she reached the outer edge of the dance floor. She sought darkness, wishing to become shadow, and she found it as she rested against a wall at the mouth of a hallway. Her body still shook from the memories she'd recalled on the dance floor. She was both aroused and pissed. What sort of horrible magic encouraged such salacious thoughts? And why had they morphed into something that made her want to vomit? She didn't want to think of Laoki and Hades together. She didn't want to think that what they had in common was that they both knew Hades' body so well. She liked to think she knew a different Hades, and that the way he coaxed her to orgasm was different than how he'd treated others. She felt ridiculous as these thoughts rolled through her head. Perhaps whatever magic had overcome her on the dance floor was still clinging to her aura. As she hid there in the darkness, the crowd pulsing on the dance floor in front of her, Something was suddenly thrust in her closed fist. The feeling was strange and sudden. Magic, she realized as she opened her hand and found a piece of paper. Unfolding it, there was a number written in ink. 777. Below the number was an arrow, as if directing her to walk down the hallway. She looked around and saw nothing, but felt as if the whole room were watching her, even as she lurked in the darkness. Peeling away from the wall, she followed the arrow down the dark hall and happened upon an elevator, only visible because the numbers and doors were alight in red. She pressed the button, and the elevator opened soundlessly. Inside, she noted the floors only went up to 8. She assumed that she needed the 7th floor, and that the number on the paper was a room. After the roar on the dance floor, the silence in the elevator pushed against her ears. It unsettled her and left her to focus on what was ahead, the unknown. What if Laoki was wrong about the Magi? What if they wanted something she couldn't give? What if they couldn't help her? When the elevator doors opened, she was led out into a hallway that led straight to a black door. She approached hesitantly, fear warring with the guilt in her mind. Finally, she knocked, and a voice on the other side directed her to come inside. The handle was cold and made her skin prick as she entered. The room was dim and had black marble floors and dark walls. The only source of light came from the center of the room. It illuminated a raised, round platform and a large plush chair upon which a familiar man was seated. He was Karl Stavros. He looked exactly like his pictures in the tabloids. He had a perfect square face, a swath of thick black hair, and blue eyes. She hated his face. Persephone narrowed her eyes, fingers tightening into fists. The surge of anger she felt at seeing this man was acute. It drove her magic wild.
Persephone,
Karl purred. Was it possible to reach into his mouth and yank her name from it? Persephone thought.
I hope Alec and Cy didn't frighten you, but I had to be sure it was you.
So those men from the dance floor worked for him.
I can see why Hades is taken with you,
he said, his eyes trailing her body, making her feel sick to her stomach.
Beauty and spirit, well-spoken and opinionated, qualities I admire.
Don't make me vomit, she said. Just tell me what you want. He chuckled. It was villainous, a sound contrary to his beauty.
I'm so glad you asked, he said. But you first. What brings you to iniquity, the heart of sin?
She hesitated. What was she still doing in this room? She turned to leave, but instead of finding the door she had entered, she faced a wall of mirrors.
Going somewhere?
She twisted toward him. Are you holding me prisoner?
These are the rules of iniquity. Once you enter the chamber of a dealer, you don't leave until a bargain is struck.
That isn't what Laoki had said. What if I don't want to bargain with you?
You don't know what I'm offering.
If it isn't a way out of this room, I don't want it.
Even if it means saving your friend?
Silence followed his question, and Persephone swallowed. What do you know about that? Karl smiled, and it made the words that came out of his mouth next more callous.
I know she will die unless you can find a way to heal her.
She isn't dying, Persephone said through her teeth. It wasn't true. It couldn't be. Neither Hades nor Sybil had said so. And wouldn't they say so?
That is not what I see.
Persephone shifted slightly on her feet. She was uncomfortable in this dark room, closed up with a man who had already bargained with her, an exclusive in exchange for her job. Why should I trust you?
Because deep down you know I'm right. If you thought Lexa was going to live, would you have come?
She hated him. What do you want? He showed his teeth when he smiled this time.
I have a deal for you. I'll give you the spell you need to heal your friend if you give me everything.
Everything?
I want every detail of your relationship with Hades. I want to know how you met him, when he first kissed you, and all the scandalous details from the first time he fucked you.
You're sick.
I'm a businessman, Persephone. Sex sells.
He sat back in the chair.
Sex with gods sells better, and you, my sweet, you're a gold mine.
I'm not the only one who's slept with Hades. She hated that she said the words at all, but it was true.
But you're the first he's committed to, and that's worth more than the words of a fuck buddy. He's invested in you, which means he'll do anything to protect you and the details of your private life.
Persephone suddenly understood. You want to blackmail Hades?
Well, he is the rich one.
But you're rich, Persephone argued.
Not like him, Cal said. But that's what you're going to help me with. And in exchange, you get to save your friend from certain death.
As Cal was speaking, Persephone noticed something black glimmering at the man's feet. Snakes. They wound their way around his feet and wrists. Cal only noticed when the serpent's scaly body curled over his neck. He screamed, but froze when the creatures tightened their hold, hissing near his ear. Hades materialized out of the darkness, surprising Persephone. She hadn't felt him at all. His voice sounded calm and collected, but she felt his rage.
Are you threatening me, Cal?
He asked.
No, never.
The pitch of Cal's voice changed, rising with his fear. Persephone turned to look at Hades. He was angry. It was present in his eyes and the press of his lips against hers as he bent to kiss her. His tongue demanded entrance, twining with her own. One of his hands cupped her neck and chin, the other knotting into her hair, tightening around the strands. He forced her mouth open wider, lapping at the back of her throat. When he pulled away, it was with her bottom lip between his teeth.
Are you well?
His voice was rough. She nodded, dazed. Hades turned his attention to Cal and stalked toward him. The mortal began defending himself, still frozen beneath the white light. His hands dug into the arms of the chair, his body rigid as the snakes hissed and slithered over his body.
I was following your rules. She summoned me. My rules? Are you insinuating I would approve of a contract between you and my lover? That would be making an exception, Cal replied. There are no exceptions in iniquity. Let me be clear, Hades said, and black spikes sprouted from his fingertips. He grasped Cal's face. The man cried out as blood bubbled beneath the spears digging into his skin. Anyone who belongs to me is an exception to the rules of this club. Hades lifted Cal out of the chair and tossed him to the ground. He landed with a loud thud, and the snakes went with him. They lashed out, their fangs sinking deep into his skin. Cal screamed, and Persephone watched, unflinching, as the man who had threatened her was tortured by her lover. "You bastard!" he groaned, lying in a fetal position. His hands shook as he attempted to cover his wounds. "Careful, mortal." Hades moved like smoke and came to stand beside Cal. "I followed the rules," the man groaned. "I followed your rules." Persephone looked at Hades' face. It was shadowed, his cheekbones, eyes, and forehead alight. "I know the rules well, mortal. You don't fuck with me or my lover. Understand?" Cal rolled onto his hands and knees. He struggled to lift his head, but when he did, he met Persephone's gaze. "Help me!" he shouted. Do not speak to her, mortal.
Hades placed his boot against the man's side and pushed him to the ground. He landed on one of the snakes, who retaliated by biting into his flesh again. Kal screamed. Persephone didn't even flinch. What was wrong with her? She should stop this. Except that a part of her believed Kal actually deserved it. Hades turned to Persephone. She met his gaze, unable to discern his thoughts from his expression.
Shall I continue to punish him?
Hades asked. Persephone stared at Hades, and her eyes dropped to Kal. She strolled toward him and knelt. His bloodied face was now streaked with tears. Will his face scar? She asked Hades.
It will if you wish it.
I wish it. Kal whined. Shh, Persephone crooned. It could be worse. I am tempted to send you to Tartarus. He quieted at her statement, and then she continued. Tomorrow, I want you to call Dimitri and tell him you made a mistake. You don't want the exclusive, and you will never, ever tell me what to write again. Do we have an agreement? Shaking, he nodded his head. Persephone smiled. Good. She straightened and turned to Hades. He can live, she said. The god held her gaze for a long moment, and then looked at Kal.
Leave.
In the next second, the man and the snakes were gone, and Persephone was left alone with Hades. Despite their distance, anger built between them like a solid stone wall. Before he could say anything, she spoke. You ruined everything! He looked startled, and then quickly took up the defense, moving toward her.
I ruined everything. I saved you from making a huge mistake. What were you thinking coming here?
I was trying to save my friend, and Kal was offering a way to do that, unlike you.
You would give up our private life, something you cherish most, in exchange for something that will only condemn your friend?
Condemn her! It will save her life! You bastard! You told me to have hope. You said she could survive. They were nose to nose now.
You don't trust me?
No, I don't trust you. Not when it comes to Lexa. And what about this place, Hades? This is your club, isn't it? What the fuck? Hades reached for her, clasping her shoulders. He drew her flush against him.
You were never to come here. This place isn't for you.
Persephone flinched. Laiki works here, Persephone snapped.
Because it's Laiki, Hades said, as if that explained everything. You told me to give her job back, so I sent her here. You're different.
She pushed away from him. Different?
I thought we established this, Hades said through his teeth. You mean more to me than anyone, anything.
What does that have to do with keeping this place from me?
Hades was silent.
Everything here is illegal, isn't it? The Magi are here. What else? Hades tried to remain silent again. What else, Hades? She demanded.
Everything you've ever feared,
he answered, and she shivered.
Assassins, drug lords.
Persephone felt the color drain from her face. Why?
I created a world where I could watch them.
Watch them do what? Break the law? Hurt people?
Yes,
he answered, his voice gritty. Yes? That's it? That's all you have to say?
For now,
he said. His voice tightened, and his chest rose and fell with his anger. But instead of leaving, he moved toward her. She held her ground, unafraid, lifting her chin and glaring at him.
Who brought you here?
He asked. A taxi?
You think I won't find out?
I have free will. I chose to come here of my own accord.
A choice that cannot go unpunished, he said and reached for her.
Instinctually, Persephone pushed his hands away. His eyes gleamed.
Are you telling me no?
She knew if she said no, he would stop. But she couldn't deny she wanted to see his punishment through. It would mean intense pleasure, and it would be angry and rough and primal, and she needed release. She shook her head once, and then Hades spun her around to face the mirrored wall. She used it for support as he bent her forward, and watched him in the reflection. He nudged her legs apart and lifted her skirt, eyes hungry. His hand brushed across her skin, and then he swatted her ass. She yelped, more from surprise than pain, and Hades glanced up, meeting her gaze in the mirror before drawing her underwear to her ankles and helping her step out of them. Her core tightened in anticipation as he shoved them in his pocket. She gasped when his hand dipped between her thighs. Her back arched as his fingers teased. She was molten for him. She didn't even need the foreplay. Hades' inhale was a hiss. So fucking wet. How long have you been like this? A moan stuck in her throat as she answered. Since I got here, she said. I wanted you on the dance floor. I willed you to manifest from the dark, but you weren't there. I'm here now, he said, and bent to kiss her shoulder, down her back, and then her bottom, all the while his finger curled, going deeper, while his other hand worked her clit in soft, aching circles. She could barely breathe, focusing on the feel of him inside her, mindless with need. Hades, she begged. Please. He withdrew, and Persephone gave a frustrated cry. She started to twist toward him. She felt rabid. She needed release, and if he would not offer it, she would chase it herself. But Hades' hands clamped down on her hips. Stay, he commanded, and she glared at him in the mirror. He offered a devilish smirk. It wouldn't be punishment if I gave you what you wanted when you demand it. She stuck her chin out and said, Don't pretend you don't want me. Oh, I'm not pretending, he said as he unzipped his trousers, took out his cock and entered her from behind. Persephone's breath caught in her throat. Was it possible Hades was somehow thicker? She took him in one quick thrust. A guttural sound escaped her throat as he pumped into her. At first, it was like Hades wasn't sure what to touch. His hands clasped her breasts, her stomach, her hips. Then he wrapped a fistful of her long hair around his hand like a bandage and pulled her head back so he could kiss her mouth. When he released her, his thrusts became languid, and she felt him in the bottom of her stomach. This is for us, he said. You will share this with no one else. All Persephone could manage was a breathy whine. She felt the intensity of his words, like she felt the rawness of his sex inside her. His arm cut into her stomach as he held her in place, and her nails dug into his skin. Some things are sacred to me. Hades' breath grew ragged, but he kept speaking, his words interlaced with Persephone's moans. This is sacred to me. You are sacred to me. Do you understand? Persephone nodded, sweat beading on her forehead, and her brows drew together in a hard line. She was barely holding on to her sanity. Say it, he ordered. Say you understand. Yes, she sobbed. Yes, goddamn-it, I understand. Make me come, Hades. The god spun her around to face him and kissed her, pressing her into the mirror, savoring her mouth before lifting her and entering her again. Persephone groaned, fingers twining into his hair, and when he pulled away, his eyes glittered. I have never loved anyone as I love you. He spoke like he was confessing. I can't put it into words. There are none that come close to expressing how I feel. Persephone tightened her hold on him, bending toward his lips. Then don't use words, she said. Their lips collided, and they slid to the floor. Persephone's knees were bent, pressing into the hard marble floor as she straddled Hades, but she didn't even notice, too focused on the pleasure building inside her. She twined her fingers with Hades and guided his arms over his head, rocking against him. Fuck, Hades cursed, breaking her hold. He gripped her hips and helped her move faster, harder. Their eyes held until the pleasure became too much. Persephone's head lolled back as she came, and Hades followed soon after. Persephone collapsed onto his chest, breathless and sated, comforted by the feel of Hades' arms around her. They didn't speak for a long time, not until their breathing had evened and their hearts had stopped racing. Hades broke the silence.
"Marry me."
Persephone sat back. Hades was still hard inside her, and the movement made his eyes glitter like coals. What? There was no way she heard him correctly.
"Marry me, Persephone. Be my queen. Say you'll stand by my side forever."
He was serious, and she was confused. Not about her love for Hades, but so many other things. Hades, She couldn't figure out what to say. You were just angry with me. He shrugged.
"And now I am not."
And you want to marry me?
"Yes."
She stood, stumbling back as her legs struggled to hold her up. Hades held out his hands to help steady her, but she refused them. "I can't marry you, Hades," she answered, her eyes welling with tears. I don't know you." Hades' brows knitted together.
"You know me."
"No, I don't," she argued, indicating to her surroundings. "You kept this place from me." Hades dipped his chin, eyes narrowed.
"Persephone, I have lived forever. There will always be things you learn about me, and you should know you won't like some of them."
"This isn't one of those things, Hades. This place is real, and it exists in the present. You hired Laoki to work here. I deserved to know, just as I deserved to know about Laoki." When he said nothing, she asked, "Why didn't you tell me?"
"Because I was afraid,"
he snapped, and fell silent. His words were angry, and she wondered if he was more frustrated at having to say something like that out loud, or at having those feelings at all. "Why?"
"Obviously because of your moral compass."
He got to his feet and took a few steps away. She couldn't really explain how those words felt, but she wanted to argue that her moral compass wasn't very high, seeing as how she had turned Minthy into a mint plant and watched Hades torture a mortal. He sighed.
"I wanted time to think about how to show you my sins, to explain their roots. Instead, it seems, everyone wishes to do it for me."
Persephone blinked, and her frustration was suddenly gone. Instead, she felt sad. She hadn't expected Hades to feel insecure about this, much less be frustrated when others took away his chance to tell her. Her expression softened, and she took a step toward him. "I'm sorry, Hades." His brows knitted together.
"What are you apologizing for?"
"I guess everything," she said. "For coming here, for telling you no."
"It's okay. It's a lot to ask of you right now," he said. "With Lexa and your work. And I have put a lot on you tonight, shown you a side of me you haven't seen before."
"You aren't upset?" Hades considered this for a moment.
"Do I wish you'd said yes? Of course."
Her shoulders fell. "I'm just not ready."
"I know."
He kissed her forehead, and as his lips touched her skin, she began to cry. Hades brushed her tears away.
"Tell me."
"I ruined everything." She buried her face in his chest.
"Shh,"
he soothed.
"You ruined nothing, my darling. You were honest with yourself and with me. That is all I ask."
"How could you want to marry me now?" After I've told you no.
I will always want to marry you, because I will always want you as my wife and queen.
She was comforted by the promise in his voice, and hoped that when he asked again, she would be ready. "Will you show me more of this place?" she asked, rubbing at her face to erase the tears.
More of iniquity?
"Yes," he groaned.
Do I have a choice?
"If I am ever to be your queen? No." Chapter 15. A Network of Secrets. As it turned out, there was more to iniquity than her experience as a customer on the dance floor. It doubled as a hangout for New Athens crime families, secret societies, gangs, and the freelance criminal. Their lair was in the basement of the building, accessible only with an ancient coin called an obol. Persephone glanced at Hades. "I see you have repurposed the idea of paying to enter the underworld." He chuckled quietly, but said nothing as he guided her down a long, dark hallway and into a spacious room, lit only by light that filtered in through a wall of windows. Persephone approached and found that the suite overlooked a casual sitting area. There was a bar and several smaller tables and chairs. People sat around playing cards and chatting, drinking and smoking, filling crystal trays to the brim with ashes. Persephone touched the glass and asked, "Can they see us?"
No, Hades said.
"So you spy on them from up here?" she asked, glancing at the god, who hung back, sticking to the shadow.
You can call it spying if you like,
he said. She studied the people below and found a familiar face. "That's Nefelirella," Persephone said, surprised to see the madam and owner of the pleasure district, literally a whole neighborhood of brothels. She was a beautiful, middle-aged mortal. Her hair was dark, and she wore sequins and feathers. A jade cigarette holder was poised between her pointer and middle finger. Persephone had never seen anyone look so glamorous as they smoked. Nefeli was often in the news, advocating on behalf of sex workers, arguing for safer conditions and harsher punishments for offenses made against them.
She is in debt to me, he said.
How?
I loaned her the money to start her first brothel.
Persephone wasn't sure how to feel about that. Why?
It was a business opportunity,
he said, matter of fact.
In exchange for the money, I have a stake in her company, and I can ensure the safety of her escorts.
Persephone hadn't expected Hades to say that last part, but it didn't really surprise her. Hades was protective of women. "Who else is down there?" she asked. She felt the god of the underworld beside her, and she glanced at him as he scanned the crowd below. He indicated to a small round table in a darkened corner where two men were playing cards.
That is Leonidas Nasso and Damianos Vitalis. They are billionaires and the bosses of rival crime families.
Nasso? Persephone asked. You mean the owner of the Nasso pizzeria chain?
The very one, Hades confirmed. The Vitalis are also restaurant owners, but they make their real living from fishing.
Persephone also recognized that name from the Vitalis fish market. They were one of the oldest and most important fish wholesalers in the country. If they are rivals, why are they playing cards?
This is neutral territory. It is illegal to cause harm to another person on this property.
I suppose you are the exception to that rule? She asked, lifting a brow. He had tortured Kal.
I am always the exception, Persephone.
These people, Persephone said, they are the elite of New Athens. Hades offered a single nod.
They are the rich and the powerful, but they are rich and powerful because of me.
Persephone let that sink in, feeling a little unnerved by her reaction. She should feel shocked by this, but instead she felt curious. Hades pointed out a few others. Alexis Nicolo, a professional gambler, Helene Halas, an art forger, and Barak Petra, an assassin. Assassin? You mean he gets paid to kill people? Hades did not honor her question with a response, which was fair enough. She knew the answer, and somehow confirmation would just make it worse. She shook her head. I don't understand. How can you be concerned with saving souls from a terrible existence in the afterlife when you offer these criminals a place to assemble?
They are not all criminals, he said. I am not under some delusion, Persephone. I know I cannot save every soul, but at least iniquity ensures that those who operate in the underbelly of society follow a code of conduct.
How is murder part of a code of conduct?
Murder isn't part of the code of conduct, he said, unless the code is broken.
She turned to face Hades.
We cannot all be good, but if we must be bad, it should serve a purpose.
She narrowed her eyes, unsure of how to feel about all of this. Hades was literally a mafia boss.
I don't expect you to understand. There are many reasons for what I do. Iniquity is no different. I have a network of the most dangerous men and women attached to strings. I could take them all down with one pull, and they all know it, so they do what they can to please me.
She shivered. It was strange to realize that Hades wasn't just powerful because of the control he had over his magic. He was powerful because of the deals he'd made, and this proved it. You mean everyone but Kalstavros? Hades shrugged.
I told you it was just a matter of time before someone tried to blackmail you.
You never said anything about blackmail, Persephone countered. What does Kal have against you?
Nothing,
Hades said.
He merely wishes to have control over me, as all mortals wish.
It wouldn't be the first time a mortal had tried to gain some form of control over Hades. Every time they entered Nevernight to strike a bargain was an attempt to command the god of the dead.
Are you afraid of me?
He asked after a moment of silence. The question surprised her. She knew it was born out of fear, and yet, when she looked at him, his expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. No, she answered quickly. But it is a lot to take in. And an obvious example of why she couldn't marry him. Not yet, anyway. How could he think of asking her to be his wife, his queen, when she had no idea about any of this? Was this not an empire she would also inherit? Hades looked away, his throat constricting as he swallowed whatever unease had crept into his consciousness.
I will tell you everything.
She had no doubt. She would make sure of that. She had so many questions. She wanted to know every person who entered this club, what businesses they owned, and just how much of the world Hades controlled. Part of her wanted to ask him what he thought she'd do when she found out about iniquity, but it was obvious he thought she'd leave. I think I've heard enough tonight, she answered. I'd rather go home.
Would you like Antony to take you?
She smiled a little, realizing that he thought she meant she wanted to return to her apartment. You might as well take me, she said. We are going to the same place, after all. His lips curled, and he put an arm around her waist, drawing her close before teleporting to the underworld. Persephone couldn't sleep. She lay still, cradled against Hades' warmth, and agonized. Not over what she had learned about the god of the dead, but over what Kal had said about Lexa.
If you thought Lexa was going to live, would you have come?
Kal was right, of course. Persephone couldn't deny that she had sought a cure for Lexa's injuries at Iniquity, and she'd done so out of the fear that she wouldn't recover. The fear that even if she did, she might not be the same. She closed her eyes against the pain and left Hades' chamber. The halls of the palace were quiet and lit by the light of the night sky. Hades hadn't succeeded to capture the brightness of the sun, but he managed the moon well. Maybe that had something to do with Hecate's presence in the underworld, though she did not know for certain. She cut through the dining hall and made her way into the kitchen. She'd never been in this part of the palace before. Hades always had food brought to them at the dining table or the library, the office, or the bedroom. Turning on the light, she found a modern and spotless kitchen. The cabinets were white, the countertops black marble, and the appliances stainless steel. She shuffled over the cold floor and began to search the cupboards for supplies, finding pans, mixing bowls, and utensils. That was the easy part. The hardest part was finding the ingredients to bake something. Anything. She ended up gathering enough ingredients to make a simple vanilla cake and icing. It took her a few minutes to figure out how the stove worked. The one she used in her apartment was much older and had knobs, not buttons. Once the oven was preheating, she set to work, focusing on her task. There was something relaxing about baking. Maybe she liked it so much because it felt like alchemy, measuring each ingredient to perfection, creating something that would bewitch the senses. Not to mention that the act always took her mind off things. But as soon as she popped her cake into the oven, an overwhelming sense of dread stole her breath. Frantic to stop it, she started to clean. Even though Hades' kitchen had a dishwasher, she scrubbed every item by hand, rinsed, dried, and replaced them in the cupboards. After that, she focused on cleaning the stainless steel she'd smeared with her fingerprints. By the time she was finished, the only indication anyone had used the kitchen was the smell of her cake baking. The timer on the oven still showed she had 15 more minutes. 15 minutes to be alone with her agonizing thoughts. She turned on her music, hoping it would provide the distraction she needed. She clicked through the first few songs, their timbre dark and cold. Those songs reminded her of Lexa, the lyrics tangled with her thoughts and dredging up memories she didn't want to recall. The longer she clicked through each song, the more she realized that it didn't matter how the music sounded. It all reminded her of Lexa. She turned it off, suddenly feeling exhausted. Her eyes were gritty and her limbs were heavy. She sank to the floor, her body illuminated by the oven light, and drew her knees to her chest.
Couldn't sleep.
The sound of Hades' voice made her jump. She swung around to find him leaning in the doorway, thick arms crossed over his bare chest. A tunic hung low on his waist, and his hair pooled in dark layers around his face. He looked sleepy and beautiful. "No," she said. "I hope I didn't wake you."
You didn't wake me,
he said.
Your absence did.
I'm sorry. He smiled a little.
Don't be, especially if it means you were baking.
Hades crossed the kitchen toward her. She thought he might pick her up and carry her off to bed with the cake still in the oven, but he surprised her and sat beside her on the floor. She found herself looking at him, at the way his muscles rose to the surface of his skin, at the shadow of stubble gracing his jaw, the full curve of his lips. He was impossibly handsome, unimaginably powerful, and he belonged to her.
You know I can help you sleep,
he said. She knew that because he had done it before. The cake isn't finished, she whispered her reply. It wasn't because she wished to be quiet. It was that her voice wouldn't go any higher as her exhaustion took over.
I would never let it burn,
Hades replied. After a moment, he shifted, and Persephone rested her head against his chest. Hades' skin was warm, his scent as intoxicating as the vanilla in the air. And despite how much she wanted to see this all through to the end, she fell asleep in his arms on the floor of the kitchen. Chapter 16. Breaking Point. Persephone called Aliska to check on Lexa as she headed to work the next morning. In truth, she'd been avoiding Jason since his hateful words after Lex's surgery and his comments about Hades. It was hard enough to reconcile that Hades couldn't help. Worse when Jason questioned their love. Lex's mother sounded exhausted on the phone as she communicated that there were no changes in her vitals. The whole thing felt like a nightmare. Except that the longer it went on, the more Persephone considered that she might have to live without Lexa. After last night, that somehow seemed like more of a possibility.
"Good morning, Persephone," Helen said as she stepped off the elevator.
Her cheery expression faded quickly.
"Is everything all right?"
Her question made Persephone feel strangely violent. "No," she snapped. Her stomach immediately filled with guilt as she headed to her desk. She would have to apologize to Helen later, but right now she needed to calm down. She barely got settled before Dmitri stepped out of his office. "Persephone, have a moment?" Her anger rushed to the surface again, unbidden and senseless. She should say no, ask if she could have more time to get settled, but she found herself following her boss into his office. "I have good news," Dmitri said, taking a seat behind his desk. Persephone knew what he was going to tell her, but she waited, staring at him with more indifference than she had ever felt in her life. It was the first time since he'd given her the ultimatum that she realized how much this had affected her. "Carl has decided against forcing the exclusive." When she didn't react, Dmitri frowned. "What's wrong? I thought you'd be happy." "You thought wrong," she said. "The damage is already done." "Persephone." She hated the way her boss said her name, like he thought she was being unreasonable. "Don't do this." "Don't do what? Call you out on your bullshit?" "If it was bullshit, you would have quit when I had to give you the ultimatum. As much as you want to pretend you don't need this job, I know you do. It's the only way you can distinguish yourself from Hades." She flinched. Those words stung. Dmitri sighed, his frustration palpable. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." "Why not?" She laughed bitterly. "It's the truth." "Just because it is the truth right now doesn't mean it will be the truth forever. If anyone can make a name for themselves in this business, it's you, Persephone." "Flattery will get you nowhere, Dmitri." He laughed humorlessly. "Will I ever earn your forgiveness?" "Forgiveness, yes. Trust, no." "I suppose I deserve that." Dimitri's eyes fell to his hands as he twined his fingers together nervously. "You know I did it because I had no choice." "I'm sure you had a choice, like I had a choice." He nodded his head, but his eyes were distant, as if he were recalling something that happened long ago. After a moment, he began to speak. "Carl is no Hades, but he is powerful. He paused to clear his throat. "I sought his help." A realization settled on her. Dmitri knew Carl was a magi. "In what way?" "A love potion." Persephone frowned. "I don't understand." Dmitri raised his brows and then met Persephone's gaze. "In college, I met a man named Luca. He became my best friend, and I was so in love with him. One night, I decided to tell him how I felt. My feelings weren't reciprocated, but I couldn't imagine a life without him." "So you gave him a love potion?" She was appalled that Dmitri would resort to such measures. A love potion was serious business. There was a reason their creation and distribution was illegal. It took away an individual's choice. "It wasn't my proudest moment," Dmitri admitted. "If I had to do it all over again, I would have let him go." "You have to undo it," Persephone said. Dimitri's eyes went wide. Clearly he wasn't expecting her to say that.
Undo it?
Or tell him what you did, Persephone urged. Dimitri, you were wrong.
I didn't tell you this so you would tell me how I should fix it, he said, his face growing red. I'm telling you this so you understand why I pushed you.
I realize that, but Dimitri, if you really loved—
Don't,
Dimitri snapped, and Persephone clamped her mouth shut. He took a deep breath.
This conversation is over.
Dimitri—
If I hear a whisper of what I have told you anywhere, Persephone, I will fire you. That's a promise.
Persephone pinched her lips together and stood, feeling dazed. She paused before leaving the office. You're no better than Apollo. Dimitri laughed, and it was cold and humorless.
I think that's the first time anyone's ever compared me to a god.
It's not a compliment, Persephone replied. She knew it wasn't necessary to point it out. Dimitri was well aware of the gravity of her comparison. Apollo and Dimitri had essentially made the same decisions when it came to the people they supposedly loved, and the results were devastating for the mortals who remained. She left Dimitri's office and gathered her things. Oh, Persephone, Helen called as she walked past the desk to the elevator. She didn't stop. Persephone! Helen came up beside her. What, Helen? She snapped. Please don't ask me if I'm okay. Helen's lips thinned, and she hesitated, stumbling over her words. This came for you. She handed Persephone a white envelope. Who? She started to ask when Helen turned on her heels and returned to her desk. Persephone sighed. She didn't blame the girl for practically running from her. Now she had 2 reasons to apologize to her, but she'd have to do that later because she really wanted to leave. She stepped inside the elevator and opened the envelope. Inside was a handwritten letter. Dearest Persephone, I see you did not like the rose. Perhaps you will find future gifts more acceptable. Your admirer. It was the first time she'd thought about the rose since it had arrived on her desk a few days ago. It was still there, wilted and forgotten after Lex's accident. While she had assumed Hades had given it to her, she now realized it wasn't from him, but another person. She was going to have to tell Helen to stop accepting unmarked gifts and envelopes. Suddenly uneasy, Persephone crushed the letter between her hands, and as she stepped out of the elevator, threw it away. She called a taxi and headed to the hospital to visit Lexa. She would never get used to this place. Just approaching made her anxious, a feeling that grew once she reached the 2nd floor, making her way down the hall to Lexa's room. Suddenly she halted, spotting Aliska and Adam speaking to the doctor.
At this point, it is something to consider,
the doctor was saying. Lexa's parents looked distraught. Persephone ducked behind a computer stand, listening.
How long does she have? Once the ventilator is removed?
She heard Adam ask.
That's really up to her. She could pass within seconds or days.
Persephone felt sick to her stomach.
Of course, it is your decision, the doctor said. I'll give you some time to think on it. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Persephone turned and ran down the hallway to the bathroom. She barely made it to the toilet before vomiting, and when nothing else came out, she heaved. It took her far longer to compose herself than she imagined, and by the time she made it to Lexa's room, Aliska was alone. She looked up when Persephone entered and smiled. "Hi, Persephone," she said. "Hi, Mrs. Sideris. I hope I'm not bothering you. I should have told you I was coming." "It's fine, dear," Aliska stretched. "If you're going to be here for a bit, I think I'll take a walk." Persephone managed a nod and a small smile. When Aliska left, She sat on Lex's bed and carefully took her hand in her own. Her skin was bruised from the IV and discolored from the tape they used to secure all the tubes going into her body. Guilt settled heavily on her shoulders. She had failed to find a cure for Lex's injuries. The ventilator breathed for her, kept her body going, and Lex's parents wanted to take her off. It was Persephone's worst fear realized. What would be so terrible about seeing her enter the underworld? It was a question that should have a simple answer, but it was more complicated than that, and on the heels of Hades' proposal, the truth of her agonizing thoughts were exposed. What if she and Hades weren't meant to be together forever? What if she lost access to the underworld and the souls? That would mean she would lose contact with Lexa, too. She recognized that even when she and Hades had broken up, the god of the dead had allowed her to retain his favor. She could have gone to the underworld at any point and visited the souls, but she hadn't. The thought of going had been too painful and filled her with anxiety. That wouldn't change if they split again. "I don't know if you can hear me," Persephone said, "but I have so much to tell you." As she held Lex's hand, she launched into a summary of everything that had happened to her. She talked about Call's ultimatum. "I should have told you the moment it happened." She paused and laughed a little. "I'm sure you would have told me to quit, go off and start my own newspaper or something." She told her about Hades' deal with Apollo and how she foiled his plan to meet without her. She talked about iniquity and all the things she'd learned about Hades. Her eyes watered as she spoke. "And then he asked me to marry him, and I said no. I can hear you asking me what I was thinking, and the truth is I don't know." She paused and shook her head. "I just know that no matter how much I love him, I can't marry him right now." The only answer was the sound of Lex's ventilator. She had never felt more alone. "Lexa." Persephone's mouth quivered, and giant tears blurred her vision. She pressed a kiss to her best friend's hand, whispering, "I need you." Suddenly, the smell of wildflowers permeated the air, bitter citrus and mint. Persephone went rigid and collected herself as quickly as she could. "Mother." She cringed when she spoke. It was obvious she'd been crying. She didn't turn to look at Demeter. "What are you doing?" "I heard about Lexa," she said. "I came to see if you were okay." She'd been in the hospital going on 2 weeks. If Demeter was really concerned, she would have showed up earlier. "I'm fine." She felt her mother move closer. "Hades would not help her?" Again, Persephone tensed. She hated this question. Hated it because so many people assumed Hades would help. Hated it because she'd let herself believe she might become an exception to his rule. Hated it because he was the reason she had to say no. "He said it was not possible," she whispered. She released Lex's hand and turned to look at her mother. The goddess had appeared in her mortal form and wore a tailored yellow dress. Her golden hair was sculpted into a tight ponytail that curled at the end. "Why are you really here?" Persephone asked. "Is it so hard to believe I am concerned for you?" "Yes." "I have only ever had your best interest in mind, even if you refuse to see it." Persephone rolled her eyes. "We are not having this conversation, Mother. I made my choice." "How will you live your life beside the god who let your best friend die?" Persephone flinched. She thought about the threads he hid on his skin and the lives he had exchanged to get them. She would be lying if she didn't admit that she had wondered why he wouldn't choose to trade Lex's soul for another. Persephone narrowed her eyes, suddenly suspicious. If I find out you had anything to do with this—
You'll what?
Demeter goaded.
Go on.
I will never forgive you. Demeter smiled coldly.
Daughter, for that threat to work, I would need to want forgiveness.
Persephone ignored the pain of Demeter's words.
I did not hurt Lexa. Given the circumstances, I think you should consider. Can a daughter of spring truly be death's bride? Can you stand beside the god who let your friend die?
The truth was, Persephone did not know, and that made her feel guilty and angry. She clenched her fists. Shut up, she gritted out.
You should channel your anger against the fates, Demeter said. They're the ones who have taken your friend.
Persephone offered a sarcastic laugh. Like you did? How did that turn out for you? Demeter narrowed her eyes.
That remains to be seen.
Persephone turned from her mother and looked at Lexa again. Seeing her like this was the hardest thing she'd ever experienced, and it was getting worse every time she stepped through the hospital door.
Hades isn't the only god who could help you. Apollo is the god of healing.
Persephone's body seized.
Of course, you may have ruined any chance you might have had at securing his aid after that atrocious article you released.
If you came to defend him, I won't hear it. Apollo hurt my friend and so many others.